Chapter 516, Laser Gun Designs. Unedited. Yu Zhong dodged to the side. Tian Hao's speed wasn't slow, but he was still struck by a few rounds, causing bloody holes in his body. He didn't possess any Type 2 mutant beast hide or similar defenses, hence his defenses were low. He could not defend against that strike. As an agility and strength type dual attribute evolver, he was efficient in his assassinations. However, he was countered by spirit type experts with defenses. Yu Zhong used a mirror to catch a glimpse of Halyamanda, before a grenade appeared in his hands and he flung it over. Halyamanda's eyes flashed with a chilly light, as he fired more metal beads with his metal arm. The grenade instantly detonated in mid-air, and the ball bearings shot out in all directions, yet not injuring Halyamanda in the slightest. Yu Zhong swapped out a rocket and leaped out, firing a single round at Halyamanda. Full. Rockets are ineffective against me. Halyamanda waved his hands as he grinned savagely, and countless metal ball bearings were fired at Yu Zhong again. The rocket immediately exploded upon impact, once again not doing any damage to Halyamanda. Strong. Yu Zhong's heart turned cold and knew that he had come across a tough opponent. The ironclad Halyamanda seemingly invulnerable, and the impact from any heavy-caliber bullets only served to blast the armor, leaving behind only faint marks. While the rockets could possibly deal damage, how would Halyamanda allow them to reach him? Amongst all his enemies, Halyamanda was truly the strongest enemy that Yu Zhong had come across. Yu Zhong's pupils narrowed and he sent out a blast of Art of Fear. Spirit attacks? It's useless too. I'm also a spirit-based evolver, and such an attack is useless against me. When Halyamanda received the attack, he shook it off and laughed coldly. He then charged towards Yu Zhong threateningly, intending to pummel him. Is that so? It's too bad my ability is the perfect counter to you. You can burn for me. Yu Zhong looked Halyamanda nearing him like a huge metal statue. His eyes flashed with a cold gloating look, and he waved his hands to activate his devil flame. An intense fiery tornado blew towards the ironclad Halyamanda. If Halyamanda came into direct contact with that fearsome devil flame, even if it could not melt his metal armor, it would cook him alive. While the devil flame was not comparable to many other defensive skills, its destruction ability was truly terrifying. Flame manipulation. Door of Steel. When Halyamanda saw the fiery tornado, his face turned pale and he quickly activated his second-order steel manipulation skill again, grabbing in thin air as a number of steel beams, iron sand, iron bars and doors flew from the tunnel, forming a huge door in front of him. The flaming tornado was blocked by the door of steel, but due to the intense heat, the door began to melt, turning into a puddle of metal liquid. Just as the door had finished melting, a new door appeared in its place to defend against that tornado of fire. After the flaming tornado managed to melt through 4 such doors under Yu Zhong's control, it finally lost its steam. Fuck. I can't continue like this, otherwise I'll suffer even if I defeated that bastard. Yu Zhong came to a judgment. Halyamanda was truly a terrifying opponent. As the divine envoy of steel with his steel defense, it was tough to deal with him. Yu Zhong flipped his hand and another rocket launcher appeared as he fired a rocket at the door. With a blast, the door of steel was instantly destroyed. What do? Divine envoy? One of the experts of the Kingdom of God immediately asked Halyamanda. He could see that Yu Zhong was not weaker than their divine envoy and was currently anxious. Halyamanda eyed Hu Han and ordered, Hu Han, bring your men and defend this location. If you're successful, when I gain control of the city, I will recommend for you to be the leader of this location. I'll hand Jin Xingcheng and the rest to you then. Hu Han immediately looked at Halyamanda with an expression of respect. Yes. Divine envoy, I'll definitely make sure no enemies of the Kingdom of God will pass through. Halyamanda then turned around as he brought his men further into the underground city. Very good. Let's go. We can talk more once I've gained control of the city. When Halyamanda and the rest left, Hu Han looked at their backs and spat on the ground, his eyes flashing with a ferocious glint. Hey, you want to treat us like cannon fodder? You think we're fools? These damn foreigners, not a single one of them is worth shit. Hong. Following the loud sound of an explosion, the last door was blasted apart, and Yu Zhong appeared like a specter. When Hu Han saw Yu Zhong, he immediately knelt on the floor, declaring loudly, Sir, I'm Hu Han. I was one of the people in charge of the defenses of this underground city. I'm extremely familiar with the place. I'm willing to submit, let me be your subordinate. Hu Han was willing to even sell himself out to the foreigners for the sake of revenge. He had long since abandoned all thoughts of pride, backbone, and shame. He just lived for revenge. He was also intelligent and knew he was definitely not Yu Zhong's match. Hence, he made the decision to bring his 200 men to submit. Yu Zhong eyed him and ordered, "Fine. I'm Yu Zhong. From now on you're my subordinate. I appoint you to be the commanding officer of your troops. For now, take your men and follow me in." Even Tian Hao would have no difficulty wiping out Hu Han and his motley crew, hence Yu Zhong wasn't afraid of any backstabbing. With someone like Hu Han who knew the way, he would be able to navigate the place easily. "Yes, boss you." Hu Han glanced at his men and roared, "Brothers, follow me." Yu Zhong did not stop as he continued to charge forth. However, in just a few steps, the once open huge door was now closed, barring his way. A screen suddenly lit up, with Jin Xingcheng on the screen admonishing Yu Zhong with a cold look. "Who are you?" "This is a secretive national base. It's not for someone like you. Get out. Otherwise, you'll be termed as a traitor to the government and the people." Yu Zhong eyed the screen frostily. "Open the door immediately. Otherwise, I'll raise your whole family to the ground when I break in." "You dare. You fucking traitor, you've let down the government, you've let down the people. You really bullshit a lot." He pulled out his gun and blasted the screen to pieces. "Hack the door down." Yu Zhong handed his black-toothed blade to Tian Hao. Tian Hao received the sword and with a loud roar of rage, he exerted his strength that was 14 times that of a normal person and immediately sliced the door open. Yu Zhong then charged through the door. Just as he made it past the door into yet another tunnel, 5 Kingdom of God soldiers suddenly darted out. They were about to make their move, when the stinger in Yu Zhong's hand already fired 5 times in rapid succession, immediately blasting the heads of the soldiers apart. Yu Zhong reached the end of the tunnel in one breath, and he was about to continue forward when his face fell, and he retreated backward hastily. Pong, pong. The entire area had been rigged with 10 remote-controlled bombs, and the resulting explosion enveloped Yu Zhong. The soldiers of the Kingdom of God were truly elites and professionals, after all, possessing experience dealing with other experts. Such an explosion could easily dismember an agility and strength-type evolver. Only those with decent protection or special defensive skills would be able to survive. "Fuck. We're finished. Should we run?" Hu Han saw Yu Zhong being enveloped by the explosion, and he gulped, his expression ugly and his heart filled with regret and fear. "Is he dead?" A few elite soldiers from the Kingdom of God looked at the direction of the explosion and wondered. As the dust settled, Yu Zhong's white shield shone as he leaped out, charging towards the soldiers of the Kingdom of God with lightning speed. As he slashed out with his blade, those soldiers were immediately sliced apart. They never stood a chance. He didn't die. Be on guard. Ah. Yu Zhong was truly unstoppable as he darted about, killing the soldiers from the Kingdom of God. No one could stop him, and everywhere he went, carnage ensued. Any soldier at a distance could still try to fire their weapons to suppress him, but the moment he got close, no one was his match. Strong. He's too scary. Hu Han saw Yu Zhong slaughtering the soldiers of the Kingdom of God like a tiger amongst lambs, and his heart was filled with excitement and a desire to do battle. He had some hope for his revenge. Within a brightly lit room, Halyamanda and 12 soldiers in silver eyed a middle-aged man who was extremely fat and had fat for brains. "Laser gun designs. Hand them to me." Halyamanda looked at the pale white fat man and ordered. This middle-aged man was precisely the leader of the underground city, Jin Xingcheng. "Yes, these are the designs." Jin Xingcheng handed the designs over with a toady look. Chapter 517, Burning Halyamanda. Unedited. Halyamanda held up the laser gun's design and his eyes lit up in excitement, laughing wildly. "Good. With this treasure, I'll definitely be able to raise my position amongst the divine envoys." Ah. Over at Europe, the laser gun had already been realized in their research labs, but due to various reasons they had not been able to manufacture them. However, due to them already collected various materials, the moment they got their hands on the design, they would definitely be able to produce such a futuristic and technologically advanced weapon. When the laser guns enter mass-scale production, the combat prowess of the Kingdom of God would increase by more than 3 times. This was the might of science and research. Not even the Raven combat uniform or any defenses from Type 2 mutant beasts would be able to defend against a strike from the laser guns. Although Jin Xingcheng and his men had somehow managed to obtain the designs very early on, they didn't have the means to manufacture them. Even Yu Zhong would not have the means to do so. Since the kingdom of God possessed such a vast amount of resources, if Halyamanda's position could rise, then his resources would naturally increase as well. Just as Halyamanda was laughing, a huge gold door was blasted open, as Yu Zhong strode in, and he saw the blueprints immediately. Those advanced designs must not land in those people from the kingdom of God. Yu Zhong's eyes narrowed. Such a technologically advanced design was scrap paper in the hands of ordinary people, but if the kingdom of God obtained it, they would quickly become a terrifying force with no equal. Yu Zhong sent a fistful of devil flame shooting over with a thought of his mind, intending to incinerate Halyamanda. Kill him. Halyamanda's face fell and retreated backward. He quickly activated his second-order steel manipulation again, and the surrounding walls, computers and all sorts of items crumpled unto themselves, becoming a wall of steel in front of him. At the same time, some of the metal congealed into ball bearings and shot at Yu Zhong. It was as though there was a Gatling cannon firing at Yu Zhong, with countless bullets threatening to take his life. Such a strike from Halyamanda was extremely tyrannical, and not many evolvers were able to deal with it. Since the attacks came from all sides, even Tianhao, who was strength and agility based, would be turned into a sieve if he were caught in it. A strange white glow enveloped Halyamanda, causing all his 6 attributes to receive a raise, and this was the skill as a paladin that he had obtained after reaching level 30. It was known as Holy Light Protection. Since his 6 attributes received a raise, his combat strength increased by twice. This was the strength of the divine envoys. Every single one of them possessed the capability to destroy an elite troop. Because of this, the kingdom of God had only sent 100 special forces soldiers as well as Halyamanda to take over a whole city of over 90,000 survivors. The devil flame Yu Zhong sent out caused the doors of steel to melt one by one. Any ball bearing shot at him were blocked by the white light shield surrounding him. The noises of the metal bearings ricocheting off resounded constantly. Yu Zhong eyed the puddle of metal and frowned. This bastard is really tough. What a pity my devil flame is not yet at second order, otherwise, it would be so much easier to melt the wall of steel. Yu Zhong only had one second-order skill, Summon Dark Skull. White Bones had an astonishing combat strength, but it was because Yu Zhong himself possessed such an incredible second-order skill. While his Devil Flame had been enhanced to +4, compared to a second-order skill, it was still weaker. I need to kill them all. Yu Zhong's killing intent billowed out, and a nether hole appeared out of mid-air, as White Bones stepped out, and immediately, it slashed out at the wall of steel. Following the sharp grating sound of metal striking metal, the huge wall was cleaved in two. After splitting one steel wall, it was like an indomitable devil that continued to slash out, splitting the rest of the walls. Strong. Who is this guy? He can actually destroy my walls. Halyamanda saw how easily White Bones was splitting apart the various steel walls, and his face fell. He then formed a suit of steel again before charging at White Bones, intending to take it out first. Each time Halyamanda cast the suit of steel or the wall of steel, it would take a huge toll on his stamina and spirit. If it wasn't for the holy light protection that raised his attributes, he would have no way of holding out for so long. The stronger the skill, the greater the expenditure of stamina and spirit. Second-order skills were terrifying, but their consumption was likewise straining on the body. If he didn't take out Yu Zhong or White Bones fast enough, Halyamanda's stamina and spirit would be depleted soon. With the suit of steel around him, he weighed a total of 2 tons. With such a weight, even an expert with over 10 times the endurance would not be able to withstand the weight. However, since the suit was formed from his usage of the skill, the weight was negligible on himself. He continued moving forwards, charging like the wind towards White Bones, launching a fist with the force of MT behind it. Such a forceful punch carried over 2 tons behind it, even an elephant would be pummeled to death. The world's boxing champion would also explode from such a force. White Bones raised its huge axe, blocking in front of it. At the same time, it shot out countless bone spikes from its body towards Halyamanda. Following some intense noises, the sharp bone spikes actually pierced through the suit of armor, but they were ultimately unable to penetrate all the way through. Halyamanda's punch caused White Bones' axe to immediately disintegrate, as White Bones itself was also sent flying into a wall. Many of its bones were broken and deformed. This fist from Halyamanda was even more ferocious than most strength type, its might overbearing and without equal. On the other side, Yu Zhong carried his stinger and fired 6 shots at an instant, as 6 of the soldiers from the Kingdom of God were killed, their heads exploding like watermelons. Yu Zhong shot forward like an arrow, appearing in the midst of the remaining soldiers. His pupils narrowed as he activated his Art of Fear, and a strong spirit blast shot outwards, enveloping those soldiers. When assaulted by that intense Art of Fear, they either fainted directly or their bodies crumpled to the floor as they twitched. The crocodile tooth saw blade in Yu Zhong's hands flashed, and he sliced the defenseless soldiers into multiple pieces. Every single one of those elite soldiers was above level 40 and had similar combat strength to Yu Zhong. However, because they were just ordinary enhancers who were either strength-based or agility-based, and were more susceptible to spirit-type attacks, they had no means of defending against Yu Zhong's move. Fucking monkey. I want to turn you into minced meat. Halyamanda saw all the soldiers that had followed him being killed, and roared out in rage, sending a powerful fist viciously towards Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong activated his shadow steps and he dodged towards the side in a flash, evading that strike that was sure to kill. At the same time he congealed a devil flame spear in his right hand, and he tossed it towards Halyamanda's head. Door of Steel. Halyamanda immediately cast the skill with a thought, and a huge door of steel appeared in front of him. At the same time, the multiple steel lumps from behind him was absorbed into the suit around him, replenishing the consumption required of the door. The devil flame spear struck the door and instantly burned a hole through as it continued to shoot towards Halyamanda. Halyamanda cast the door of steel ability, again and again, forcefully blocking the devil flame spear after it penetrated 7 of the doors. Go to hell. Right as Halyamanda thought that he had blocked the devil flame spear, Yu Zhong appeared behind Halyamanda like a ghost, waving his hand as he instantly cast a huge fiery tornado to envelop Halyamanda in his suit of steel. Ah! Ah! Halyamanda was trapped within the suit of armor, and as he was being burnt, he began to scream out like a pig that was being slaughtered. The suit was able to withstand all sorts of strikes, but the fire was basically cooking him. After screaming out, Halyamanda was burnt black, and the suit that weighed over 2 tons crashed to the floor. Yu Zhong sliced the suit open with his crocodile tooth saw blade, retrieving the equipment as well as the laser gun design. Jin Shengcheng and the rest of the leaders exchanged looks, as they sent 2 men to make a grab for the equipment dropped by the other Kingdom of God soldiers. Only to see the flash of a blade, and the 2 of them had their arms cut. Ah! It hurts. It hurts. The 2 of them watched their dismembered hands and screamed out in horror. At this time Tianhao walked in, his expression icy. Jin Shengcheng saw Tianhao and he revealed an expression of joy, speaking loudly, "It's you, Tianhao. Good timing. Catch this man. As long as you capture him, I'll tell you where your sister is." Chapter 518 Ruined. Edited by. Tianhao's face flashed with a savage look as he immediately slashed out, slicing Jin Shengcheng in 2. Jin Shengcheng. You beast, your whole family are beasts. You toyed my sister to death and still lied to me. Go to hell, scum. The 2 halves of Jin Shengcheng's face revealed a look of shock and fear, as blood sprayed out from his body, while his organs came spilling out. This leader who had control over the underground city, and had oppressed countless men and women, was killed just like that by Tianhao. Don't kill us. It was all done by Jin Shengcheng. It has nothing to do with us. Tianhao, you dared to kill him, are you crazy? Seeing Jin Shengcheng split in 2, the faces of those leaders immediately turned ashen and began to either curse out at Tianhao or plead for mercy. Hu Han walked in, eyeing those leaders, and laughed out coldly, "Tianhao, these bunch of bastards are no good. Other than Zhang Cheng and Ma Xiao, the rest are all a bunch of garbage. Scums. Every one of them got together to toy with a single woman, torturing them to death." As the saying went, whatever the person at the top indulged in, his subordinates would be more indulgent in them. The king of Chu had loved slim waists, thus many women in the palace actually starved to death. Whatever the leader was like, the subordinates would be much worse. Jin Shengcheng was a pervert that loved to play and torture women, and thus his subordinates were mostly like that as well. The tradition of the Chinese was always to serve the leader, and to be responsible for many things that he did. Other than the 2 singled out by Hu Han, the rest were always in on the activities that Jin Shengcheng engaged in. "I'll kill the whole lot of you assholes." The moment he thought how his sister had been humiliated and raped by these bunch of fogies, his eyes flashed with a savage glint, and he unleashed a few wild slashes onto the men. The various leaders of the underground city were killed by Tianhao, as blood and corpses littered the entire place. The remaining Zhang Cheng and Ma Xiao retreated to a corner, and they trembled as they watched the enraged Tianhao going on a rampage. Yu Zhong eyed Tianhao, whose eyes had gone bloodshot from his murderous rampage, and he barked coldly, "Enough! Stop. You've had your revenge, from now on your life is mine." Yes. The moment he was barked at, Tianhao regained his rationale and stood quietly behind Yu Zhong. His eyes regained a sort of dead look. He had not much to look forward to anymore. There was nothing left worth living for, and he was now fulfilling his promise. "Go get the security feed up for me." Yu Zhong eyed Hu Han and ordered. "Yes, boss you." Hu Han replied respectfully and turned to give an order to his men, "Go get the feed for boss you." A few men immediately brought in the security monitors. Only to see that outside of Yang County, the Thousand Hero Alliance had already vanquished the forces of the Snow Palace and the Greater China Alliance. The female warriors of the Snow Palace as well as the soldiers from the Greater China Alliance were all running, and the death toll was still climbing. In the skies, 7 of the 12 Eurocopters had been destroyed, leaving 5. Those 5 Eurocopters had terrifying might, but some of the higher-level enhancers had means to destroy them. Yu Zhong could also transform his Devil Flame into a Devil Flame Spear to immediately destroy such a helicopter. Of course, it would require stamina and spirit. Without appropriate weapons, it was tough to deal with such airborne advanced weaponry. Yu Zhong immediately ordered, "Get me means to contact Guining City." There were various radio communications within this underground city. Yes. Hu Han immediately set off to relay the order. The communication channel was quickly established, and Yu Zhong immediately gave on order. "This is Yu Zhong. My current position is in Yang County. My commands are to deploy the 1st Armored Battalion, the 2nd Battalion, and the 3rd Battalion to move out now. Provide assistance over at Yang County. Hui is to take command of the operation." "Yes, leader." From the other side, Wei Ningguo's voice sounded. Wei Ningguo was extremely loyal to Yu Zhong, and while his strength was average, he had the experience and was loyal. Hence when Yu Zhong left, he had placed Wei Ningguo in charge. Yu Zhong then turned to Tianhao and Hu Han, ordering, "Tianhao, work together with Hu Han to control this underground city. Hu Han, go transport the 12 helicopters outside back in. Capture the pilots as well." Hu Han had just defected to him, and Yu Zhong couldn't afford to place his trust in him yet. He needed to assign Wei Ningguo beside this Hu Han before he could rest his mind. "Yes." Hu Han and Tianhao replied with respect. Hu Han saw how easily Yu Zhong had ordered the deployment of a huge army, and the little strange hopes he had were dashed. He dared not entertain any nonsensical thoughts. Yu Zhong was terrifyingly strong, and once his army was here, if Hu Han dared to mobilize his troops to rebel, they would only face death. From the various scenes that he witnessed today, he knew Yu Zhong was not some merciful leader. If he really dared to rebel, he would suffer terribly. "Tianhao, go send someone to get Xuening and the rest and bring them over here." Since the Thousand Hero Alliance had done in the Greater China Alliance and the Snow Palace, they would definitely storm through Yang County, and it meant that the buildings at the surface weren't safe anymore. Tianhao, yes. After making his preparations, Yu Zhong retrieved his swift shadow bike, before he hopped on it and charged out. Since the situation was grim, he wanted to quickly take care of the Eurocopters in the sky. The Eurocopters possessed a terrifying presence on the battlefield, exceeding even those experts above level 60. Yu Zhong had to destroy them, otherwise his elite troops would suffer a huge loss. Yu Zhong charged out the long tunnels of the underground city, only to discover that the whole Yang County was in chaos. A large number of rioters were engaging in arson, killing and raping. It was like a scene straight out of hell. Regardless of the place or time, as long as there was unrest, there would be such happenings. It was because of this that governments before the apocalypse would emphasize on stability and security. Yu Zhong had seen such chaos each time an establishment was facing a critical situation. At this time, Yu Zhong didn't have his troops and it was hard to deal with such a situation on his own. Get to the underground city beneath the Green Garden. Rioters will be put to death. Yu Zhong readied his 05 machine guns and killed some of the outlaws as he ran about shouting. Hearing his voice, the survivors who were running around cluelessly began to make their way towards the Green Garden, forming a steady stream of humans. There were 20,000 survivors in Yang County and 90,000 survivors in the underground city. In truth, as the underground city was vast, it could accommodate at least 200,000 people. However, in order to ensure the resources and living conditions, and with the requirement of Yang County still running to provide the support for the underground city, not every survivor had the qualifications to live in the underground city. Yu Zhong had just reached the entrance of Yang County when he saw countless soldiers running towards him, their guns long abandoned. Over 1,000 scattered soldiers squeezed through the entrance, trampling over one another. In order to have a shot at survival, many even chose to open fire on their own comrades. Fuck off. Fuck off. Don't block your father's way, otherwise I'll execute you. A commander was leading 20 other soldiers to run towards Yu Zhong, and he bellowed loudly, raising his gun at the same time. Yu Zhong immediately shot forward, slapping his gun away, and using his own stinger to point at the commander's head. He spoke coldly, "I'm Yu Zhong, you are my captive now, report your name, soldier. Otherwise I'll execute you directly." The commander broke out in cold sweat and replied, "I'm called Ochang Jiang, the captain of the 3rd Battalion, 2nd Company of the Greater China Alliance Forces. I'm willing to surrender." Ochang Jing wasn't some stubborn mule and chose to surrender to preserve his life. He was a man who had experienced much, and he could tell Yu Zhong's strength wasn't something that he could handle. Yu Zhong ordered solemnly, "Take your men and go collect all the scattered troops. Execute those who resist." Yes. Under Yu Zhong's orders, Ochang Jiang decided to toughen his skin and headed off in the directions of the soldiers. At this moment the soldiers were like a bunch of dragons without a leader. The moment Ochang Jiang came over to command them, they began to settle down. "The helicopters are here." A sudden shout of fear resounded, and the people gathered at the entrance were plunged into chaos. For the sake of survival, many of the soldiers began to use all sorts of means to attack their former comrades. "Go to hell, you monkeys." An assault helicopter piloted by a Kingdom of God soldier eyed the soldiers at the entrance of the city, and a savage glint flashed in his eyes as he began to pull the trigger. A line of fire sprayed out from the machine guns by the sides of the Eurocopter, killing many of the soldiers gathered at the entrance. They fell like dumplings into the moat. Ha 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 ha. The pilot watched the scattered soldiers being killed and laughed sadistically. War could turn a person like that. At this time, Yu Zhong leaped up the wall and formed a devil flame spear before throwing with all his strength. It turned into a flash of light and pierced through the Eurocopter before exploding. The Eurocopter combusted in a ball of flames, killing the 2 pilots within. The Eurocopter started to descend in a ball of flame, before crashing explosively on the ground. Chapter 519, Chaotic Battle. Unedited. Strong. Seeing how easily Yu Zhong had destroyed the assault helicopter in the air, every single soldier from the Greater China Alliance on the site had this thought on their mind. Many of the scattered soldiers began to swarm towards his location. After all, during times of uncertainty, only by gathering around someone strong would they have a sense of security. All of a sudden, a huge ice pick shot from some location below, piercing another helicopter. The extreme freezing temperature caused the pilots to be frozen rock solid. Without anyone to control, the helicopter began to descend and crash into the ground, turning into scrap metal. A sniper bullet packed with the enhanced bullet skill suddenly pierced the hull of one more helicopter, and the resulting explosion immediately consumed the pilots, as the flaming ball also plunged quickly towards the ground. In a matter of minutes, 3 helicopters were struck down. It was unclear as to the orders that the remaining helicopters received, but they quickly turned and fled the battlefield. These 12 Eurocopters had devastated the Snow Palace and the Greater China Alliance. At the same time they killed many enhancers and experts. However, their own expenditure was high. The moment they received the orders to withdraw, the remaining 2 Eurocopters turned and left without delay. Yu Zhong eyed the leaving helicopters and heaved a sigh of relief. He had expended a huge amount of stamina and spirit in the underground city. If he were to continue using his skills without restraint, he would likely fall on the battlefield. Suddenly, a deadly sense of crisis welled up in his mind. He activated his shadow steps and leaped a huge distance away. Honk, honk. Following 2 earth-shaking sounds of explosions caused by rockets, the area Yu Zhong was in was blasted, dust covering the area. No. Would he fall just like that? He can't just die like that, right? Ochang Jiang and the rest of the soldiers that had submitted to Yu Zhong looked towards the direction in nervousness, their gazes filled with despair and complicated looks. No one would be able to survive such a blast, even for high-level experts. As the dust cleared, there was a dim white light that was slightly visible. Yu Zhong retracted it and jumped out from the blast zone. Leader is invincible. Long live Boss Yu. Seeing him jump out from the debris unharmed, all the soldiers roared out in triumph. To them, someone who could escape unscathed from such an explosion was basically invincible. Such a person was their leader and it boosted their morale a lot. That was close. If I didn't have the white light shield, I would have been heavily injured. He leaped out and felt a sense of terror at the close shave he had. Without the protection, he would definitely not have escaped unscathed. Even though he had leaped to the side when he first felt the danger, the area of impact had been huge. Even he had been unable to get out of the impact zone in time with his speed. With his single strike that destroyed the fearsome assault helicopter, as well as having escaped from the terrifying blast, Yu Zhong became like an invincible existence in the hearts of the soldiers. Many were attracted and moved by his charisma, and he began to collect the scattered soldiers easily. However, the scattered soldiers were after all beaten before. Of the 300 soldiers, they had about 100 rifles and 2,000 rounds of ammunition. At the same time, their morale was low. "O Changjiang, take your men and continue to gather the soldiers. I'll go destroy the 1,000 Hero Alliance's artillery." Yu Zhong barked out an order. The heavy artillery of the 1,000 Hero Alliance was too much of a threat to Yang County. With the bombardment, it would be like shattering the earth and everything in the area of impact would be destroyed. The soldiers of the Greater China Alliance were not elite soldiers comparable to those soldiers of the past during the founding eras. They were just a bunch of people that had guns. If he allowed the 1,000 Hero Alliance to continue their onslaught, the low morale of the soldiers would most likely collapse. O Changjiang looked at Yu Zhong and answered with a hot-blooded shout, "Yes, sir. Leader. I swear to defend this place, and I promise you as long as I'm alive, the city will stand." O Changjiang's desire to become strong was reignited when he saw Yu Zhong's performance. He used to be ambitious and had been an officer before the apocalypse. However, his superior had been frightened off by the Eurocopters and fled. He could only bring his men and brothers to escape as well. Following Yu Zhong, he seemed to have regained his courage and hot-bloodedness. China had never lacked strong-willed and ambitious soldiers, but what was lacking was the presence of a strong and capable leader. At the start of each era or dynasty, when the leaders were not greedy, nor did they fear death, the soldiers were the toughest and elite of their generation. Even during times of war where they were lacking in weapons or advanced equipment, the soldiers of China relied on their willpower and spirit to overcome all sorts of obstacles, carving a position for themselves. O Changjiang proceeded to gather the soldiers, directing them to various strategic locations, reclaiming their defenses and transport channels. Yu Zhong leaped off the city wall, charging towards the artillery of the 1,000 Hero Alliance with white bones. By now, most of the Greater China Alliance troops were scattered, and a battalion of the 1,000 Hero Alliance soldiers were charging at them, capturing them or executing them. There are still people like that. What Yu Zhong was looking at was a company of soldiers fighting it out with the 1,000 Hero Alliance soldiers, impeding their advance. The company was down to half their original numbers, but they were extremely valiant, not fearing death. Even the 1,000 Hero Alliance soldiers seemed to be suffering more than them. It was precisely because of this group of elites that the soldiers of the Greater China Alliance dared go out to fight. However, most of the remaining soldiers were too weak, and the assault helicopters had been too fearsome, causing their collapse. This is an elite squad. They could be compared to those under me as well. If I can convince them, I would gain a powerful team. Yu Zhong eyed them with interest and decided to make his way over. Although this company had been battered, their backbones and willpower were still strong, as long as new recruits were injected into their team, and after some time of training coupled with a few more battles, Yu Zhong would then obtain another elite company of soldiers, or maybe even an entire battalion. One of the burly soldiers who had one of his ears blown off saw Yu Zhong and hollered in alarm, "Fuck! Another one. Brothers, time to kill those bastards that collude with the foreigners." A dense barrage of bullets rained towards Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong evaded the bullets and called out, "Stop shooting. I'm your ally Yu Zhong. I'm on my way to destroy the artillery of the 1,000 Hero Alliance. You guys can go and confirm with O Changjiang. I hope that we can continue to fight side by side after today." After that, Yu Zhong turned towards the direction of the 1,000 Hero Alliance and charged over. The elite troops were too wary, and he had no way of convincing them in a short time. He would rather deal with the 1,000 Hero Alliance first before continuing their discussion. One of the commanders looked at Yu Zhong's back and frowned, an uneasy feeling in his heart. Yu Zhong? The leader of Guining City, Yu Zhong? What is he doing here? When Yu Zhong was on his way, a number of 1,000 Hero Alliance soldiers made their way to attack him. Shooting forwards like an arrow, Yu Zhong suddenly appeared among the soldiers and slashed out coolly with his sword, and the soldiers were all dismembered. Yu Zhong and White Bones charged into the territory of the Thousand Hero Alliance, slaughtering like death gods. Everywhere they went, there would be blood and carnage, and no one could withstand an attack from them. Within 10 minutes, over 100,000 Hero Alliance soldiers had died at their hands, and the remaining soldiers decided to run for their lives. When the other soldiers saw them from afar, their hearts were filled with dread and didn't dare launch an assault for fear of Yu Zhong retaliating and killing them. Yu Zhong and White Bones quickly slaughtered their way through the forces of the Thousand Hero Alliance and made their way to the artillery. When Yu Zhong came to the grounds, he noticed that the entire area was deathly quiet, and the temperature had plunged. He noticed an incredibly beautiful and attractive woman with a sexy figure standing by herself. This was, of course, Shangguan Bingshui. Who's that? What a beautiful woman. When Yu Zhong saw her, his eyes lit up. Just based on her demeanor and figure, she was definitely the most beautiful woman he had come across. Qin Yao, Ji Qing Wu, Guiyu, Zhuye Tong, Xian Jia Rou, Ningyu Xian and the rest had their own charms and exquisite looks that could topple countries, but even then they could not be compared with this icy beauty in front of him. Of course, it was just a slight disparity in comparison, they were still beautiful. However, this lady in front of him was truly exceptional. Amidst the area, all the artillery soldiers had been frozen rock solid, and the two self-propelled rocket launchers had become two huge ice lumps. Only Shangguan Bingshui stood by herself among the icy area and ice sculptures like a fairy. She had also seen Yu Zhong and White Bones coming over, and her eyes flashed with an icy killing intent, as her gaze landed on Yu Zhong. Chapter 520, The Situation is Reversed. Unedited. Both parties exchanged glances before Shangguan Bingshui turned to leave for the distance. Her condition wasn't good, having been through an intense bout of battles, and she had no confidence in dealing with Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong saw that Shangguan Bingshui was retreating, and he did not chase after her, instead, turning to face the incoming troop of soldiers from the Thousand Hero Alliance. Kill him. One captain saw Yu Zhong and shouted loudly. Countless bullets flew towards Yu Zhong and White Bones. Yu Zhong exploded out with all his speed, turning into a flash. Ordinary people could not catch up with his movements. On the other side, White Bones was almost impervious to all sorts of attacks from the guns and bullets. Both of them charged into the midst of the elites of the Thousand Hero Alliance, and their blades flashed as well as bone spikes piercing, causing large amount of blood to be splattered everywhere. Most of the soldiers were taken down almost instantly. Monster! Monster! Don't kill me. I don't want to die. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Within 10 minutes, the half of the squad of elites were already killed, causing the rest to break down, and they tried to run with their lives. Facing Yu Zhong and White Bones, who were seemingly unkillable existences, even elite soldiers would crumble. By this time, the bulk of the forces of the Thousand Hero Alliance were trying to chase down the Greater China Alliance and Snow Palace soldiers, hence, they could only afford to send one company after another towards Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong had embarked on a killing spree and his eyes were red, giving him a look of a bloodthirsty devil. Each time he swung his blade, a number of soldiers would fall. The carnage unleashed by him and White Bones was devastating. As each company came up only to be sent to heaven, the entire battlefield was soon littered with the corpses of the soldiers of the Thousand Hero Alliance. Strong. How come there's such a crazy person? One of the elite captains of the Greater China Alliance, the one with only one ear left, Yun Zigu, looked at the scene and exclaimed in shock. Yun Zigu saw how easily Yu Zhong was destroying the forces of the Thousand Hero Alliances and he hollered, "Charge! Charge! Follow me and charge!" The elite squad from the Greater China Alliance led by Yun Zigu immediately launched into an assault towards the Thousand Hero Alliance, causing some of the troops to immediately throw down their weapons and run. The Thousand Hero Alliance was after all a small-time force, and were just made up of civilians previously. There were indeed soldiers who could fight among the troops, but most of them were made up of an inexperienced bunch. By now, the Thousand Hero Alliance found its external forces being exterminated one after the other, and those who could run had run off. Their morale was reaching an all-time low, and many of the backup troops were being slaughtered by Yu Zhong and White Bones, causing the outlook to be bleak. Yun Zigu took the opportunity to begin battering on the soldiers. As for the female warriors of the Snow Palace, there were only a few hundred left that had gathered together after a large number of their comrades had been killed and captured. They saw the chance as well and began to unleash their retaliation fiercely. There was also a mysterious sniper that was picking off the experts of the Thousand Hero Alliance from somewhere without stopping, blasting their heads. With the counterattack on so many fronts, the Thousand Hero Alliance was truly beginning to suffer, and most of the soldiers either ran or surrendered. Some chose to fight to the death but couldn't do much before they died. The huge faction was beginning to crumble. How did it become like this? How? Within a command center, Zhu Xiongba watched his troops collapsing, and his face turned pale as he gritted his teeth and bellowed in anger. He roared out, "Shit! Where's the reinforcement from the kingdom of God? Where are the troops they promised? Why aren't they here? A bunch of bastards that can't be trusted." Zhu Xiongba did not know that the troops he was awaiting had already been destroyed by Yu Zhong, and the underground city had long since fallen into Yu Zhong's hands. "Boss. What do we do now?" One of his trusted aides came over to ask Zhu Xiongba carefully. Zhu Xiongba looked at his crumbling troops and he knew that the situation had already spiraled out of control. He made his decision: retreat. Now that it's unfavorable, we have to retreat now. Convey my orders. Everyone is to retreat. Soon, Zhu Xiongba led 200 experts as they left the place, making their way towards their old location. As long as his core troops and experts were with him, he could establish another faction again. It was incredibly tough to obtain an entire regiment of 10,000 experts. However, it was relatively easy to pull together a 10,000-strong force. It was a common tactic used by many to expand their might. However, such a method would usually result in a motley crew, and they could at most be used to intimidate. The moment they lost, they would collapse. After Zhu Xiongba gave the order, most of the soldiers of the Thousand Hero Alliance began to throw down their weapons and surrendered. A large number were unwilling to surrender to the Snow Palace, as no men wanted to become slaves to the Snow Palace. This was the disadvantage of having a widely known discriminatory policy. Ochangjiang brought his men to assist Yu Zhong in capturing the surrendering troops, and pretty soon there were 3 large factions outside of Yang County. Yun Zigu and his forces managed to gather over 300 soldiers, and capturing 1,000 soldiers of the Thousand Hero Alliance. Yu Zhong gathered 700 over men, while his captives numbered the highest at 5,000 plus. Amongst his captives, there were Thousand Hero Alliance soldiers as well as Snow Palace male survivors. Some were even the female warriors of the Snow Palace. Shengguan Bingshui had rescued over 500 female Snow Palace soldiers, and captured 200 male survivors. Yu Zhong looked over at Yun Zigu and beckoned over, "Yun Zigu, become my subordinate and work for me." Yun Zigu was a hardy general that could fight, and he had a troop of elites under him. If they were absorbed into Yu Zhong's forces, Yu Zhong could gain another capable general. Yun Zigu hesitated before asking, "Yu Zhong, if I follow you, what will become of my brothers?" Yu Zhong chuckled and promised, "As long as you choose to follow me, your brothers are still considered your troops. You can immediately be drafted as a battalion of your own, and you'll be the commander." Yun Ziji's eyes flashed with a look of joy and he saluted, "Many thanks, leader. I'm willing to serve." Guining City's tyrant Yu Zhong, this name was widely known amongst the people of the Greater China Alliance. Some spoke well of him, others viewed him negatively, but almost everyone could agree that Yu Zhong was truly extremely capable and a charismatic leader. Guining City had already established some form of order, and the people within had resumed their lives similar to prior to the apocalypse. Compared to before the apocalypse, their quality of life might not be as good, but compared to Yang County, life in Guining City was almost heaven. Over at Yang County, the survivors were like dogs, and the ones on top lived at the expense of the ones below. For just one bread, women were willing to sell their bodies. For the sake of a packet of noodles, even friends could attack one another. In the underground city, there were over a few 10,000s of tons of food. However, Jin Xingcheng and the rest hoarded them like they were their own possessions, and were not willing to share them with the other survivors. That was why there was a famine. In this apocalypse, other than facing zombies, mutant beasts and the harsh weather conditions, a terrifying enemy was the shortage of food. As no food could be grown in the current conditions, it resulted in an anxiety in almost all the leaders of their own factions. Yu Zhong could relax only because he obtained the treasure of the grain tree. If he didn't have it, he would also be constantly worried about the food problem. Shengguan Bingshui looked at Yu Zhong and spoke coldly, "Hand over my Snow Palace people, I'll leave immediately." Yu Zhong replied directly, "Not an issue, but I want all the men from your Snow Palace." There was no use for the female soldiers because they wouldn't serve him wholeheartedly. Fine. Shengguan Bingshui replied coldly. In her eyes, a single woman was more important than 10 men. Release them. After they exchanged their captives, under the command of Shengguan Bingshui, the Snow Palace forces quickly left. They had no more left in them to continue the assault on Yang County, and there would only be deaths if they insisted on continuing. Yu Zhong quickly returned to Yang County to establish some form of order. With the gathered troops, Yu Zhong managed to bring the chaos and confusion under control. At the same time, under his orders, Yang County regained its stability. This was his first step in assuming control over this place with 110,000 survivors. Leader. The 1st Armored Battalion reports. 2 hours later, Hui came up, his fierce aura mixed with some military bearing radiated out as he stepped forward to salute Yu Zhong. After 2 months of tough training, this brother of Yu Zhong, Hui, had finally undergone some change, the hoodlum in him being washed away. He was now an incredibly valiant and capable commander. A number of tanks, IFVs and self-propelling rocket launchers, cannons and trucks rolled into Yang County. The fleet of advanced weaponry caused the survivors to stare in shock, their mouths agape. When O Changjiang saw the fleet rolling into Yang County, his expression was one of shock. What strength! Such advanced equipment. Just this one battalion is enough to wipe out the Greater China Alliance. Fortunately, I submitted early. Hui's armored battalion had truly transformed. Counting just the tanks, there were 24 of them. Such an armored battalion was truly terrifying, almost invincible. If the forces of the Greater China Alliance were to clash with Yu Zhong, just this armored battalion alone was enough to cause them to crumble almost instantly. He discovered many tanks rolling towards their location in a formation, and this armored division was something the Thousand Hero Alliance would not be able to fight even at its best conditions, not to mention when they had just suffered a terrible loss earlier. Their morale was low and they even lost many soldiers. Zhu Xiongba eyed the fleet of metal beats and gritted his teeth, spitting out with an ashen expression, "Fucking bastard! It's Yu Zhong. It's that tyrant." Within this region, it was only possible for Yu Zhong to possess such might. Only he could deploy such an arsenal at short notice. The rest of the smaller factions around would count themselves lucky if they even had an IFV. Even if they had tanks, many of them lacked the manpower to operate them. One of the officials asked with a terrified expression, "What do we do, boss?" Zhu Xiongba's expression was unsightly. "What else can we do? Hurry and escape. Bring the men and leave immediately. We have to forego this place. Let's go get another location." Abandoning this location which he painstakingly built up himself, was a huge blow to Zhu Xiongba. However, he had no choice. His men were not a match for Hui's elite armored battalion, and the difference in strength between both sides was as clear as heaven and earth. One of the higher officials hesitated before suggesting, "Boss, why don't we surrender to Yu Zhong? Based on our strength, he would definitely not mistreat us." Many of them were stirred when they heard that if they had to leave Old Chaoji County, they would have to lead uncertain lives again. Every day would be a struggle to search for food, and they would also have to face zombies and mutant beasts as well. They wanted secure and comfortable lives. "You want to betray me? You can go to hell." Zhu Xiongba's eyes flashed with a vicious light and he slashed out with his blade, chopping the miserable official in two. Fresh blood splattered everywhere, including on Zhu Xiongba, giving him a devil-like appearance. Zhu Xiongba stared coldly at the rest of his subordinates. "Yu Zhong is not Buddha. He's well known to be a tyrant. For the sake of controlling this county, he would definitely wipe you guys out. Furthermore, none of you are innocent. All of you have the blood of countless lives on your hands. Even if you submit to him, he will banish you guys to the scum battalion. Come with me. Leave this place and we have the chance to start over somewhere else. In the future we'll fight back and reclaim what belongs to us." "Yes, boss. We'll come with you." "I'll come with you." Under Zhu Xiongba's threats, the rest of the officials cried out, although somewhat unwillingly. "Let's go." Zhu Xiongba did not waste his breath and immediately brought his men out of the county. "What? Zhu Xiongba fled? Damn bastard, what a coward." Hui wanted to engage in a hearty battle, and when he received this news he felt a little depressed and disappointed. One of the intelligence officers asked, "Commander, do we chase after them?" Hui shook his head. "No. A dog will jump over a wall when cornered. Their strength is not considered weak. They have a few high-level evolvers. If we send too little troops they might retaliate. If we send more they can't chase up as well. Our current mission is to secure and control Ji County. Hui wanted very much to chase after the remnants of Zhu Xiongba's forces, but he knew clearly how hard it was to deal with high-level evolvers. In comparison, Yu Zhong's orders of controlling the town were more important. Once they lost this Ji County, Zhu Xiongba and the rest would find it hard to rise again. When Hu Yi's armored battalion entered Ji County, they immediately suppressed the outlaws who had made use of the opportunity to engage in troublemaking. They also brought the situation under control. They were followed by the 2nd and 3rd Battalion that were dispatched from Yang County as well, and like this, Yang County and Ji County both came under Yu Zhong's control. After gaining these two counties, Yu Zhong heaved a sigh of relief and came to a jail cell. Leader. One of the interrogators called Li Tsong immediately saluted when he saw Yu Zhong. Have they said anything? Yu Zhong asked Li Kong. Li Tsong handed a document to Yu Zhong. They've revealed plenty. These are the details they've spat out. Yu Zhong opened the document and took a careful look. The elite troops of the Kingdom of God were split into many layers. The soldiers in black uniforms were the lowest ranks. As for the ones in silver, they were called adjudicators. Every one of them was enhancers of at least level 20 and above. The next ranking was a force of judges, and these were enhancers of level 30 and above. Beyond that, they had the envoys in waiting. These envoys in waiting, or secondary envoys, must be evolvers. At the same time, they had to be at least level 40. If either of these two conditions was not met, then there was no way to rise to that rank. Above the secondary envoys were the divine envoys, and the highest ranks were the 12 apostles secondary only to God. The 12 futuristics helicopters were called Thunder Fighters and were the latest helicopters manufactured by the Kingdom of God. They used technology only available after the onset of the apocalypse. Their endurance, combat strength, weight, and defenses were all 3 times that of a Eurocopter. After initial tests they found out that even 14.5 mm bullets could not penetrate the hull of these helicopters, and only 20 mm cannons could possibly cause a dent in the armor. There was no way they could explode though. With these Thunder Fighters as their edge, they were swiftly replacing their Eurocopters. However, the current mode of transport in aerial combat was still the Eurocopter. This was because they were available from even before the apocalypse. As for the new Thunder Fighters, there was a huge requirement of manpower and resources. The Thunder Fighters were only used by those divine envoys or apostles. They were specialized for all sorts of combat, and could easily annihilate a small faction just to obtain their technology or blueprints. When Yu Zhong read up to here, his heart became heavy. The apocalypse had only begun for a year, yet the Kingdom of God had already reached the point of developing their own advanced technology, causing a huge gap between others and themselves. If they continued to develop like this, their technologies would far surpass any other powers, and they could easily dominate the entire globe. Chapter 522, Opportunity. Unedited. The capitals. If only I can get them under my control. Yu Zhong sighed in his heart with some bitterness. There were 2 blueprints in Yu Zhong's hands. One was the nucleus energy converter diagram, the other the laser gun design. If he could start manufacturing the items from these 2 blueprints, the might of his factions would grow by leaps and bounds. However, the technology over at Guangxi region was seriously lacking. It could not match with the capitals, and even if he wanted to get started on the manufacturing of the items, he could not. Based on the current rate of advance of technology, it would take at least another 15 years for there to be the slightest hope of developing the laser guns. However, after destroying the Greater China Alliance and Thousand Hero Alliance, Yu Zhong had gained some decent rewards. Outside of the 170,000 survivors, he had gained a powerful underground city with its own defense systems both under and above ground. The underground city was spacious, with various tunnels, and it could easily accommodate 300,000 survivors. There were even small factories inside, and given enough manpower and materials, they could produce 80,000 rounds of ammunition each month. Inside these factories, there was 8 months' worth of materials. That was to say that they could produce about 800,000 rounds of ammunition. Star. Leader. There are signs of strange movements from the zombie hordes over at Binqi City and Yenzhou region. The majority had been blown and scattered by the snowstorm. Please relay your instructions on our next move. Right as Yu Zhong was preparing to consolidate and reallocate the forces of the Greater China Alliance and Thousand Hero Alliance, Wei Ningguo suddenly came up to Yu Zhong and reported excitedly. What? Bring me the pictures. Yu Zhong's eyes brightened up. Yes. Soon a number of pictures were transmitted over at the underground city. The photographs showed Binqi City and Yenzhou, both that were crowded with zombies previously, were now largely free by more than half. When Yu Zhong took over Guining City, he had a few unmanned drones that could be used, and they were precisely sent to investigate the situations over at Binqi City and Yenzhou City. Yu Zhong swiftly passed his next order. Good. Good. Relay my next orders. Deploy Lang Sun City 2nd and 3rd Battalion. Guining City 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th and the Scum Battalion to gather at Yang County. Initially, the number of zombies over at the two cities had numbered over 5 million, and a horde of this size deterred Yu Zhong from making a frontal assault, as it would spell casualties of unknown proportions. However, the sudden snowstorm that blew over had caused a large number of them to be scattered, and this was a huge opportunity for Yu Zhong. He could easily take control of two cities at one go. If it hadn't been for that snowstorm, then Yu Zhong would have to take slow and painstaking steps to nibble at the hordes. Yes. Wei Ningguo replied excitedly. Under Yu Zhong's orders, his troops began to move in the direction of Yang County. Countless firearms, ammunitions, rations were all being transported towards Yang County. Other than the large trucks, there were survivors also pushing their handmade carts, helping to transport rations and uniforms as well as other equipment and logistics. Among Yu Zhong's establishments he had plenty of vehicles, but fuel was too precious in comparison, manpower was cheaper and much more abundant. Hence, the support and logistics divisions were made up of survivors. If he had the resources, Yu Zhong would make use of vehicles and trucks to transport them over. However, it was a matter of being prudent now. This upcoming battle was vital to the future of the entire Guangxi region. If Yu Zhong could not take down Yenzhou City, then the lack of ammunition would spell the demise of Guining City should there be a large-scale horde attack. The moment Guining City falls, it would be incredibly difficult for Yu Zhong to take on the Kingdom of God. Therefore, this was a battle he could not afford to lose. A large number of the evolved zombies were eliminated by the armored battalion, when all of a sudden the horde parted and 80 devourers of different levels pounced out, making their way towards the tanks, machine gun-mounted vehicles and IFVs. On top of that, there were 400 L3S and S3S shooting forward towards the 2nd Battalion led by Yu Zhong. Not good. Yu Zhong eyed those galloping L3S, S3S and devourers and his face fell. These were the elites of the evolved zombies, and a single L3 could destroy an elite force of soldiers without any heavy weapons. Machine guns were useless against them, and such horrifying existences could definitely decimate the 2nd Battalion of elites. Kill them all. Lightning white bones. Yu Zhong pointed towards the horde of L3S and S3S and roared out his order. With that, lightning turned into a flash of light and charged towards the L3. With its extreme speed, it could break the sound barrier, and as it charged through the battlefield, numerous L3S would be decapitated, their headless corpses slumping to the ground. White bones charged amongst the S3S, and as they tried to pounce on it to bite it, it released its bone blades from various parts of its body and spun viciously, slashing many of them into pieces. Tianhao, protect the ladies. Yu Zhong left an order and he charged towards the devourers. Tianhao, being a strength and agility type dual attribute evolver, stepped out silently to protect Ningyu Xin and the rest. He was a strong expert, and after Yu Zhong had given him a set of equipment as well as a Type 3 mutant beast hide, his combat prowess rose by 3 times. As long as he was not surrounded by any high-level zombies, he was definitely capable of protecting the women. Facing the devourers, the armored battalions unleashed all their projectiles, including the IFVs, which turned their firing targets towards the devourers. Many of them were instantly torn apart by the various firepower. However, due to their insane speed, many of them managed to leap onto the IFVs, and they tore apart the hulls, spitting out a poisonous fog that turned the soldiers within into zombies in a matter of seconds. Chapter 523, L4. Promotion to Level 70. Unedited. One of the IFVs was destroyed just like that at the hands of the Devourer. When Yu Zhong saw that, he was furious and immediately leapt into the air, channeling his devil flame. A huge ball of fire blasted towards the head of the Devourer, causing it to explode. Congratulations on achieving level 67, you've gained 2 attribute points to be allocated. Yu Zhong had disposed of 20 devourers in a short span of time, and absorbed a large amount of experience, thus stepping into level 67. The elites of the 2nd Battalion were also launching their skills towards the devourers. Large ice picks, sharp wind blades, terrifying fireballs and piercing air bubbles, there were even enhanced bullets that were all launched at the devourers. Many of the devourers were blasted into pieces or incinerated. Under the combined efforts of the experts in the 2nd Battalion, those devourers were annihilated quickly. Many of the experts also gained levels because of their slaughter of the devourers. Some of the brave soldiers managed to slaughter the other evolved zombies, causing large numbers of skill books and amounts of survivor coins to drop out. With the armored battalion acting as a temporary base, Yu Zhong's 2nd Battalion continued to advance in a frenzy. They crushed any evolved zombies that they came across, slicing the horde in two. At this time, the 3rd Battalion, together with Yun Ziji's command of Yang County's 1st Battalion, came engaging the other zombies in a violent clash. Under that continuous onslaught, large numbers of the evolved zombies were slowly being worn down by Yu Zhong's troops. The intense battle carried on throughout the night. Yu Zhong finally eradicated all of the 50,000 evolved zombies with his 4 battalions, before directly setting up camp outside Binchi City. Today's battle, we've destroyed 50,000 zombies. We lost a total of 117 soldiers. The expenditure of ammo. Within the temporary camp, XN Jiaro was reporting the details of the day's battle to Yu Zhong. Tough. A horde with a commander is truly hard to deal with. Yu Zhong frowned when he heard XN Jiaro's report. He had only managed to kill 50,000 zombies after an intense days of battle. His side had suffered losses as well. It was hard to deal with the loss of 117 elite soldiers. In the past, Yu Zhong could easily destroy a few dozen thousands of zombies. It was because they were ordinary zombies. Furthermore, they were usually squeezed together, making it easy for their heavy artillery to hit. That was how they achieved efficient results. As for the evolved zombies, while the heavy artillery was still useful, it was not as effective. The more the numbers of the enemy, the stronger the effect of the heavy artillery. With lesser enemies, then the area of effect of the heavy cannons would be less effective. Yu Zhong silently came to a decision. This will not do. I need to deal with the Z-type in Binchi City. Otherwise, even if we conquer it successfully, we will lack the strength to proceed to Yenzhou City. The 50,000 zombies today had been sent out as an advance party by the Z-type within Binchi City. Inside the city, there were sure to be many more evolved zombies protecting the Z-type. Yu Zhong had the confidence to conquer the city when the rest of the troops arrived. However, that would take up too much time and the casualty rate might rise as well. After making the decision, Yu Zhong made some preparations and left towards Binchi City by himself. Yu Zhong had many experts under his command, that was true. However, to scout Binchi City he felt that he was the best choice. If there was a need, he could activate his bone-encompassing armor, and make use of the bone spikes to dodge the zombie horde. If he brought men he would be worried about their safety. Are all the zombies already gathered? Yu Zhong entered Binchi City and surveyed his surrounding. He shot out a piece of bone spike, propelling him up on top of a roof. Yu Zhong's hands shot out bone spikes that supported him as he scaled the sides of the tall buildings, searching for signs of the zombie horde. After searching for a long time, he finally discovered a huge sea of zombies gathered at the center of Binchi City. They're there. Yu Zhong stood atop a building and looked down at the vast sea of zombies, and determined the location of the Z-type. The Z-types were like the top echelons of human hierarchy. They were fearful of death. They would stay within the protection of their strongest subordinates. Yu Zhong laid on top of the skyscraper and kept his gaze fixed on the center. When he concentrated, his eyes became powerful enough to absorb all the information even from a distance. The image of the city center became like a feed to him as it entered his eyes, and he scanned all the information for the targets he required. While the night enhancement ability did not do much to help Yu Zhong in his constitution, it gifted him with strange skills in the dark of the night. One of them was to enhance his vision in the night to an overpower level. Level 70 Type 4 Strength, Evolved Infected L4. It possesses immense strength and powerful defenses. It has the ability to infect, affecting any life forms. Level 65 Type 4 Agility, Evolved Infected S4. A monster with terrifying speed. It has the ability to infect, affecting any life forms. Yu Zhong saw the two species of Type 4 zombies. The L4 type was huge, towering at 4m, looking like a building. Its entire body was covered with a layer of black scales, and it had huge blocks for hands. The S4 was a green freak that had huge powerful thighs and sharp claws. It was about 1.5 m or 1.6 m tall. The two types of zombies surrounded a huge supermarket, and there were about 10 of the L4S, but almost 200 of the smaller S4S. Other than those L4S and S4S, the large supermarket contained over 20 level 70 devourers. 200 L3S and 500 other S3S filled the place as well. Such an evolved troop of zombies were all surrounding the supermarket, protecting the center. The defenses were extremely tight and no one would be able to just charge in like this. Yuzhong observed the surroundings and discovered nothing that he could use. He sank into deep thought for a moment, before using both his hands to aim at the entrance of the supermarket and activated his devil flame. In an instant, two balls of blazing flames shot towards the ground like wrath from heavens and enveloped the L4S, S4S and devourers. Yuzhong's devil flame was the bane of the zombies after all, and while the exterior of the L3S and L4S could withstand the heat, their brains would definitely be turned to mush. Hence, when the two balls of flames landed on the horde, it instantly caused chaos among the evolved zombies. The L3S and L4S began to charge outwards, while many S4S and S3S were turned into ash by the devil flame. Right at this time, a shrill and sharp howl sounded from the large supermarket. Countless zombies began to charge towards the location, intending to answer to the calls of help. However, many of the L3S, L4S, S3S and S4S were still burning from the devil flame, and were stuck together. Nothing could move. The zombies were in a state of confusion and fear, and many swarmed to jump into the burning flames, intending to use their corpses to vanquish the flames. Yuzhong continued to release two huge tornadoes of flames downwards, while the evolved zombies continued to rush into the flames, sending themselves into oblivion. The strong L3S, L4S, S3S and S4S were all squeezed tightly by the rest of the horde, unable to move. They could only struggle helplessly as the devil flames consumed them. At the same time, under the shrill call of help from the Z-type in the supermarket, the terrifying devourers also leapt into the burning flames, meeting their end. Numerous highly evolved zombies were turned into ash just like that, and huge amounts of experience orbs rushed into Yuzhong, causing him to charge through levels. Ordinarily, Yuzhong would find it extremely tough to deal with either an L4 or S4. However, because they were squeezed and had no way of escaping, they could only stay there helplessly as they burnt. Chapter 524, Promotion. Second Order Devil Flame. Unedited. If Yuzhong had encountered 200 Type 4 zombies or even those level 70 devourers, he did not have the confidence to deal with them. Yuzhong saw the Type 4 evolved zombies and devourers jump out from the supermarket and waved his hands. A huge devil flame tornado blasted towards the second level of the supermarket. He had to force the Z-type out. Under the pressure of Yuzhong's blazing tornadoes, the entire second level was covered in flames, creating a burning hell. It didn't appear. The Z-type should be within those zombies that jumped out just now. With a thought, his eyes swept over the fleeing group of Type 4 zombies. He concentrated his spirit, and his pupils constricted, and the entire scene was taken in. Those 200 zombies that had escaped from the supermarket were now gathered in a tight bunch, making their escape in a hurry. A sudden shrill scream sounded from the group of 200 Type 4 zombies, and the surrounding horde immediately made way, creating a path for the group to run. Yuzhong waved his hands as he watched the escaping zombies, and his swift shadow bike appeared beside him. He quickly adjusted the cannons on the bike and fired rapidly at the zombies. All of a sudden, thousands of projectiles bombarded the horde of zombies. Under the assault of the cannons, holes were blasted in the bodies of the S4S, and even some devourers were injured as well. However, the rounds only bounced off the scaly defenses and exploded without hurting the zombies, not even shaking them in the slightest. These zombies are truly fearsome. Yuzhong sucked in a breath of cold air as he watched the bullets having no effect on the tank-like L4S. The L4's armor could not even be pierced by the bullets from a Gatling cannon. The only weapons available to men that could possibly threaten it were heavy rockets, tanks, and missiles. Even the IFVs would be useless against them, only serving to be hammered. The bullets seemed to have frightened the Z-type and it suddenly screamed. Under that rallying call, a few hundred Type 3 zombies charged over and surrounded it. Got it? Within that darkness, Yu Zhong's eyes were unparalleled. He instantly located the source of the scream, with many of the zombies around shuddering at the time of the scream. Only one L4 was special, not moving even after that rallying cry. After locking onto his target, Yu Zhong fired out a bone spike, supporting him towards the direction of the Z-type. At the same time, he waved his hands and a fearsome fiery tornado was sent in the direction of the Z-type. As though it had sensed the danger, the Z-type immediately screeched out. A number of S3S and S4S leaped up to take the blow. They were burnt black as a result. A number of the L4S and S4S were also assembled around the Z-type, acting as some form of meat shield. The terrifying devil flame tornado burnt for a while, incinerating the brains of the Type 4 zombies. Yu Zhong activated his shadow steps atop the building and his speed exceeded a Type 2 lightning. It was almost 22 times that of an ordinary person. In just 10 mere seconds he had managed to catch up to the group of zombies. He jumped down from the building, aiming at the opposite roof. He shot out some silk from the spider silk ring, and he swung towards the zombies like Spider-Man. There were 2 S4S remaining and they jumped high into the air. Their obscene leg muscles enabled them to reach a height of 15 m, and they slashed out viciously at Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong immediately responded by firing 2 bone spikes with just a thought, slicing the 2 S4S in two, their blood spraying everywhere. After Yu Zhong took down the 2 S4S, he waved his hand to send out another devil flame tornado towards the L4S that surrounded the Z-type. Urged by fear, the Z-type hiding in the body of the L4 continued to screech out sharply, as a powerful spirit attack was launched towards Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong's spirit and endurance had reached a powerful degree. He only frowned a little when the attack landed on him. At the next moment, the fiery devil flame tornado enveloped the entire body of the L4, cooking it. The L4's body could even block cannons, so the level 4 devil flame had no way of breaking down the body. Just as the devil flame was burning, a hole appeared in the body of the L4. The Z2 hiding within immediately jumped out in a bid to escape. Go to hell. Yu Zhong immediately waved his hand to envelop the Z2 with his devil flame when he saw it jumped out. The Z2 screamed out and was incinerated within seconds. The moment the Z2 died, the entire horde began breaking apart. The remaining zombies started to escape in various directions. As for the Type 3 and Type 4 evolved zombies, they began to pounce towards Yu Zhong. The scent of fresh meat and blood was the strongest attraction to them. The spider silk in Yu Zhong's hand allowed him to be pulled back up the roof, and escape from the clutches of the zombies. He had cast the devil flame many times in succession and the toll on his spirit and stamina was huge. It was not that he could not continue fighting against the zombies, but it was too dangerous. If he was not careful, he might be swallowed by the zombies. Yu Zhong then made his way towards the supermarket entrance, where the flames were starting to die out. All around the entrance there was ash and a few L4 corpses. The devil flame had easily consumed the zombies other than the L4S. Since the L4 had incredibly tough defenses, it would take more time with the burning to turn the L4 into ash. Yu Zhong made use of the spider silk to swing himself towards the entrance of the supermarket, where he picked up over 20 skill books, 10 green treasure boxes, 25 white treasure boxes, and 2,000 survivor coins. After keeping the loot, he disappeared into the night. When he went back to the camp, he started to go through the loot thoroughly. Alright, I made a killing this time. As he counted, his eyes were filled with joy. In taking the risk to kill the Z-type, his spoils were truly abundant. He had gotten a total of 25 skill books, of which there were 8 level 2 skills, 13 level 3 skills, and 4 level 4 skills. Among the level 3 skill books, there were the Werewolf Transformation, Wereleopard Transformation, Wercat Transformation, Forest Ranger Transformation, Flame Storm, Ice Spear, Summon Grizzly Bear, Gravity Manipulation, Steel Body, Clone Technique, Stealth, Bide, Element Shield. Of the level 4 skill books, there were the Second Order Stamina Solidification, Second Order Devil Flame, Second Order High Speed Movement, Second Order Steel Body. Level 3 skill book. Ice Spear. Congeals a powerful spear of ice to attack enemies. Consumes 30 spirit. Non-specialized users can only use the skill once per day. Level 3 skill book. Summon Grizzly Bear. Summons a powerful grizzly bear to attack enemies. Consumes 20 spirit. Level 3 skill book. Steel Body. Passive skill. Upon learning it, user's body will become stronger and tougher. Requires endurance to be at least 120 to learn. Level 3 skill book. Clone Technique. Consumes 40 spirit to produce a clone. The user can see what clone sees at the same time. The clone has 10% of the attributes of the original. The clone is not able to utilize skills. Level 3 Skill Book Bide. Expends 30 stamina to attack out with 3 times the penetrative power. Level 3 Skill Book Element Shield. Consumes 30 spirit to produce an elemental magic shield to protect the user. It can defend against all elemental attacks. Level 4 Skill Book Second Order Stamina Solidification. Upon learning, stamina increased by 55 points permanently. Requires the skill Stamina Solidification of level 3 and above. Expends 2 skill points. Level 4 Skill Book Second Order High Speed Movement. Active skill. Increases agility by 80 points when active. Duration of 5 minutes. Requires the skill High Speed Movement of level 3 and above. Expends 2 skill points. Level 4 Skill Book Second Order Steel Body. Allows the user to have a body as tough as metal. Requires the skill Steel Body of level 3 and above. Expends 2 skill points. Yu Zhong held the skill books in his hands and pondered for a while, before deciding to learn the steel body and clone technique. 2 bright lights flashed, and 2 additional bronze runes of information appeared in his mind. After learning the steel body skill, Yu Zhong's body coupled with his 181 points of endurance became incredibly tough. He was now impervious to even heavy caliber bullets. He had become even more powerful. Of course, even if the heavy caliber bullets could not penetrate his body, the recoil and impact were not negligible. It would still be able to cause some degree of harm. Of the 10 green treasure boxes, 6 had ordinary level 3 treasures, while the remaining 4 produced level 4 treasures. One of them was the Falcon Sniper. Level 4 treasure, Black Wind Hook. Extremely sharp hook. Level 4 treasure, Black Steel Mace. A huge mace weighing over a ton. There's no defense it cannot break and no item it cannot smash. Level 4 treasure, Gauntlet of Strength. Upon equipping, plus 15 strength. Yu Zhong equipped the Gauntlet of Strength and his strength raised by 5, exchanging with the Glove of Strength. His strength now reached 100 points and was just perfectly at 10 times a normal person's strength. The night passed peacefully, as the zombies hid within the city after losing their Z-type commander. None dared come out to attack Yu Zhong. Early the next morning, Hui led the armored battalion to launch an assault on Binqi City. Inside Binqi City there were numerous zombies but they lacked all form of order. Instead they had become easy fodder taken out by the armored battalion and the experts under Yu Zhong. At the same time the reinforcements arrived quickly, charging into the fray. The pressure mounted against the zombies in Binqi City, as the elite troops and army of Yu Zhong continued to slaughter their way within. With the constant reinforcements the entire cleanup took about a week. Only then Binqi City became free of zombies. Congratulations, you have conquered Binqi City and obtained the title, Binqi City Conqueror. This title grants you 2 points increase in all attributes. The title can't be earned again. Effects of titles can be stacked. You have brought troops and conquered Binqi City, gaining 3 levels, and obtaining 6 attribute points to be allocated. You have brought troops and conquered Binqi City, earning 10,000 survivor coins. You have brought troops and conquered Binqi City, earning a level 4 defense vest. You have brought troops and conquered Binqi City, earning 1 additional skill point. When Yu Zhong's forces cleared Binqi City of the zombies, a number of notifications rang out in his mind. Great! Evolve Second Order Devil Flame. The moment Yu Zhong heard the notifications, he exclaimed out in surprise and chose to evolve his Devil Flame. The skill book Second Order Devil Flame in his hands disappeared into his mind. At the same time 2 skill points were deducted and transformed into light, merging with the skill book. The merged light flashed and turned green, inscribing more characters on the bronze rune of the Devil Flame. The moment the mysterious characters were finished inscribing, another notification resounded in Yu Zhong's mind. Congratulations, your Devil Flame has evolved to its second order stage. Chapter 525, Pointing Towards Yanzhou. Unedited. When Yu Zhong's Devil Flame skill had evolved, he casually conjured out a Devil Flame ball with a thought. The second order Devil Flame was more than twice as strong as the Devil Flame at its level 4 stage, when comparing the similar spirit expenditure. Back at Guining City, the city was back to its usual hustle and bustle, and not a single idle person could be seen. Machines were constantly chugging and countless factory workers were hard at work manufacturing clothes, weapons, canned meat, packing rations and other supplies. The entire city's survivors had been activated, fulfilling their individual roles as gears of a larger machine in preparation for war. In the midst of their busy actions, there was a slight anxiety among the survivors. Many of them knew of Yu Zhong's operation of deploying his huge army to battle the zombies. This was a vital fight that would determine the future of Guining City. If he won, Yu Zhong's might would increase exponentially. However, if he lost, he would suffer terribly, and all sorts of characters would leap out to take a bite. Yu Zhong had a huge amount of prestige in Guining City, but likewise, there were enemies in the shadows. There were even certain people within his army hoping for his failure. Inside a small room, 5 men were gathered secretly in a discussion. One middle-aged man spoke. Binqi City has over 2 million zombies, while Yenzhou City has over 3 million. Adding them together, there's at least 6 million zombies. That guy only has a 10,000-strong army, how can he win? A young evolver laughed coldly. Humph. Yu Zhong sure is a retard. He thought that just because his troops repelled the previous zombie horde attack, they're suddenly invincible. He's too full of himself. He was just lucky the previous time. This time his luck sure is to run out. Another burly and tan man chuckled as well. Precisely. Once he loses, we can act. By that time the entire Guining City, as well as the Guangxi region, will be ours. At various corners of Guining City, small gatherings like this were ongoing, discussing the possibility of usurping Yu Zhong. At this time Guining City was under the strict rule of Yu Zhong and his subordinates. All these little factions had no way of stepping out to show themselves. However, should Yu Zhong fall, they would seize the chance. One soldier rode a bike all the way into Guining City, and brought explosive news. Leader Yu Zhong had conquered Binqi City with the troops. The entire Binqi City is under our control now. Long live Yu Zhong. Awesome. We gained another city. This exciting news caused the entire Guining City to be in an uproar, as numerous survivors roared with delight. Conquering a city meant that all the resources in the city prior to the apocalypse would land in Yu Zhong's faction. These survivors would definitely stand to benefit, and their future would seem even brighter. Furthermore, the fact that Yu Zhong had the strength to conquer a major city meant that it would not be impossible to conquer a second or third one. This caused even more reverence, hope and trust in Yu Zhong from the survivors of Guining City. Shit, he actually conquered Binqi City. That's a place with 2 million fucking zombies. How the heck did he accomplish it so easily? Is he still human? Upon hearing the news of Yu Zhong conquering Binqi City, those small groups with motives began to feel despair. They did not know that most of the zombies in Binqi City had been blown away by the snowstorm. When they heard that Yu Zhong conquered the city, their hearts were filled with helplessness and despair. If Yu Zhong were to continue his victorious streak like that, his rule would just become even more concrete. No one would be able to shake him from his position. Those smaller factions hidden amongst the ordinary survivors would never get the chance to display their might. With the passage of time, a number of troops were mobilized and sent to Binqi City. There was currently an elite regiment of over 10,000 elites within Binqi City now. This elite regiment was not made of some riffraff. Every single one of them had been through countless battles. They have killed their share of human enemies as well as zombies and have shed their blood. This elite troop was used to control Guangxi as well as Vietnam, and they could handle a 100,000-strong zombie horde as well. Inside a meeting hall, many commanders and captains were gathered. Yu Zhong sat at the helm and was overseeing the meeting. Yu Zhong glanced at Hu Yi and asked, "This time I've gathered everyone as I want to prepare to set off for Yenzhou City. Hu Yi, is the Guining 1st Battalion still in its prime condition?" Hu Yi's 1st Battalion was the mechanized infantry battalion as well as the vanguard strike force in Yu Zhong's troops. They had helped to storm Ji County and Binqi City, and their experience and gains were not small. Likewise, they had expended quite a bit of energy. Human soldiers were not zombies and could get tired or exhausted. They would not be able to fight forever unlike the zombies. Hu Yi answered with a voice of confidence, "Yes. Our 1st Battalion is willing to be the vanguard in assaulting Yenzhou City." After the constant battles, the combat strength of Hu Yi's 1st Battalion had truly grown. At the same time, they had increased their forces to accommodate over 1,000 soldiers. This was the basis for Hu Yi's confidence. Chai Zitsang spoke up as well. The 1st Battalion had just taken down Binqi City, they should rest for a moment. Leader, the Guining 5th Battalion is willing to be the vanguard and take down Yenzhou for you. Qin Xinggang also spoke up enthusiastically. Leader, our 8th Battalion had not done anything yet, our bones are about to rot. Let us be the vanguard and obtain Yenzhou for you. Leader, our 9th Battalion will take down Yenzhou. One by one the commanders began to seek for Yu Zhong's deployment of their forces. Yu Zhong's establishments focused on military merits. Only through merits would one stand a chance to rise in rank and obtain more forces and resources. Many of the commanders knew that Hu Yi had been the main strike force in the operation to take down Binqi City, and would expand further after the battle for Yenzhou. This time it was unknown how many more commanders there would be, and who would even rise to become a regiment commander. Hence, many of them wanted better prospects for themselves and their subordinates. This army is truly valiant. Inside the meeting room, Qin Xingyong looked at the forces and thought to himself in envy. In this apocalypse, many of the large factions would have their smaller cliques within. Some of them would work together sometimes, others would try to stay back during operations to protect their strength in case they lost them. When Yu Zhong was in Vietnam, the Chinese Association was like this. Even when Qin Xingyong was at the helm of his power, he had people who would give excuses not to take part in the operations in lieu of the big picture. They had instead chosen to preserve their strength. That led to their own downfall. Yu Zhong eyed all his commanders with appreciation and hollered a command, "Good." For this battle, the 1st Battalion, 4th Battalion, 8th Battalion and 9th Battalion would form a joint strike force. The 5th Battalion would move to defend Qishan District, the 11th Battalion to defend Jushan District, Lang Sun 3rd Battalion to defend Heshan District, and the rest is to assemble as reinforcements. Await further orders. Yu Zhong then glanced around and spoke seriously, "This battle we can only win, there can be no failure." Yes. Everyone responded in a resounding voice. Upon receiving Yu Zhong's order, the troops began to prepare, as they set off for their individual objectives. Yu Zhong then went to the command center and asked one of the officers, "What is the situation over there now?" The officer immediately brought up a display for Yu Zhong. "Leader, there are countless droves of zombies moving towards Yenzhou. Please take a look." Yu Zhong looked at the screen and frowned. On the screen, many waves of zombies were currently making their way towards the direction of Yenzhou. These were those zombies that had been in Binqi City in Yenzhou, but were blown away by the snowstorm. The smaller droves numbered a few dozen thousands, while the larger hordes numbered in the 100,000s. The moment these zombies gathered at Yenzhou, then there would be a total of over 3 million zombies. It would then become a city that was almost impregnable. Yu Zhong only had a force of 10,000. His ammunition was lacking. Using frontal assault against 3 million zombies would be a fool's dream. It was precisely because of this that Yu Zhong had no choice but to deploy his forces to take down Yenzhou. They had to eliminate the zombies within Yenzhou first. However, the expedition on Binqi City had taken over 9 days. As for Yenzhou, the gathered zombies were already numbering in the 400,000s. Every day the numbers were increasing in the dozens and hundreds of thousands. The officer pointed to the screen and explained, "Based on the current situation, these 3 main hordes of zombies would enter Yenzhou in another 3 days. The moment they enter, the total number of zombies in Yenzhou would cross 1 million. Yu Zhong looked at the screen and thought to himself, "We need to take down Yenzhou in the next 3 days. At the very least, I need to force the death of the Z-type there." He handed the command of the place over before stepping out. All of a sudden he felt a sudden strange feeling in his mind and he lifted his head. He discovered a huge Type 2 Green Eagle flying in the distance, and there was a huge transport aircraft and an assault helicopter beside it. "Greenie." Yu Zhong saw the Type 2 Green Eagle and his eyes lit with joy before he ordered loudly, "Do not fire." Under his command, no anti-air defenses were activated, and the huge bird, as well as the 2 aircraft, landed. The moment Greenie landed, it began to snuggle against Yu Zhong with its head affectionately. "Good. Good. This is for you." Yu Zhong exclaimed with joy and handed a whole bunch of Type 2 nuclei and Type 3 nuclei to Greenie. Chapter 526, Attacking Yenzhou. Unedited. When Greenie saw those nuclei, it also immediately swallowed them in joy. It gobbled up the 20 over Type 2 nuclei and 3 Type 3 nuclei before its body shuddered. It then laid on the ground and fell asleep, undergoing evolution. When most mutant beasts go through evolution, they would do so in their own nests or amongst their own kind to be protected. Greenie had been tamed by Yu Zhong and had always stayed beside him to evolve. He trusted Yu Zhong very much. At the same time, two beautiful women walked out from the aircraft carrier. They were Ji Qingwu and Yao Yao. Other than them, there were 20 soldiers that followed behind, each of them carrying a huge bloody aura. Yu Zhong saw Ji Qingwu and Yao Yao and his eyes lit up in joy. "Qingwu, Yao Yao. You guys are here too." Ji Qingwu glanced at Yu Zhong and asked, "Lu Wen and Yatong are asking when are you going back?" Although her tone was mild, Yu Zhong could detect the slightest dissatisfaction. It was obvious that even Ji Qingwu was begrudging him for staying so long at Guangxi. Currently Yu Zhong had 3 huge territories: Guangxi, Vietnam and Longhai. Of them, Guangxi had the most number of survivors and had the highest potential to expand and develop. Yu Zhong had been staying over here for so long, the people in Longhai City were getting restless. After all, Yu Zhong had established his place at Longhai first. If Yu Zhong stayed at Guangxi for too long, then there was a potential for Guangxi to become the major base for Yu Zhong's government. Yu Zhong chuckled, "Yanzhou. After we conquer Yanzhou, I'll go back." Yanzhou was of the utmost priority to Yu Zhong now. The moment he conquered it, his establishments would get a constant supply of arms and ammunition. At the same time, with Yanzhou, he would finally have a proper military base. Ji Qingwu grunted mildly in reply, before pointing towards the 20 soldiers and introduced them. "These 20 are the elites of the special forces. Every single one of them is above level 50 and they're here to do your bidding." "Great." Yu Zhong eyed them and exclaimed his appreciation. Enhancers that could reach level 50 and above were truly the elite amongst elites. They must have killed countless zombies and mutant beasts. Each of them could easily kill 200 or 300 zombies. The stronger ones could even take on 1,000 on their own with no problems. Such a force was truly equivalent to an infantry battalion. Ji Qingwu asked, "I read the report on the way here. There's a huge horde moving towards Yanzhou, and the numbers seem to exceed 1,000,000. What are your plans?" Yu Zhong replied seriously, "Deploy every force we have to launch a full assault on Yanzhou. We must conquer it before the zombie horde gathers fully. We'll have to eliminate the Z-type in there." "Do you have the confidence?" she challenged. Yu Zhong chuckled assuredly, "I have 70% confidence that we can take it down." This time Yu Zhong had brought out all his trump cards. There were 40 tanks, the self-propelling rocket launchers, 155mm cannons, red arrows, IFVs and all sorts of modern weaponry. Each of them had ammunition that stacked like mountains. He had also deployed his force of over 10,000 elite soldiers. These soldiers could definitely hold their own against the ordinary zombies. Although there were over tens of thousands of evolved zombies within Yanzhou, Yu Zhong wasn't worried. Hui led the 1st Armored Battalion, the 4th Battalion, 8th Battalion and 9th Battalion into the entrance of Yanzhou. 200,000 evolved zombies immediately charged towards them like huge waves on the sea. Yu Zhong's troops had already done their preparations and dug up numerous trenches. They had also constructed some simple traps and obstructions, including steel beams, wire meshes and even road cones. The sea of zombies had just rushed out and was instantly met with an intense volley of fire. Rocket rounds and heavy artillery bombarded the zombies, obliterating huge numbers of them at one go. The entire battlefield shook consistently as though it was struck by an earthquake. The intense firing did not cease. Under that volley of bullets and heavy rounds, many zombies were blasted to pieces. An L3 was invulnerable to guns and bullets. Even heavy machine guns would not be able to take it down easily. If such a terrifying zombie was given enough space to wreak havoc, it could easily take down an entire squad of soldiers. Yet, such existences found it hard to hold up against that endless rain of heavy artillery, many bombed to bits and pieces. Within the horde, a 4M tall L4 was charging towards the soldiers like a tank. A round from the self-propelled rocket launchers exploded on the body of the L4. As the blast roared out, the huge L4 was immediately blasted apart, its head rolling to one side. It was taken out. The might of the modern weaponry were truly effective against the zombies that were packed tightly together, and countless zombies were incinerated as the firing went on. What a pity. If only I had enough cannons and ammunition. The zombies would be nothing. Yu Zhong stood at the front lines and watched the countless evolved zombies being turned to dust, and shook his head. If only they had an unlimited ammunition supply, they could just support a modern army to eradicate even millions and tens of millions of zombies. After the heavy artillery bombarded the entire area once and blanketed the entire area, the huge sea of zombie was almost reduced to nothing. By the time it ended, there were only about 60,000 evolved zombies left on the battlefield. A total of 140,000 zombies had been wiped out in the volley of fire. Among the 60,000 zombies, there were still about 4 L4S and 50 L3S. These L4 zombies were huge and garnered the attention of everyone present due to their freakish size. The remaining 60,000 continued their charge towards the humans. There were no Z-types among them, and even if they were eradicated, they would still not feel despair or fear. This was the terrifying point of zombies. The faster S-types managed to reach the humans first. In their charge, they would be entangled in the countless wire meshes and fell to the ground, before they were grounded to paste by the zombies behind them. After the various ground traps had served their purpose in stopping many S-types, the L3S easily tore through them, pulling them up from the ground. At various areas around the battlefield, the steel wires, bars and traps would hamper the S-types. The moment they were caught in the traps, they would be fired upon by the human soldiers. However, the situation did not last long, as with the charge of the L3S, which pulled with their might, all the traps were either ripped from the ground or torn apart. The evolved zombies then continued to charge towards the humans. Another round of heavy artillery blasted towards the L3 and L4S. Other than those rounds, all other ammunition was basically ineffective. Countless bullets and heavy machine gun fire would just ricochet off the bodies of the L3S and L4S, not hurting them in the slightest. Even the impact from the 12.7mm bullets from could not shake the L3S at all. As for the L4S, they basically did not feel anything from such rounds. Powerful. Yu Zhong looked at those L3S and L4S and thought to himself. The L3S and L4S demonstrated their usefulness that outstripped the S4S on the battlefield. They were like indestructible tanks and could tear apart anything that blocked their way. Especially the L4S, which could flip tanks easily. Come with me. Jianghu watched the L3S and L4S and immediately charged towards them like a gust of wind. Yao Yao and the 20 enhancers over level 50 immediately followed behind, their strike as sharp as a sword. Tell the 1st Battalion 2nd Company to stop. Yu Zhong saw Jianghu and the rest charging and immediately gave the order to an officer beside him. After that, his own figure flashed towards their direction. Against the terrifying L4S, Yu Zhong was still concerned about the safety of Jianghu and the rest. With the tremendous strength of the L4S, if even a fist were to land on Yu Zhong, he would be heavily injured. As for others whose endurance was not high, even an evolver would die the moment a fist from the L4 landed. However, Jianghu's performance led Yu Zhong's expression to brighten. Her body flashed about gracefully as she leaped into the midst of the zombie horde like a fairy, a green-colored divine sword in her hand streaking with a long blade light. Countless shadows were emitted from her blade as she danced apart, and each time the blade shadows touched the L3S, their heads would be sliced off, with blood spraying everywhere. She continued to weave in and out of the zombie horde, and many L3 heads flew. She quickly arrived in front of an L4 and dodged the incoming blow with ease. Her feet lit up with some faint green light, and she leaped all the way to the head of the L4 before she slashed down viciously, and the blade actually penetrated the skull of the L4. Strong. Yu Zhong saw how Jianghu actually slaughtered an L4 with a single move, and could not help but praise in his heart. Jianghu's abilities were obviously close combat focused, but the fact that they could complement her swordplay and movement, that was truly terrifying. As long as she got close, Yu Zhong knew that no one under his command was a match for her. On the other side, Yao Yao's body transformed into a streak of light that surpassed the speed of lightning when it was Type 2, charging straight through the zombies. She somehow appeared on top of an L4 as well, and her hand carried a black shadow about 1 meter long that pierced the L4's head. Chapter 527, Unstoppable. Unedited. The black light spun furiously, all the way till it penetrated the skull of the L4, and proceeded to grind the contents to mash. After killing that L4, Yao Yao's face was slightly pale. She grabbed the treasure that dropped from her kill, before disappearing from the midst of zombies. On the other side, after Jianghu had disposed of the L4, she also retreated quickly. The two of them had used their strong skills to instantly take out two L4s, and the consumption of stamina and spirit was naturally high. As they were retreating, huge blades of wind and blazing spears of flame bombarded the zombies. They were also supported by enhanced bullets and manipulated vines, clearing the way for Jianghu and Yao Yao through the crowd of L3s. It was obvious that the teamwork of this elite team was extremely coordinated and flawless. They were formed with Jianghu and Yao Yao as the core fighting members, and the rest as support. As the experts were helping Jianghu and Yao Yao to retreat, Yu Zhong waved his hand. A devil flame spear of blazing temperatures surpassing its previous form was sent towards the head of one L4 in a flash of light. With a loud explosion, the devil flame spear combusted, incinerating the head of the L4 instantly, leaving a headless corpse. The huge bulky zombie slumped to the ground. Strong. The elite soldiers saw Yu Zhong taking the L4 like nothing and their hearts ran cold. Not one of them had the ability to do what Yu Zhong did. After destroying the L4 in 1 second, Yu Zhong waved his hand, and a number of devil flame balls conjured out of thin air, exploding on the heads of the L3s. The sounds of explosions rang out constantly, and the remaining L3s were all taken out easily by Yu Zhong. After his devil flame evolved, it had become even more terrifying. Killing the L3s no longer needed the devil flame spear, any one fireball would do the job. When the L4s and L3s were all taken care of by Yu Zhong, the remaining zombies were impeded by the various traps, and could not display their might. Yu Zhong's forces just continued unleashing heavy fire, slaughtering as many as they could. Yu Zhong had brought all the ammunition and weapons he amassed to this battle at Yanzhou, hence his troops did not spare any expense and just fired at will. Even if the evolved zombies were at least 10 times stronger than the ordinary zombies, or even a 100 times, under that fearsome fire by Yu Zhong's troops, they were blasted to bits. Soon after, the Tianxing County's 1st Battalion, Longting County's 1st Battalion were brought into the fray. The intense battle went on for an entire day, and Yu Zhong's army expended a huge amount of their ammunition before finally eliminating all 60,000 evolved zombies. After eradicating the zombies, Yu Zhong's forces continued into Yanzhou. Congratulations, you have conquered Yanzhou and obtained the title, Yanzhou Conqueror. This title grants you 2 points increase in all attributes. The title can't be earned again. Effects of titles can be stacked. You have brought troops and conquered Yanzhou, gaining 3 levels and obtaining 6 attribute points to be allocated. You have brought troops and conquered Yanzhou, earning 10,000 survivor coins. You have brought troops and conquered Yanzhou, earning a level 4 defense vest. You have brought troops and conquered Yanzhou, earning 1 additional skill point. The moment Yu Zhong set foot in Yanzhou, a flurry of notifications rang out in his mind. When Yu Zhong heard it, he was alarmed. Shit! Did the Z-type in Yanzhou escape? One officer came up to him and quickly reported, "Leader! The Z-type in Yanzhou had escaped. They're currently fleeing towards the direction of Heshan district." The unmanned tactical drones had been monitoring the movements of the zombies and discovered about 100,000 evolved zombies escaping. Yu Zhong's face fell and quickly ordered out ruthlessly, "Shit! We cannot let them converge with the horde at that side, otherwise the consequences will be dire. Relay my order, get Qing Xingyong to hold out. They had better protect Heshan. If the 2 hordes join forces, I'll see that his head rolls." There was a total of 400,000 zombies moving towards Heshan district, and the moment the Z-type was allowed to gather those ordinary zombies, it would pose a huge threat to Yanzhou. In Heshan, when Qing Xingyong received the order from Yu Zhong, he laughed bitterly and grumbled, "We have only 2,000 men here, how can we withstand 100,000 evolved zombies?" One sentry officer stepped up to suggest, "Captain, why don't we take our men and escape? We'll die if we stay here. I suspect that Yu Zhong is purposely sending us to our deaths, and to whittle our Vietnamese strength down." Qin Xingyong chuckled bitterly and replied slowly, "Escape? Where can we escape to? The moment we run, our comrades will be slaughtered by him anyway. Our families would become slaves. Furthermore, we're not at all familiar with this Guangxi region. Our language is a barrier as well. The moment we lose the resources from Yu Zhong, we won't even last more than a month." Qing Xingyang's eyes shone with a strange light as he spoke each line deliberately. "Now we can only follow his orders. We have to stay here and protect this place. Even if we all die, Yu Zhong will not let our efforts go to vain, and he would protect our families and comrades. Therefore this battle we have to guard here. Not because of Yu Zhong, but because of the future of our fellow countrymen." Qin Xingyong had plenty of bad habits of his own, and wasn't some perfect human being. However, he valued his fellow comrades very much, and when he had submitted to Yu Zhong, it was partly to protect his own life, as well as the possibility of survival for his Vietnamese comrades. If Yu Zhong was merciless, then not a single Vietnamese would live to see another day, especially those in Hanoi. Qin Xingyong had joined Yu Zhong's forces to be the voice for them should the need arises. Qin Xingyong sighed and said, "Go get started on the fortifications. This time our survival will depend heavily on our preparations." Hearing those words, the intelligence officer sunk in deep thought, before saluting Qin Xingyong, his own eyes flashing with resolution and acceptance. He then stepped out. Under Qin Xingyong's orders, the Lang Sun 3rd Battalion began their works on the main road towards Heshan. With the ample resources that were deployed, all sorts of wire meshes, steel beams, barricades, etc. were set up by the soldiers. While they were simple, they proved to be very effective against the zombies. If there were no L3S or L4S that were basically like tanks to clear the road, the obstructions and traps were enough to impede many of the zombies. Just as the forces of Qin Xingyong had finished the fortifications, a group of over 4,000 S-types consisting of S2S, S3S and S4S appeared on the horizon. These speedy zombies were sent as a vanguard by the Z-type, also to scout. With the passage of time, the intelligence of the Z-types were growing. Initially, they would just command huge group of zombies to charge recklessly. However, they had already begun to grasp tactics and strategy, even knowing to retreat when things turned bad. Qin Xingyong saw the S-types approaching and begun to holler to raise the morale of his troops. "They're here. Brothers. Fire at will. We must block them from crossing here. We cannot even allow one to pass us. Once we win this, everyone can raise ranks and get some wives." With his words, the morale of the soldiers was bolstered. Soon the group of S-types reached the areas of fortifications and were met with huge obstructions. The obstacles and traps showed their effectiveness. Usually the S4's speed could exceed a Type 2 Lightning. In an ordinary battle, an S4 could easily wipe out a company of soldiers. However, in a charge with a dozen S4s acting as the vanguard, the moment they slammed into the multiple fortifications, their legs were either sliced off, or they would fall on the ground. Even if they weren't finished off, they would lose their speed. The S-types would be impeded by the various traps as they charged over, some falling into the pits with steel beams. Many were either killed or heavily injured. A number of the S-types were smarter as they tried to jump over the obstacles, but they were stopped by the steel wires. Qin Xingyong got his troops to begin firing at the S-types, turning many of them into sieves. Amidst the dense gunfire, a huge number of the S-types were directly annihilated. Just the traps took out over 1,000 of the dumb S-types. Qin Xingyong surveyed the field, noting the 4,000 evolved zombies that they had killed, and couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Not bad. We managed to survive the first wave. 4,000 evolved zombies and 4,000 ordinary zombies were very different scenarios. A single S2 was more than 10 times deadlier than an ordinary zombie. Killing 4,000 of these evolved types was much more difficult than taking down 4,000 ordinary zombies. Not good. Qin Xingyong's face suddenly turned pale. Everyone looked up, only to see the terrifying figures of the L4 towering in the distance, running over. The L4s possessed a speed that was 4 times that of an ordinary person, but because their bodies were so much more bulkier, each step was easily 3 times that of a person. If the L4s were to charge with full speed, they could easily exceed a person by 12 times. This was a terrifying speed. It was equivalent to having 10 tanks charging over. Qin Xingyong immediately screamed, "Fire the cannons! Fire! Blast those fuckers with all we've got!" The Lang Sun 3rd Battalion immediately began firing like crazy, as their heavy artillery was focused on that 10 L4s. They only had about 40 cannons and all of them, coupled with their IFVs, were focusing their fire on the 10 L4s. Chapter 528, Pursuit. Unedited. Under that dense barrage of heavy artillery, the 10 L4s were hit by rounds constantly. Any point of impact would result in a gaping hole, but they were insufficient to blast the L4s into pieces. As for the resulting shrapnel or shockwave, they could not affect them at all. The IFV was firing the 25mm Gatling gun, but all the bullets did was to leaving white marks on the terrifying defense of the L4S, not penetrating their bodies at all. The 10 L4S and 100 L3S charged through the volley of fire and only 30 plus L3S were blasted to pieces. The rest continued on their charge towards Qin Xingyong. Especially the L4S, a few had numerous wounds from the various heavy fire, yet they were charging like it was nothing. With each kick of their feet, the steel wires and meshes would be dragged up. They then used their hands to tear holes in the steel fences. With each blow of their fists, the huge road barriers would be destroyed into dust. Every single fortification was obliterated in their path. Rockets! Fire the anti-tank rockets at them! Qin Xingyong shouted loudly. Facing this freaks that seem invulnerable to so many things, the only measure left to them were the anti-tanks rockets. Originally, the Lang Sun 3rd Battalion was not a stable force, and would not have been given any cannons. However, Yu Zhong had taken into consideration the importance of the mission at hand and had decided to arrange for them to possess 40 anti-tank cannons. With Qin Xingyong's orders, the soldiers in charge of the anti-tank rockets began to deploy towards the front lines, aiming at the L4S and firing. A number of the rockets exploded at a few of the L4S, causing them to be blasted as dust and debris were scattered everywhere. As the dust settled, a number of the L4S appeared, with various huge holes in their bodies, but only 3 had their heads blown off. The remaining 7 L4S immediately charged through the troops and unleashed carnage. One L4 came in front of a soldier and slapped out with its hand. It was like slapping a fly as the human soldier was flattened to a paste. It then grabbed another soldier before throwing him into its mouth. It then chomped down and caused blood to flow out its jaws, looking extremely terrifying. The speed of the 7 L4S was extremely fast, and the normal soldiers had no means of escaping their clutches. They could only be swatted like ants or grabbed and eaten. Seeing the L4S, which were demon-like existences, a chill came over the hearts of the soldiers. These freaks were indestructible and had monstrous strength. Nothing in their arsenal could kill them. How could they fight such monsters? At almost an instant, their morale dipped, almost collapsing. Beast? Fucking beasts. Qin Xingyong looked at those L4S and his eyes turned red, showing a hint of despair. If it were just one L4, he could activate the enhancers and evolvers of the Lang Sun 3rd Battalion to join forces against it. However, since there were 7, he was at a loss. If only we were the main force. Qin Xingyong looked across the battlefield and watched helplessly as the L4S ravaged their way throughout the battlefield. Yu Zhong had biases towards and against his various troops. As his most trusted force, he would naturally not be stingy with the resources. Just Hu Yi and his 1st Armored Battalion had 40 tanks and 110 IFVs. They had over 100 artillery of various kinds. The 1st Armored Battalion was almost certainly going to expand and become Yu Zhong's strongest regiment. As for the unreliable forces of the Lang Sun 3rd Battalion, they were only given ordinary rifles and had limited ammunition. In times where no battles were imminent, their troops only had refilled bullets. Only in times of war like the current situation would they be given proper ammunition and other logistics. As for heavy artillery, they truly had only a sparse number. If they had enough heavy artillery fire, they would be able to take on the L4S. With the L4S leading the charge of the zombies, the soldiers at the front lines were thoroughly crushed. The soldiers were retreating frantically. The rest of the troops were also feeling nervous and fearful. We're finished? We're finished? Qin Xingyong looked at his broken troops and thought silently to himself in despair. The fearsome L4S had torn the defenses of the Lang Sun 3rd Battalion apart like it was nothing. The rest of the zombies were following behind. The moment they breached the base, the troops would have no means to resist at all. Without any fortifications or defenses, a single S2 or L2 could dispatch 10 ordinary soldiers with ease. Right as Qin Xingyong felt that there was no more hope, an assault helicopter appeared in the distance, roaring over. A devil flame spear shot down like judgment from heaven, piercing the head of one L4, combusting immediately, turning the L4 into a headless corpse. The headless corpse of the L4 fell back slowly like a toppled giant. Yu Zhong eyed the rest of the tank-like L4S and immediately conjured a few devil flame spears in succession, throwing them quickly. The devil flame spears shot towards the L4S, combusting upon impact. That's Yu Zhong? Qin Xingyong eyed the assault helicopter and his heart was filled with shock. Having crossed arms with the L4S, he knew of their terrifying nature. Seeing how easy it had been for Yu Zhong to take them down, the shock and respect for Yu Zhong increased another notch. Yes. Fuck yeah. When they saw Yu Zhong take down the 7L4S, all the soldiers immediately roared out in joy. The invincible demon-like existences had met their ends at Yu Zhong's hands, and their morale instantly shot up. Cheng Xingyong immediately gave an order the moment the L4S were taken down. Relay my orders, 9th Company to launch counterattack. The 9th Company consisted of the Vietnamese experts under Chen Xingyong and had been his trump card. Now that Yu Zhong had personally entered the fray, he had to risk his all as well. Under Chen Xingyong's orders, a Vietnamese evolver roared out in battle lust, leading his team of over 50 enhancers towards the evolved zombies. Their aim was to clean up those terrifying L2S and L3S, not allowing them to wreak any more havoc to the fortifications. Having expended a total of 140 spirit and 50 stamina to kill those L4S, Yu Zhong had truly exceeded himself as compared to when he killed the Z2 on Binchi City. The effect was less as well, since he burned the L4S to death back then, whereas he had opted to decimate the L4S in one shot. The level of difficulty between both was truly incomparable. However, in doing so, it had propelled his undefeatable image in the hearts of the Lang Sun 3rd Battalion, as well raised their morale again. The soldiers were once again filled with fighting spirit and would not break down. Where the hell is the Z-type? Yu Zhong surveyed the scene from the skies, trying to locate the Z-type. If it managed to escape and gather the huge horde from a distance, it would become a nightmare for Yu Zhong. Although this battle was a victory for Yu Zhong, his forces had expended plenty of ammunition. In the short term, it would be hard for him to contend against another major horde. After observing the scene below for a while, he quickly found 5 L4S and a 100 L3S huddled together. Especially in the midst of such a horde, the bulky L4S that were the size of houses were extremely obvious. Attack that side. When Yu Zhong discovered that group, he immediately ordered the pilot. The assault helicopter immediately fired numerous rockets towards the 5 L4S. At the same time, the heavy machine began firing wildly towards the group of zombies. Honk, honk. Wherever the rockets blasted on the L4S, they would result in huge bloody wounds. However, even with that bombardment, only one L4 had suffered a headshot. The rest were injured but not dead. However, the attack served to frighten the Z-type, as the remaining L4S immediately separated and ran in 4 different directions. Yu Zhong saw this and his eyes flashing with a strong killing intent, splitting up. This Z-type has already evolved to such a level of intelligence? I cannot let it escape. We must kill it. There were over 40 million zombies in Guangxi. Even with Yu Zhong and Du Shanxiong's past efforts, the total number of zombies killed were about 3 million. If such an intelligent Z-type were to escape, it would become a disaster for humanity. Yu Zhong unleashed a piercing howl towards the skies and Type 3 lightning appeared in the distance. It brought 300 of its little kin, engaging the evolved zombies. To those mutant beasts, evolved zombies were a special treat. Although they couldn't compare with gobbling nuclei, swallowing evolved zombies would allow them to evolve as well. Yu Zhong eyed the horde below and waved his hands. 2 huge flaming tornadoes appeared and shot towards 2 of the L4S. The moment they landed, the 2 L4S evaded to one side, knocking into the other zombies before they escaped towards the distance. That's not it. Yu Zhong waved his hands again, sending another 2 flaming tornadoes towards the remaining 2 L4S. One of them immediately tried to run, while the other continued in its path, but several S-types leaped up to take the blow. All of them were instantly incinerated. Chapter 529, Gaining Yanzhou. Unedited. It's that one. Yu Zhong's eyes brightened when he saw countless zombies jumping to block all of the attacks with their bodies. He ordered, "Fly there." Following his order, the assault helicopter flew towards the L4. At this time, all of a sudden, 1,000 L2S lifted up H1S. Pull up! Pull up! A chill came over Yu Zhong's heart and he roared. The pilot also frantically pulled the controls, taking the assault helicopter higher. The next moment, 1,000 fireballs came soaring through the air, many of which hit empty air. However, one managed to blast the tail of the helicopter, causing a huge hole. The entire helicopter began to plunge. The assault helicopter was lacking in defense when compared to the main forces of the Eurocopters. If it were one of them, it wouldn't have been damaged so badly by the H1's shot. Of course, if it had been the advanced Thunder Fighter, there wouldn't have been so much of a sweat. Yu Zhong activated his bone-encompassing armor and grabbed the pilot, before leaping out of the helicopter. The assault helicopter plunged towards the ground, exploding into a huge fireball. While in mid-air, Yu Zhong activated his gravity manipulation, decreasing his weight by half. At the same time he sent out a sharp bone spike towards the earth. With a thought, he shot out more spikes one after another, moving towards the fleeing L4. The horde was now densely packed. If Yu Zhong landed in their midst, even he would find it hard to extract himself out of that situation. Yu Zhong's speed was extremely quick. Even as the zombies tried to grab his spikes, they barely managed to scrape them. In a few breaths, he had managed to chase up to a distance of 50 m away from the L4. A bright flash of fire appeared in Yu Zhong's right hand, as a devil flame spear formed. He flung it out with force, and the devil flame spear turned into a flash of light as it shot towards the head of the L4, exploding upon impact. The headless corpse of the L4 crashed towards the ground. Its chest suddenly tore open, and the Z2 hidden within swiftly leaped out. The moment the Z2 got out from the L4's body, an S4 pounced over and hugged the Z2 before making a mad dash for the distance. The S4's speed was even faster than Type 2 lightning, reaching almost 30 times the speed of a normal person. It was lightning quick and had almost no equal. Seems like I can't capture it alive. Yu Zhong aimed for the head of the Z2 and frowned. He originally wanted to capture it and try to gather the remaining zombies in hopes to eliminate them once and for all. Yu Zhong waved his hand and a terrifying flaming tornado zipped towards the Z2, incinerating all the zombies in the way. In front of the second-order devil flame, a huge number of zombies were instantly scorched to a crisp. The Z2 screamed out once, before it was also consumed by the devil flame, leaving nothing but ashes behind. With the death of the Z2, the groups of the zombies began to break apart, dispersing and scattering. The evolved zombies suddenly lacked directions. Some remained still, while the others quickly charged towards the Lang Sun 3rd Battalion. The zombies were thrown into a state of chaos. The 400,000 zombies that had been slowly gathering towards the direction of Hashan also began to disperse in various directions. From what seemed to be a hopeless situation that turned into a favorable one, the Lang Sun 3rd Battalion soldiers had managed to stop the assault of the evolved zombies. They began to launch their counterattacks. Without a leader to direct them, the tens of thousands of evolved zombies mostly stayed where they were, staring blankly at space. There were some who were trampled by their escaping companions. When Yu Zhong saw this, he heaved a sigh of relief. He supported the pilot of the helicopter as they slowly landed within the camp of the Lang Sun 3rd Battalion. The pilot looked at Yu Zhong with gratitude and said, "Many thanks to leader for saving my life. Wang He will never forget this." Yu Zhong patted his shoulder and chuckled, "Continue to work hard. Go and rest for now." Every single pilot was a valuable asset to Yu Zhong. They were even more precious than gold. There were only 12 of such pilots within his troops. Compared to normal people, people like Wang He are easier to be trained to operate the Thunder Fighters. The moment Yu Zhong gained those Thunder Fighters, he would possess yet another powerful trump card. Wang He nodded silently and swore to do his utmost for Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong then went to the front lines. Observing the hordes of zombies being torn and ripped apart by his side's weapons and soldiers, he knew that the outcome had been decided. However, Yu Zhong was very clear that after the two battles at Binqi City and Yenzhou, his troops had been pushed to their limits. They could not continue to fight horde after horde. The first reason was because of their exhaustion, and the other was because these two battles had consumed 60% of his ammunition. Without ammunition, it would be impossible for his troops to contend against a horde of 1,000,000 zombies. Even if they won, it would be at a terrible cost. The intense battle continued until the second day. By then, Hui had led the 1st, 4th and 7th battalions to provide reinforcements. The battle lasted for an entire week before they finally eradicated the remaining tens of thousands of zombies. They didn't use their heavy artillery, and in order to prevent as many casualties as possible and allow more troops to be enhanced, the flow of the battle progressed slowly. However, since they made use of those tens of thousands of zombies, many of the soldiers had become enhancers and they gained decent levels as well. The majority of them reached level 10 or higher. After all, the zombies that had remained behind were at the very least evolved zombies of level 10 and above. After both Binqi City and Yenzhou fell into Yu Zhong's hands, the entire Guining city went into an uproar, as celebrations broke out everywhere. The respect and veneration towards Yuzhong reached an all-time high. Yuzhong began moving batches of survivors over to Binqi City and Yenzhou. In Yenzhou alone, Yuzhong had arranged for over 300,000 survivors to settle in. All the slaves and people from the Scum Battalion were deployed at Yenzhou as well. Many of the survivors were put to work the moment they settled in. At the same time, with Liu Xiaocha as a weather forecast, Yuzhong arranged for various enhancer teams to begin sweeping the regions around Yenzhou, Binqi City and Guining City for resources and to clear out the remaining zombies. On top of all that, Yuzhong went to reorganize his troops again. The 1st to 8th Battalion in Guining City formed Guangxi's 1st Regiment, and its regiment commander was Hu Yi. The 9th to the 16th Battalion, of which some were new ones that were recently established, became Guangxi's 2nd Regiment with Wei Ninghua as its regiment commander. Other than the 1st and 2nd Regiment, the Langsun 3rd Battalion that had accumulated great merit in the operation this time were reformed into the Langsun 3rd Brigade, with a whole group of Chinese soldiers mixed in. After reorganizing, the troops began their training again. At the same time, companies would be sent out in waves and shifts on top of their training to battle zombies. This was to raise their combat strength. As for the government, Yuzhong didn't forget it as well. He had only been an ordinary university student prior to the apocalypse and did not have any ideas with regards to governance. He chose the previous mayor of Guining City, Shining, to handle the government. Many factions that overthrew the ruling powers would usually retain a few of the original members. One of the reasons was that these factions usually had no capable governing officers. Yuzhong was the same, however, since he had faced such a situation in Longhai City before, it was not a huge problem. Since he had observed for a long while, Yuzhong discovered that Shining was actually a capable officer. He was usually low-key and strict on his kids. He also had experience in governing. Due to this, Yuzhong reinstated him as the mayor and the main head of the cabinet, while getting Qinyao to learn beside him. At the end of the day, Yuzhong had many experts that could fight and kill, but he really lacked talents in governance and leadership. Although Qinyao was a woman, she was equally capable in both brains and brawn and was extremely outstanding. Plus, she had her fair share of leadership in Vietnam and was of the few people that Yuzhong trusted. Under his rule, regardless of gender, as long as the person was capable, he would not hesitate to utilize them. Under his rule, Binqi City, Guining City and Yenzhou began to bustle with life. Survivors in the city began to regain a glow in their faces, and their expressions were once again filled with hope. Inside one of the largest military factories in Yenzhou, Yuzhong was walking around as Xn Jiarou and Ji Qingwu followed beside him as they conducted their inspection. "Are you guys able to manufacture large transport carriers?" After listening to the report of the manager Lei Wang, Yuzhong immediately asked. Lei Wang was the chief engineer in one of Yenzhou's factories prior to the apocalypse. He had been found in a villa's basement when Yuzhong's army recovered Yenzhou. When the troops had found him, he was almost starving to death. Even now, he still had a sallow look as though the wind could topple him at any moment. When he heard Yuzhong's question, Lei Wang did not dare tarry with his answer, immediately replying, "We can't. It's impossible. We lack the technology here. Even before the apocalypse, manufacturing any large carrier would be tough. Even just manufacturing the engine would not be possible." Yuzhong frowned when he heard it. Chapter 530 Evolving Liquid. Unedited. Without any large transport carriers, Yuzhong would lack the means to deploy his troops throughout the country. The speed of advance of the Kingdom of God was extremely fast, chasing up to before the apocalypse. It was mainly due to them possessing a large number of aerial transport and assault helicopters. With those, they could launch devastating attacks in all corners of the earth to obtain even more designs. This time, if it wasn't for Yuzhong's interference, the laser gun designs would have landed in the hands of the Kingdom of God, and they would be able to quickly manufacture laser guns, raising the overall might of their troops. Yuzhong also hoped to quickly produce huge transport aircraft so that he could deploy his forces. After all, it was hard to send aid anywhere he wanted when there were zombies everywhere. Yuzhong kept his gaze fixed on Lei Wang and asked, "If we had to manufacture those large transport aircrafts, how many years would it take?" Lei Wang hesitated a while before gritting his teeth and replied, Leader, constructing an aircraft would require the support of a few key industrial sectors. It's not a simple matter with Yenzhou's current state and technology. It would take at least 15 years. When Yu Zhong heard that, he immediately dropped his hopes of constructing large aircrafts in Yenzhou. 15 years of time, even the daylily would be cold, and his troops might already reach the coastal area. Yu Zhong continued to ask, what about unmanned drones? In the operation to conquer Binqi City and Yenzhou, the UAVs had played a vital role and were also very important with its non-combat functions. Lei Wang pondered a while before replying carefully, Guishi City has better facilities and equipment to build aerial technology compared to our Yenzhou's facilities. We would need their equipment to begin work, otherwise, it would be incredibly hard for us here at Yenzhou. It was Yu Zhong's turn to sink into his thoughts before he pulled out his laser gun design and handed it to Lei Wang. What about this? The moment Lei Wang received the designs, the information entered his brain, giving him the knowledge on its construction. Good stuff. If I had this before the apocalypse, I would have been rich. Lei Wang gripped the design tightly in his hands, his eyes flashing with a look of excitement then pity. He was in the defense research sector and knew of the value of this laser gun design. It was something that could easily cause all current technology to be obsolete. Yu Zhong looked at Lei Wang and frowned slightly before asking, is it possible? Lei Wang shook his head dejectedly. No, leader, many of the components are not what Yenzhou is capable of producing. Only the eastern or southern cities along the sea are capable of it. Only the main capitals possess the necessary tools, know-hows and manufacturing lines. However, with this design, it's not impossible to use some replacement parts, so we should be able to produce one or two. Yu Zhong then took out the nucleus energy converter diagram and handed it to Lei Wang. Okay, this one here, see if it's doable? This? When Lei Wang received the blueprint of the nucleus energy converter, his face instantly changed. Every normal person knew how important energy was to a country or even to an entire race. The USA had waged wars in the Middle East purely because of oil as an energy resource. If this nucleus energy converter could be produced, then Yu Zhong's establishment would possess a clean and renewable energy source. When coupled with the laser gun, it would raise the lethality of the laser guns and extend combat duration. Lei Wang scrutinized the design carefully, obtaining some important information before saying, Leader, if I can run some tests, I have confidence that I will be able to produce a prototype within a year. If you need large-scale production, I'm afraid that it would take 3 years. After all, we're lacking talents and are sort of starting from scratch here. Even if we had more details, it would still be hard. Yu Zhong looked at Lei Wang indifferently and spoke, This matter will be handled by you. Organize a team to begin your research. If you need people, I'll provide them. The same goes for resources. However, this must be kept confidential. You guys will go to the underground city and set up a lab there, understand? Yes. Lei Wang replied with respect. He knew the importance of the two designs, and that once they became a reality, Yu Zhong's faction would leap in strength. With a single order from Yu Zhong, a highly secretive lab was constructed in the underground city. They began to gather specific talents. Although the lab could not compare with the Kingdom of Gods, it was still highly advanced, and with the production of the two designs, the lab would gain an increase in research and development as well. As the manager in charge of the lab, Lei Wang was naturally excited, and he could guess Yu Zhong's objectives and decided to give a suggestion. Leader, although we can't produce the aircraft carriers yet, we still have the railroads. Should you decide to travel far, we can definitely station troops throughout Guangxi with the help of the railroads. When Yu Zhong heard it, his eyes lit up. Right? The railroads. Yu Zhong had always been following the major highways and roads to travel towards cities. With Lei Wang's reminder, he remembered that the whole country was accessible by railroad. If they gained control of the railroads, Yu Zhong could reach any corner of the country. He could then station his troops and advance from there. Because of the existence of these railroads, China had not been as excited about the development of air travel. In times of peace, it was more than enough to use their rails for troops and resources to be transported anywhere that has a railroad and station. As for the trains, since Guining City, Binqi City and Yenzhou were all in Yu Zhong's hands, he could utilize them anytime. But there's still the possibility that the railroads were destroyed. That would be troublesome. Yu Zhong noticed the issue almost instantly. Prior to the apocalypse, the railroads were indeed useful and could reach all parts of the country. However, because of the apocalypse, there might be some major tunnels or roads that were damaged and it would pose a problem. The rails break down easily, but building them was difficult. Using the rails to get to the nearby cities would be easy, but to reach the coastal areas, if they were not careful, the troops would be lost to the tracks. However, with Lei Wang's reminder, Yu Zhong could pour some attention to deploying some troops with the trains to protect the tracks around Guining City, Binqi City and Yanzhou. If they could protect these vital channels, then his troops would be able to relocate easily between the three cities, using them as a center point for branching outwards and attacking. Leader, the Snow Palace escaped. Right as Yu Zhong was prepping his troops to swallow the Snow Palace, he received the sudden news. Yu Zhong frowned. When was this? Which direction did they escape to? The officer immediately replied, 3 days ago, they made their way towards Heshi City. They're smart escaping so early. Yu Zhong chuckled. His next target would have Heshi City anyway, so he decided to allow them the head start for now. There was also a huge horde over at Heshi City, and if the Snow Palace ran there, they would have to clear those zombies. Their existence would help Yu Zhong attract the attention of the zombies first. Thus Yu Zhong decided not to make things difficult for them for now. Otherwise, it would just take an elite infantry brigade to eliminate the Snow Palace entirely. However, due to the palace master Shangguan Bing Shui being a powerful expert herself, he might lose a number of his troops. I've produced Oming Ver 2 evolving liquid. Come and get it. When Yu Zhong was busy with settling the affairs of Yanzhou, Binqi City and Guining City, he received news from Oming in Long'an County. Yu Zhong did not say another word and immediately got on his swift shadow bike and rode straight for Long'an County, all the way to Oming's research lab. The moment Yu Zhong entered the lab, he saw numerous scientists scurrying around conducting various experiments. Compared to the last time he was here, the whole place looked bigger, more spacious, and it was bustling with more people and equipment. Yu Zhong was very clear on how talented Oming was, and hence he had provided a huge amount of resources for him. The moment he saw Yu Zhong, Oming held up a vial. You're here. This is Oming version 2. Evolving liquid. Upon consuming it, enhancers with a total attribute points of less than 120 would gain +5 in all 6 attributes. Enhancers with more than 120 points would gain +1 in all attributes. It is only effective once. Further consumption would have no reaction. The main ingredient is the snake birth fruit and the sap from the green spirit vine plant. The research is complete, and with the ingredients we can begin mass production. Truly a good item. Yu Zhong eyed the vial and his eyes lit up. With this liquid, he could forcefully increase the strength of his soldiers. Of course, the effect of the version 1. Evolving liquid was better, but with the core ingredient being the brain of a Type 3 mutant beast, it was a problem to manufacture. Chapter 531, Railroad. Unedited. Anything else? Yu Zhong kept the vial in his storage ring before asking Oming. He was very certain that this genius in front of him had more surprises in store. Oming revealed a proud smile as he handed a green vial. This is my new creation, the Oming Ver 3 evolving liquid. Administering this will cause a normal person to instantly become an evolver. The main component is still the snake birth fruit, but one single pink fruit mixed with other mutant plant sap can produce 20 such vials. Amazing. When Yu Zhong heard Oming's words, his eyes lit up and he could not help but praise Oming. Yu Zhong had established communications with Longhai City for some time. When he left, the snake birth fruit tree had been consuming a large number of zombie corpses, and plenty flowers had already borne fruit. Over 100 green snake birth fruits had also mutated to the pink variant. The impact of this version 3 evolving liquid would play a huge part in strengthening the troops. As long as Yu Zhong could transport the 100 pink fruits over, there would be 2,000 such vials, allowing 2,000 people to become evolvers. Evolvers were not invincible, but compared to enhancers they had large advantages. Many enhancers hoped to become evolvers. Oming continued excitedly. Furthermore, I've discovered that if a naturally awakened evolver were to consume the snake birth fruit, it would awaken a second evolved attribute, gaining a huge boost. Naturally awakened evolvers are truly the favorite of the heavens. Oh. Yu Zhong's heart skipped a beat. If this was the case, then he could make use of the fruit to give rise to more dual attribute evolvers. The occurrence of natural evolvers was extremely rare, a mere 1 in 10,000. Even Yu Zhong was not a natural evolver. Those who awakened naturally were truly favored by the heavens, and they would become good at what they do easily. They also had more potential to evolve compared to others. Oming took out a gold case and handed it to Yu Zhong. These are 500 vials of the version 3. Enough to produce 500 evolvers. This time, when Jianghu and her party came, they had brought 25 snake birth fruits, fully utilized in Oming's research. In the end, he produced 500 such vials. Yu Zhong's mood was greatly elevated, and he viewed Oming more favorably. Great! Oming, you have done well this time. What would you like? Oming's face flashed with a feverish passion. I need the corpse of a Type 3 mutant beast, fresh blood, blood essence, brains. The bodies of those new L4S, L3S, and devourers as well. The best would be to include new or recent samples of any mutant plants, for our lab to have priority over them. Since Yu Zhong had established 3 major bases, he naturally had research labs in all 3 as well. Each of these labs was running their own research into the mutant plants, mutant beasts, and zombies. Oming was expressly requesting for first priority over the samples. Yu Zhong nodded and promised, fine. Oming had shown ample results to Yu Zhong, he naturally would adhere to this talent's requests. Oming regained his calm and waved Yu Zhong away somewhat impatiently. All right. You can go now. I still have experiments to get back to. Yu Zhong was speechless towards Oming's attitude. As the leader of Guining City, Yenzhou, and Binqi City, many people would clamor to speak to him. Oming was actually disinterested. He was not to be blamed anyway, since he was like this from the start. Before the apocalypse, people of the research world viewed their field as the utmost priority, and most were crude or blunt. If it wasn't for the right backer, even with his talents, Oming might not have been able to exercise his abilities, due to his poor communication style. Yu Zhong chuckled lightly and shook his head before leaving. Even with the weather forecast Lu Xiaocha, after going through intense battles, Yu Zhong's army could not afford to launch another expansion mission. Hence, over at the Guangxi region, Yu Zhong tried to ramp up the production of ammunition, while deploying small troops out to clear the zombies in the surrounding areas. Yu Zhong had only managed to deal with the zombies in those 3 cities, but in truth, there were over 4 million zombies still scattered around the 3 cities in the various settlements. At the same time, after Yu Zhong had obtained the Ver3 evolving liquid, he could focus on establishing a form of economy and currency like that of Longhai City. $1 would be able to exchange for 1 gene of maize. Since he had conquered the 3 cities, Yu Zhong had obtained a huge amount of resources. He could take them out to sell and drive the economy again. Killing an ordinary zombie and bringing the corpse back to exchange gets $1. Killing a Type 1 zombie would net $50. Type 2 zombies went for $500 and Type 3 zombies were at $5,000. The exchange rate for a Type 4 zombie was $50,000. The exchange rate for Nucleus went for the following: ordinary at $10. Type 2 at $1,000, Type 3 at $100,000, Type 4 at $1 million. Type 5 nuclei were worth at $10 million. Furthermore, Oming Ver2 and Ver3 evolving liquids and Type 3 mutant beasts packed into cans were put up for sale. A Ver2 would require $500,000, and a Ver3 required $10 million. Type 3 mutant beast meat went for $1 million a can. When the survivors in Yu Zhong City saw the items placed for sale, everyone went crazy. A few teams were formed, intending to take risks. Many became hunters, killing zombies and mutants beasts in exchange for cash. What were evolvers after all? They were the favored of the heavens and were experts at the pinnacle. The moment one became an evolver, as long as the person wasn't trash and the evolved attribute wasn't weak, it would be harder for them to lose in their fights. Furthermore, the person could learn a new skill during evolution and gained a huge amount of enhancements to their constitutions. Everyone wanted to become an evolver, transforming into the doted children of the heavens. Under the enticement of the prices, the various hunting teams went on a rampage, clearing plenty of zombies and mutant beasts, bringing the corpses back. This ensured a steady stream of nuclei and corpses landing in Yu Zhong's hands. The central dollars that Yu Zhong issued soon became the recognized currency that everyone used. Military and government personnel also stopped doing barter trades and began dealing in the central dollar. The Guangxi region could be said to have finally embarked on some sign of society again. The bartering stage had been popular because nobody could trust the previous forms of government until Yu Zhong came into the picture. If it had been earlier, not many would have accepted the new currency. People would just take it as toilet paper. However, since he had already conquered 3 cities and obtained a huge amount of resources, his reputation and prestige were at an all-time high. Coupled with the allure of the Ver 2 and Ver 3 evolving liquids as well as Type 3 beast meat being priced with the currency, everyone would definitely take up the currency. There was an additional point, which was that compared to barter, the survivors were more used to having a fixed price on items. Due to circumstances, they had no choice but to barter. Who would use the useless money from prior to the apocalypse anyway? After issuing the currency and having stabilized the situation in Guangxi, the region began to recover swiftly. The survivors were not as hopeless as before, and their eyes were filled with an expectant look for the future. Yu Zhong continued to be at Guangxi for a while longer, ensuring that things were truly in order, before taking a company of elite soldiers from the 2nd Brigade as they boarded the train back to Longhai City. On the rail tracks, a train chugged along, within many soldiers dressed in the Raven combat uniform and Type 2 mutant beast hide Saturday. At the front carriage, Yu Zhong, Ji Qingwu and Yao Yao were together. Yao Yao was holding a handheld device as she played games, while Ji Qingwu was reading a book. Traveling on the tracks was risky, with unknown dangers, hence the train could only proceed at 20 kilometers per hour. There was the danger of getting derailed. Furthermore, there might be mutant beasts and high-level zombies along the way. It was a sort of exploration for Yu Zhong, to determine the potential problems. Yu Zhong eyed Ji Qingwu reading her book quietly, and her quiet but elegant aura caused a stir in his heart. If I had known, I would have brought UXN out. For safety's sake, the speed of 20 kilometers per hour was a sort of torture to people like Yu Zhong who could not sit still. Plus, there was no form of entertainment on the train, and he was regretting not bringing Xin Jiaro or Ningyu Xin and the rest. Ji Qingwu was extremely beautiful, but she and Yu Zhong had not gotten past that barrier, and he could only look at this absolute beauty in front of him but not being able to do anything. After hesitating, Yu Zhong took the initiative to strike up a conversation. "What are you reading?" A slight smile appeared on Ji Qingwu's lips as she replied, "Qiong Yao's Plum Blossom Scar." Chapter 532, Ji Qingwu heavily injured. Unedited. Yu Zhong hardened his skin and continued to chat. Plum Blossom Scar? An interesting novel. Truthfully, Yu Zhong had never even seen the book nor read romance novels. Compared to reading, he would rather kill zombies and mutant beasts. Ji Qingwu laughed coquettishly as she moved her hand away from the cover, revealing the name. "I'm just kidding, it's on war." Yu Zhong heaved a sigh of relief. He had seen the book a few times before. Like this, at least he could have some topics to talk about. If it were some romance novel, then he would be grasping at straws. All of a sudden, the train shuddered, and the sharp sound of brakes being slammed sounded. The train came to a halt. Yu Zhong's eyes narrowed and he shot to the front of the train. Ji Qingwu and Yao Yao had also moved at the first moment, following closely behind Yu Zhong. "What happened?" Yu Zhong immediately asked when he came to the carriage. "Leader, there's a monster in front." The driver pointed and told Yu Zhong. In front, about 200 meters away from the tracks, there was a group of Type 2 ferocious apes charging over, each of them towering at 4m. A herd of mutant wild boars and mutant cows were being chased by the Type 2 ferocious apes. As those beasts were running, the tracks beneath their feet were twisted. They could no longer support the train on its journey. Yu Zhong watched on helplessly and sighed. As expected, if we want to make use of the tracks, we have to clear the entire region of beasts and zombies, otherwise it will be impossible. The tracks were truly convenient, but likewise they were vulnerable and susceptible to damages. Yu Zhong would have to arrange for troops to protect the tracks to ensure the continued usage. "Get down and get rid of them." Yu Zhong eyed those Type 2 mutant beasts and ordered. Under his orders, the squad of elite soldiers immediately got off and began to launch an assault towards the mutant wild boars, mutant cows and Type 2 ferocious apes. This squad of soldiers were already all evolvers, and each of them were at least above level 40. Their combat prowess was strong. A bright flash appeared from the hands of one of the soldiers and he waved. A huge blade made out of wind appeared and sliced through the mutant beast horde, before lunging for one of the Type 2 ferocious apes' head, slicing it off in a huge shower of blade. One of the soldier wielded a bronze bow, and with a radiating light from his hands, a number of bone arrows shot towards the horde of mutant beasts, piercing the beasts one by one. Another soldier grabbed his huge mace with a savage expression and charged into the midst of the mutant beasts. He swung wildly and pummeling the heads of the mutant beasts in a cruel fashion. Ji Qingwu and Yao Yao also shot forwards, their aim being the group of Type 2 ferocious apes. This time there were about 10 Type 2 ferocious apes, and to Ji Qingwu and Yao Yao, who were high-level enhancers, only these Type 2 mutant beasts could provide them with enough experience. Yu Zhong stood one side and watched as his subordinates slaughtered the mutant beasts, without indication of lending a helping hand. These mutant beasts were too low-leveled. Yu Zhong would not gain anything from killing them, hence he left them for his subordinates, empowering them. These soldiers under Yu Zhong were truly efficient killing machines, finishing off the mutant beasts in a matter of minutes. At this time, a huge shadow loomed over in the sky, as a huge bird with a wingspan of over 80 m suddenly soared down, making a grab for the little lowly Yao Yao. Level 95 mutant beast, Type 4 flame bird. Tyrant of the skies, extremely ferocious and terrifying. Careful. Yu Zhong shouted out and activated his shadow steps and charged towards Yao Yao's direction. Yao Yao had just caught a glimpse of the massive claw of the Type 4 flame bird, when Ji Qingwu beside her lashed out with a kick, sending Yao Yao flying back 7 to 8 meters away. At the next moment, the sharp claws of the flame bird pierced the chest of Ji Qingwu, even through the Type 2 ferocious ape she was fighting, before flying towards the sky. Ji Qingwu's face instantly turned pale, as she coughed up a large amount of blood. There was a huge bloody wound in her chest as well. Big sis Qingwu. No. Seeing this, Yao Yao, who was kicked away, immediately screamed out in a heart-wrenching manner. Her expressionless face was contorted in fear. Yao Yao had grown close to only Ji Qingwu, and because of this she had joined the special forces. In times of peace, she and Ji Qingwu were as close as actual sisters, and Ji Qingwu herself watched over the growth of this little girl like an elder sister. She had also unhesitatingly sent Yao Yao out of harm's way, sacrificing herself. Yao Yao was afraid that she would lose this one person that was the closest to her and the one she looked up to the most. Even Yu Zhong, who saved her, could only place number 2. "Ah, you beast! What have you done to my woman?" Yu Zhong saw Ji Qingwu pierced with the claw of the Type 4 flame bird and his eyes turned bloodshot as he screamed. He immediately conjured out 2 devil flame jets, expending 100 spirit and 30 stamina. The jets propelled him like a cannon towards the body of the Type 4 flame bird. At almost the same instant, Yu Zhong knocked into the body of the Type 4 flame bird, and he grabbed onto the feathers. The flame bird flapped its wings, and it soared upwards with a terrifying gust of wind. It then shot towards the distance with a Mach 2 speed, disappearing from its original spot in a flash. What do we do? The leader had been brought away by the Type 4 flame bird. One of the elite soldiers eyed the distance and frowned. The captain sighed, "Quickly report to headquarters." Yao Yao looked towards the distance and the pool of blood from Ji Qingwu and kneeled down. She began crying profusely as the tears flowed down her cheeks. "Wait for me, big sis, I'll definitely come and find you." "I'll find you? Yu Zhong, please save my sister. Please save my sister. I'll listen to you in the future." Yu Zhong was currently atop the body of the flame bird, and he was blanketed by the roaring winds. Fortunately for his 10 times strength, he held on steadfastly, otherwise he would have been blown off. "Please don't die. Please don't die. Heavens, as long as you're listening, save Qingwu's life, I'll build a totem for you." Yu Zhong continued to brave the winds as he slowly climbed downwards, praying hard for the first time. Yu Zhong never believed in gods, only in himself. Even after he heard the voice of the one claiming to be God, at the start of the apocalypse, he continued to only believe in himself. Regardless of the situation, he would always find a way. However, this time he was really out of options. He could only beg in his prayers, hoping for a miracle. The flame bird continued to fly through the air at its Mach 2 speed, and the opposing winds were as sharp as knives. Even with Yu Zhong's constitution, he came close to being blown off a few times. If he were to fall from such a height, only death awaits. Yu Zhong continued to brave the winds as he climbed towards the claws. He looked at Ji Qingwu and his eyes turned red. In front of his eyes, Ji Qingwu's entire chest had been penetrated, and the claw had also gone through her spine. If it wasn't for her constitution exceeding a normal person, she would have died long ago. Even so, she was on the brink of death. Her blood continued to flow from her grievous wound, and when she saw Yu Zhong, she managed to stay awake, although her consciousness was fading. You should not be here. Cough. Ji Qingwu's eyes flashed as she looked at Yu Zhong, barely managing a sentence before she coughed out more blood. Tears flowed down involuntarily from Yu Zhong's eyes as he shouted out with some madness, "Don't speak. Don't speak. I want you to live. You must live on, you hear me, Ji Qingwu? You must not die. You cannot die. I like you, I love you. Please live on for me. Please." Yu Zhong had never spoken those words to any woman, and in truth, when he had first seen Ji Qingwu, he was already enraptured by this beautiful woman who was full of confidence and grace, and her charming aura when she fought. He had always kept the feeling in his heart, and the constant flow of beautiful girls who had embraced him caused him to put the feeling aside. Until today, as he watched her about to die, he couldn't hold back anymore, and the usually fearless him began to feel afraid to the point that he was crying. Any other day it would be extremely embarrassing. Chapter 533, Biological Armor. Unedited. Ji Qingwu heard Yu Zhong's confession and the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. This was what she wanted to hear the most, and it was all she needed. Her lips trembled as though she wanted to speak. "Don't speak. Please don't say anything. Look at me. I'll definitely save you. I'll save you." Yu Zhong became anxious when he saw that Ji Qingwu was struggling to speak, and stopped her frantically while trying to climb towards her. The Yu Zhong now did not have the bearing of a cold, ruthless tyrant, nor was he the same leader that viewed survivors like ants. He was just a pitiful person struggling to save his loved one, trying his best to snatch back the ball from the death god's court. Since Ji Qingwu's spine had been pierced through together with her chest, her injuries were critical. Yu Zhong was worried that she might expend her energy to speak and lose her strength to hang on. She had a smile on her face as she watched Yu Zhong struggle to reach her. Her heart was filled with a warm feeling, and she could see that this was Yu Zhong's true feelings for her. She coughed once more, and a mouthful of blood was expelled, before her eyes started to dim, no longer seeing Yu Zhong clearly. "Yu Zhong. I love you." Cough. Just as Yu Zhong reached her, he heard her using her last breath to slowly speak those words, before coughing a mouthful of blood. Her body trembled slightly, then she went limp. "Ah. Don't die. Don't die. Don't die. Please, I'm begging you. Open your eyes, please. Open your eyes." He was about 7 m away from her. He used all his strength to drag himself towards her, and fumbled with his treasures. He poured the life-saving grass, Oming Ver 1, Ver 2, Ver 3, the 13 recently ripened purple jade fruits into her mouth. Even the type 3 blood essence he had been keeping was not spared. The countless valuable treasures entered Ji Qingwu's mouth, causing her body to shudder slightly. Her body also became less cold. "I need to calm down. Be calm. I will tear this beast apart. But Qingwu cannot remain like this. What do I do?" He heaved a slight sigh of relief when he felt her body regaining some color. However, he was still at a loss on her situation. The injuries to Ji Qingwu's chest and abdomen were serious, and if Yu Zhong were to suffer such injuries, it was also unknown if he would survive them or not. Ji Qingwu's vitality and endurance were all vastly below Yu Zhong. Surviving would truly be hard to say. White Bones come out. With a thought, White Bones stepped out of the nether hole in mid-air, its huge hands grabbing onto the claw of the huge bird. "Secure her body, don't let it move about." Yu Zhong pointed at Ji Qingwu and ordered. White Bones immediately shot out a few bone spikes, locking Ji Qingwu's body in place. Yu Zhong eyed Ji Qingwu and gritted his teeth before climbing towards the head of the Type 4 flame bird. If he did not kill this beast, Ji Qingwu would definitely die. Killing it might mean only a 1 in 10 chance of survival, but at least there was a chance. Yu Zhong climbed up along the body of the monstrous bird before he expended 100 points of spirit to conjure a devil flame spear that was 8 m long. After evolving the skill to its second-order stage, Yu Zhong's expenditure to form a spear shot up from 50 to 100 points. However, this new spear that required 100 points to prepare was at least 6 times mightier than the previous one. The Type 4 flame bird seemed to have detected Yu Zhong's strong killing intent. It twisted its body in a bid to peck at him. The blow almost caused him to lose his grip. Yu Zhong grabbed the back of the flame bird tightly, and the devil flame spear in his hands became a shooting star as it shot towards the head of the flame bird. The resulting explosion was extremely gruesome. With such a terrifying strength of the devil flame, the combustion blasted a huge hole in the head of the flame bird, incinerating at least half its brains. The flame bird might be a Type 4 mutant beast, but its strength laid in its Mach 2 speed. With that alone, as long as it managed to launch an attack, even Yu Zhong would be heavily injured. However, its defense was not as tough, and it was at most capable of defending against 12 7mm rounds. Congratulations on achieving level 77. Congratulations on achieving level 78, you've gained 2 attribute points to be allocated. The moment the flame bird's head was blasted by Yu Zhong, a huge orb of experience flowed into his body, causing him to instantly shoot up 2 levels until he reached level 78. At the same time, a blue treasure box dropped out and fell downward. Before it could plunge any further, White Bones fired out a small bone net to retrieve the blue treasure box. With the death of the flame bird, its massive body began to plunge towards the earth as well. Remove her from the claw. Bring her to me. Yu Zhong ordered White Bones. White Bones quickly removed Ji Qingwu's body from the claw, and at that moment a large amount of blood and some fleshy parts flowed out. White Bones didn't seem to notice and directly extended out its bone spike to deliver her to Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong had already worn a parachute, and he grabbed Ji Qingwu, waving his right hand, and a transparent silk shot out, sticking to the body of Type 4 flame bird. Yu Zhong hugged Ji Qingwu tightly as he gazed downwards with a calm look. When there was a distance of about 1.5 kilometers from the ground, he opened the parachute. At the same time, he activated the gravity manipulation, lowering the weight of himself and Ji Qingwu by half. The body of the flame bird plummets straight down, exploding in bits and pieces upon impact. This is an island? Yu Zhong hugged Ji Qingwu as he surveyed the surroundings, only to discover that the land he was about to land on was only about 1 kilometer wide, and there didn't seem to be any greenery. It was as though it was like a coral reef in the middle of a sea. Yu Zhong carried Ji Qingwu as they landed gently on the island. He retrieved a blanket and placed Ji Qingwu on it. Seeing the huge wound in her chest, he felt slightly helpless. Although she had already taken in all those precious medicines and enhancements, her eyes were shut tight, and she was still in her coma. What should I do? All right. There's still that. As he was about to wring his hands in exasperation, he remembered the corpse of the Type 4 flame bird. He went over and retrieved the nuclei that looked like a ball of flame condensed into a physical form, as well as the blood essence, that was fiery to the touch as well. He came to Ji Qingwu's side, and with the extremely priceless Type 4 flame bird blood essence in his mouth, he bit it and broke it apart before bringing his lips to hers. He then guided the flow of the energy towards her chest. The blood essence from a Type 4 mutant beast was not ordinary. The moment it entered abdomen, it transformed into a warm energy source that began to nourish her body. Nourished by the blood essence, Ji Qingwu's wounds stopped bleeding. However, the gaping hole and shredded organs were not something that could just repair instantly. These were wounds beyond the help of the blood essence. A blood essence could enhance a person's constitution and vitality, but it could not regenerate body parts. What can I do? All right. There's still that. Who knows, there might be something useful. Yu Zhong eyed Ji Qingwu's pained expression and began to panic again, before he opened up the blue treasure box dropped by the flame bird. With a bright flash, a strange humanoid equipment about 2M appeared in front of it. There were strange blue lines running around the machine like veins. There was also a huge gem right in the middle. Level 7 treasure, biological armor type 1. A cosmic warfare battle armor, providing high defense and allows the user to fight under extreme conditions. Provides enough oxygen. Also, possesses the ability to automatically heal the user. Requires mutant beast nuclei to operate. Level 7 treasure. This is actually a level 7 treasure. Yu Zhong was momentarily stunned when he saw the biological armor type 1. It was the first time he came across a level 7 treasure. After all, he had fought so hard, and the highest grade of equipment he ever got was his trusty and useful storage ring, which was a level 6 treasure. This biological armor was actually higher by a grade. It must truly be exceptional. Yu Zhong reached out to touch the biological armor, and with a thought, the front gem opened up to reveal a slot, which was meant for the nuclei of mutant beasts. Yu Zhong placed the Type 4 flame bird nuclei into the compartment and closed the gem cover. The entire equipment shuddered before coming to life. Open up. Yu Zhong ordered the biological armor. The biological armor opened up and Yu Zhong carefully placed Jianghu within it. After the lid closed, it immediately began reparation works on her body. Restoration in progress. Calculating. The user is currently on the brink of death. In order to fully restore the user, it would take approximately 90 Earth days. During the restoration, the armor cannot be used in combat, and it would be in a sealed state. A line of text appeared on the lid of the biological armor. Chapter 534, Type 5 Mutant Beast. Seeing that line of information, Yu Zhong finally heaved a sigh of relief. He then began to survey his surroundings carefully. The island is moving. As he looked around, he could feel it in his bones. Countless ripples were radiating outwards from the reef-like island beneath him. Could this island be an actual behemoth-type sea mutant beast? Yu Zhong's heart turned cold as he looked at his feet. The eyes of perception must be targeted at a body part. To know for sure, I can only head to the edges of the island. He pondered for a while before heading over to the corpse of the Type 4 mutant flame bird and began to cut up its body. It was by pure luck that Yu Zhong had been able to kill such a tyrannical Type 4 mutant beast. If it had been a frontal clash, he would have been instantly decimated by its speed. Even the shield of light and the bronze spiritual bell would not have been of much use. Unfortunately for the Type 4 mutant flame bird, it belonged to the low defense category of mutant beasts. That was how it was finished in one blow by Yu Zhong, who had been grabbing onto its body. Yu Zhong began to let the blood out of the corpse of the flame bird, pouring them into large containers before keeping them inside his storage ring. He separated the blood, brain pulp, brain matter, bone marrows and anything that he could squeeze out inside his storage ring. After that, he used his crocodile tooth saw blade to saw off those large talons. The talons of the flame bird had easily pierced the Type 3 mutant beast hide on Jianghu's body. That was actually incredible, considering that not even cannons can damage the hides of Type 3 mutant beasts. The flame bird had an 80 m long wingspan, and its talons were at least a meter. Even the black tooth blade and crocodile tooth saw blade that were among Yu Zhong's best weapons could not match the sharpness of the talon. Yu Zhong intended to forge a sharp machete from the talons. Using it might not gain any enhancements from killing his enemies, but it would be a powerful weapon to utilize. After harvesting all that he could from the corpse, he hesitated a little while, before carefully proceeding towards one direction to the edge of the island. Level 118 Mutant Beast, Type 5 Dragon Whale Beast. It is of the Overlord level of the seas, and it is an incredibly terrifying mutant beast. Yu Zhong had just taken a look and began to edge back carefully. He was afraid of being noticed by that Type 5 mutant beast. In such a vast ocean where there was no end in sight, the moment this Type 5 dragon whale beast entered the waters, Yu Zhong would be in trouble. The water bodies of the earth were larger than the land mass, and the marine biology in the waters would definitely be more diverse and larger. Under such circumstances, the threat of these marine creatures was at least 100 times more dangerous than on land. If Yu Zhong were to enter the waters, he would immediately be in danger. This was because his trump card Devil Flame was of no use in the water. Yu Zhong returned to the biological armor containing Jianghu to stand guard. The Type 5 dragon whale beast was an overlord within the seas, and only other Type 5 mutant beasts would dare provoke it. No lower-rank beasts would be silly to get too close. Yu Zhong stood like this on the island, not able to utilize any of his skills. He could only wait obediently on the behemoth's back with the biological armor on it while reading a book out of boredom. Within Yu Zhong's ring, there was a large supply of water and food, more than enough to last him for a year. After an indeterminate number of days, a huge wave suddenly swept towards the back of the Type 5 dragon whale beast. What's going on? Before Yu Zhong had the chance to react, he was swept off the back of the Type 5 dragon whale beast and plunged into the deep blue sea. The biological armor Jianghu had always been bound to Yu Zhong's back with some spider silk. The moment he entered the water, the biological armor followed suit. Since Jianghu was inside the pod, Yu Zhong could not afford to put the pod into his storage ring, so he kept her outside. Upon submerging into the waters, he saw the beast, which was at least 1,000 meters long, with a jaw full of sharp teeth, currently engaged in a clash with a huge shark at least 800 m long. Both titans were currently snapping at and biting each other viciously. With them at the center, the resulting waves of their clash were constantly rippling out, churning the waters. Level 113 Mutant Beast, Type 5 Mutant Tiger Shark. One of the kings in the waters, its nature is extremely aggressive. Yu Zhong saw the beasts engaged in mutual slaughter and hurriedly allowed the waves to carry him away from the vicinity. If it was on land, then it was a different matter. However, since they were helpless in the waters, he didn't dare stay to play the fisherman. If he was not careful, he might end up being finished off by the two behemoths. Right after he had floated about 100 meters away, his position was locked on by a huge mutant shark, and it immediately swam towards him. Level 46 Mutant Beast, Mutant Shark. A water-type mutant beast. Although Yu Zhong possessed a body that was 10 times more powerful than a person, he was unable to utilize his maximum potential in water. Even if his speed now exceeded the world champion prior to the apocalypse, he could not possibly outswim the mutant shark. In barely a few breaths, the mutant shark had reached Yu Zhong and was opening its jaws to chomp down on him. Before he was about to be bitten, Yu Zhong hurriedly activated his clone technique, and an identical clone appeared in the waters. Seeing the appearance of one more prey, the mutant shark was momentarily confused, before it went for the one closer to it and snapped its jaws. On that clone, there was some spider silk that Yu Zhong had laid beforehand. With a thought, he retracted the silk, pulling himself towards the jaws of the mutant shark. The mutant shark saw another prey appear by its jaws and opened them to bite again. Yu Zhong immediately cast his gravity manipulation, causing a two-fold gravitational force to weigh down on the mutant shark. The beast instantly sunk slightly, and its jaws snapped on nothing. Yu Zhong took the chance to get on the head of the mutant shark, wrapping his spider silk around its body. He then unleashed a single punch with all of his strength towards the head of the beast. The hammer-like blow caused the body of the mutant shark to shudder. Because of that blow, the mutant shark writhed in pain, trying to shake Yu Zhong off its back. His fingers dug into the head of the mutant shark like claws, while he wrapped his legs around the body. He then proceeded to pummel the mutant shark's head viciously. Although it was difficult to unleash one's strength due to the resistance in water, Yu Zhong's constitution already exceeded a normal person by 10 times. His strength had already exceeded even some mutant beasts, and his blows were a considerable threat. After close to 100 blows, the mutant shark was punched silly and the spider silk was constantly wearing down the stamina of the beast. After struggling for a while, its body went limp helplessly and it spat out some blood. Yu Zhong quickly made use of the opportunity to add a point to his tamer technique, before casting it on the mutant shark. Under the forceful suppression from the level 4 tamer technique, the mutant shark, which was not even at its type 2 stage, was brought under Yu Zhong's control smoothly. He heaved a sigh of relief and patted its body. With a thought, it directly shot through the water towards the surface like a jet. When they broke through the surface, Yu Zhong exhaled deeply. The fight with the mutant shark had taken 15 minutes. If it wasn't for his high vitality, he would definitely not have been able to hang on. Yu Zhong rode on the mutant shark before handing a Type 2 nuclei to the shark and said, "From today you're called Little Sharky then." The mutant shark gobbled up the nuclei and expressed its joy through their telepathic connection. To Little Sharky, a Type 2 nuclei was the best form of nutrition. It was already a high-level mutant beast within the waters. Once it digested the nuclei, it could possibly evolve to a Type 2 mutant beast at any time. Yu Zhong gave an order to Little Sharky, "Take me to the nearest land." Receiving his orders, Little Sharky shot towards the northeast direction with its maximum speed. Although it had suffered when it was pummeled by Yu Zhong earlier, the Type 2 nuclei was a sort of nourishment and it was already recovering. Normal sharks could only swim at a speed of about 40 kilometers per hour, and it was only for a short time. Little Sharky was a mutant beast and it was able to hit 60 kilometers per hour or maintain a speed of 40 kilometers per hour for at least 12 hours. Little Sharky swam for 12 hours straight before it finally brought Yu Zhong to land. It then leaped out of the water onto land, curling its body as if it was dead. Only Yu Zhong knew that Little Sharky was currently evolving towards its Type 2 stage. Yu Zhong glanced at Little Sharky, ordering White Bones to stand guard over it, while he carried Ji Qingwu and the biological armor she was in towards the inner parts of the land. Chapter 535, Japan. Yu Zhong came to a small town, only to discover that it was overrun with tall, wild grass. There were all sorts of abandoned vehicles and not a single soul was in sight. There were only zombies in groups shambling about. On both sides of the streets, there were various stores with hiragana and katakana characters. Yu Zhong realized where he was. This is Japan. Did we actually come this far? He looked around and strode towards the town. With his enhancement level and combat strength, killing 1,000 zombies wasn't a problem anymore, it would just expend a huge amount of stamina. When Yu Zhong stepped into town, the huge group of zombies were attracted by his sounds and scent and began to shamble over. He waved his huge black-toothed blade, slicing the zombies in front of him into two. As they come forward, they would be casually dealt with. Just as he was about to reach the center, there was the sound of glass breaking. Two speedy shadows leaped out suddenly and rushed towards him. The huge black-toothed blade slashed out twice in quick succession, as two cold blade beams caused the 2S to be sliced apart, blood splattering everywhere. A level 3 skill book, Agility Solidification, appeared in Yu Zhong's hands. Strength Solidification, Agility Solidification, such strengthening skill books appeared more commonly. In comparison, Devil Flame, Plant Manipulation, Ice Manipulation, etc., such skills that were powerful offensively were only dropped from hunting high-level mutant beasts or zombies. Even then, the chances were slim. Tasakit. Help! As Yu Zhong was waving his black-toothed blade about to slice the zombies, an anxious cry or help sounded from a supermarket. Human? Japanese? Yu Zhong frowned and looked towards the direction. He saw a huge supermarket and up on the second level, there was a young high school female student. Her hair was long and black, tied in a ponytail. Her eyes were bright and large, her bountiful chest threatening to burst out from her sailor-like uniform. She was currently screaming to get Yu Zhong's attention. Should I save her? What the heck, having a local is better. Yu Zhong hesitated before walking over. There were 5S2S and 2L2S as well as over a dozen other ordinary zombies gathered in front of the gate. They immediately pounced towards Yu Zhong when they saw him. He waved his weapon about, easily taking care of them in a matter of seconds. Within the supermarket, there were a dozen ordinary zombies that were once the employees roaming about. He took care of them and directly headed to the second level, kicking the door wide open. When the Japanese student saw him, her face revealed a pleasant look of surprise as she bowed 90 degrees and greeted him with respect. Arigato. Thank you. Yu Zhong eyed the student and asked directly, "Do you speak Chinese?" Hearing his words, the female student immediately became flustered. It was obvious that she couldn't. He sighed lightly in his heart. Chinese was after all not English, which was the world's most common language. If he hadn't learned the language proficiency skill, it would have been a nightmare to communicate with the student. Yu Zhong continued, "I'm Yu Zhong. I'm from China, what's your name?" The Japanese student replied, "I'm called Fujisaki Kaori, second-year student at Sakura High. I'm 16 this year. Thank you very much for saving me, Yuekuin. Why are you here?" He assessed her carefully, noting the Japanese katana beside her, and felt that it must be a system equipment. Fujisaki Kaori looked at Yu Zhong with her huge eyes filled with reverence and idolization. "I was here to source for food. However, I wasn't careful and allowed those S-types and L-types to surround me. Thankfully, Yuekuin appeared to save me, otherwise I would have starved to death here." Yuekuin, you're really strong. You can kill so many zombies so easily. It's too amazing. The Japanese were respectful people, and their humble attitude and reverence for the strong were deep set in their bones. As long as there was strength, it didn't matter what the other party was. Only the strong would earn the respect and veneration from the Japanese. Fujisaki Kaori watched how fearlessly Yu Zhong had strolled into the crowd of zombies. He had crushed them like ants and her heart had fluttered. She felt slightly attracted to him. After all, he had just saved her. Heroes rescuing damsels in distress was a tradition that was almost a surefire way to win the heart of the fairer sex. It was so popular because it was extremely effective. Fujisaki Kaori was silent for a while before she extended an invitation to Yu Zhong. "Yuekuin, will you please come with me to our establishment?" Yu Zhong looked at her expectant expression and guessed that she might be from a small establishment. Those small-time factions had no way of containing someone like him. If he were to rage, he could easily decimate one or two of such bases. "Sure." He agreed even though he was not of a favorable impression of the Japanese. However, he had no choice because of the foreign land and he needed someone to guide. Come with me. I'll gift you something from the supermarket. Yuzhong turned and headed down. Fujisaki Kaori followed him down. He pointed to the entire supermarket and said, "Help yourself." "Thanks." After expressing her thanks, Fujisaki Kaori ran and grabbed a huge haversack. Before stuffing it with all sorts of things. After filling it up, she then found a trolley, filling it up before pushing it out. This Fujisaki Kaori is pretty intelligent. Yuzhong eyed her actions and praised her silently. Most people would not think of using the trolleys to collect and transport items. After all, one's mobility would be affected when using it. However, Fujisaki Kaori had done precisely so because she knew she had Yuzhong around. Soon, she carried her haversack and pushed the trolley in front of him. "Let's go." Yuzhong eyed Fujisaki Kaori and turned around, not minding the trolley at all. She was slightly disappointed and proceeded to push it herself, following behind Yuzhong. Along the way, many zombies tried to attack Yuzhong. All he had to do was to slash out casually. The zombies didn't stand a chance, each and every one of them being sliced in two. None could get close enough. Strong. He's even stronger than demons. Fujisaki Kaori watched on as Yuzhong continued to slaughter the zombies, and her heart trembled. With her leading, Yuzhong soon came to a small village in between two mountains. "Kaori Wani-chan. Kaori Wani-chan, you're back." When Fujisaki Kaori returned to the village, a number of small kids from the ages of 9 to 13 came running out. Other than them, there were 2 other women that seemed above 30, as well as 3 other younger women of about 16 to 18. There was a total of 15 kids that came running out. Every one of them was scrawny, and had visible signs of the conditions of the apocalypse. However, they had no signs of being mistreated and were still as innocent and boisterous as kids should be. At this time, one 17 or 18-year-old young woman with freckles and an obese figure shot Fujisaki Kaori a look and barked, "Kaori, who is this person? How can you bring a man back? Have you forgotten that all men are animals?" Another one, who was shorter and had an ordinary face, looked at the black tooth blade on Yuzhong's back with apprehension in her eyes and asked, "Kaori, who is this?" There was also a bespectacled and pretty but strict-looking Japanese lady who was assessing Yuzhong through narrowed eyes. She kept silent. The kids in the village were also curiously looking at Yuzhong. Fujisaki Kaori started to explain to the rest. "He is Yuzhong from China. He saved me from being trapped at the supermarket. Because of him, I was able to get all these." The freckled fatty immediately shouted out in agitation when she heard Yuzhong was from China. "What? He's Chinese? Shit. Fujisaki Kaori. How can you bring a Chinese here? This is Japan, we're Japanese, this is not a place you can come to. Get the hell out. Get out. We don't welcome you here. This is Japan, we don't welcome the Chinese here. Get out. Yitsuri-jima is ours." When they heard the shouts of the freckled fatty, the rest of the Japanese kids also began to jump up and down as they hollered at Yuzhong. Various Japanese right-wing forces had been rearing their heads in recent years and influenced much of the public opinion on a general hatred towards the Chinese. As the kids began to shout, some even bent down to pick up stones and pebbles to pelt Yuzhong. Bunch of unconscientious people. Yuzhong's eyes flashed coldly and shot forwards. He lashed out with his leg, kicking 5 of the kids, sending them flying about 7 to 8 meters backward. They all spat blood. He then lunged towards the freckled fatty and slapped her harshly across the face, causing her to tumble, and a few of her teeth to be knocked out. She also coughed up blood as a result. Chapter 536, Xenophobia. Yuzhong pulled out his huge black tooth blade and pointed it at those Japanese survivors. He barked out coldly, "All of you shall kneel. Those who don't, I'll slice your head off. You dare hit me. I'll kill you." The freckled fatty instantly charged over with a face contorted by fury. "No!" Fujisaki Kaori immediately screamed out. Yuzhong's eyes flashed coldly, and the black tooth blade sliced through the air like a beam of light. The head of the freckled fatty soared through the air as fresh blood splattered. Her headless corpse struggled a little before slumping to the ground. After killing the freckled fatty, Yu Zhong's eyes turned even colder as he pointed at all the Japanese survivors and shouted out with a menacing and oppressive tone, "Get the fuck on the ground. Otherwise you'll die." When they saw Yu Zhong killing the girl without hesitating, everyone stared in shock and fear, as though they had just seen a demon. "Sorry. Sorry. Forgive our offense. Sorry. Please forgive us." The pretty bespectacled girl was the first to get on the ground. The rest also hurriedly got on their knees in terror, as they begun to plead for mercy. "Please, Yuekuin. Please have mercy on us, don't kill anyone else. They didn't mean it." Fujisaki Kaori also knelt and begged Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong had kicked the Japanese kids and took the life of the freckled fatty without batting an eyelid. This was proof of his cold nature and not someone to be pushed around. They had been totally suppressed by his terrifying aura. "Please use as you wish but spare the kids. They're innocent." The two middle-aged women crawled over and pulled their clothes off, revealing their fair breasts. They hoped to use their bodies to appease Yu Zhong. "I'm not interested in you. Since you guys don't welcome, then you won't like the food that I had kindly provided. Let me burn them all." He eyed the Japanese survivors coolly and pointed at the trolley. His devil flame immediately ignited the trolley, turning the trolley and its contents into cinders. All the survivors looked at the burning items and their eyes flashed with an intense regret. A few of them began to wail. They were running out of supplies, otherwise the weak Fujisaki Kaori would not have risked her life to search for food. The small town might not pose a problem to Yu Zhong, but to those ordinary survivors, it was as terrifying as hell. A single S2 was enough to kill the entire village of survivors. After turning the trolley into ash, his gaze landed on the haversack on Fujisaki Kaori's back. She felt a chill down her spine and grabbed the bag tightly. She kneeled on the ground and began begging, "Yuekuin, please, let us have at least this bag. It's our only hope. As long as you leave this for us, I'm willing to spend the night with you. I'm a virgin, and I should be able to satisfy you." The pretty, bespectacled girl who had been kneeling rigidly also spoke up, "Yuekuin, I'm Ida Kyoko, 17 this year, I'm also a virgin. This time it was our fault. Please be magnanimous and let us have this bag. I'm willing to join Kaori and let you have your way with us for a night." Without food, the entire town could not survive beyond a few more days. Ida Kyoko was also extremely clear and decided to use her body to exchange for the food. Yu Zhong spoke coldly, "I need a map of this area. I also need someone to lead the way to the nearest establishment. As long as you can provide this, I'll leave tomorrow and the bag is yours." He had no goodwill towards the Japanese, but he would not go on a massacre for no reason. Unless both sides were enemies, where he would not hesitate to rain hell and carnage upon his foes. Ida Kyoko kneeled in front of Yu Zhong and spoke respectfully, "Yes. I have a map here. I also know where the location of the nearest survivor base is. Let me be your guide tomorrow, Yuekuin. Please rest for the night here." If he had not displayed his strength, they would have already chased him out. However, since he showed that he was willing to punish children, and killed the freckled fatty who had dared to assault him, they were filled with fear towards him. Naturally, they would not chase him out for fear of him going crazy and killing them all. "And?" he replied indifferently and began to walk into town. After he left, the survivors stood up. "Damn Chinese dog. Lowlife Chinese scum. You dare kick the future elites of my great Japan. I'll not let you off. I'll make life a living hell for you." A 13-year-old Japanese boy by the name of Ueda Koji with dyed blonde hair stared hatefully at Yu Zhong's back, his eyes flashing viciously. Ueda Koji looked at Ida Kyoko and Fujisaki Kaori and his face contorted in rage. "Kaori Wani-chan is mine. Kyoko Wani-chan is also mine. I'll not let you take them away, Chinese dog." With these vile thoughts, Ueda Koji thought to find a chance to slip out of town. Soon it came to dinner time. The two Japanese housewives prepared a large wok of porridge, before separating in many bowls. The Japanese children lined up to get their bowls, before slurping the porridge, wiping the bowls clean. Yu Zhong watched this sullenly. In his country, his fellow countrymen had a lack of manners and the habit of queuing. Even the little rascals would frequently jump the line, and made use of their bodies to squeeze through or bully the weaker kids for food. These were all bad habits instilled in them by their parents. Only after Yu Zhong punished this behavior did it start to disappear. Seeing the orderly manner of the Japanese kids, he was slightly unhappy. After all, he was slightly nationalistic, and seeing the Japanese being better than the Chinese in any aspect caused him to feel sour. Yuekuin, this is yours. Ida Kyoko served a plate to Yu Zhong. It was a simple meal. There was soup, rice as well as canned fish and vegetables. In this apocalypse, it was considered a sumptuous meal. Many of the Japanese looked over, their mouths salivating. However, they sat still, not daring to move about. The Chinese in front of them had shown them how ruthless he could be, and they dared not provoke this man who killed without blinking. No need. You guys have it. Yu Zhong declined their goodwill and pulled out his own canned Type 2 beast meat, and began to devour it down. The Type 3 mutant beast meat would boost his energy and replenish what he expended, so he would only save it for situations where he might need to recover or save weaker survivors. Ida Kyoko had also done so as a perfunctory gesture. She wasn't really willing to let Yu Zhong have such precious food. When he declined, she brought the food back and separated into 14 equal portions, giving the little kids to eat. Although it was just a little bit, the kids all had expressions of bliss on their faces. Yu Zhong watched the actions of Ida Kyoko as well as the kids, and he thought silently, what a scary race of people. Japan had been able to pick itself up and soar to economic greatness after World War II. On one hand, it was because there was the assistance from America. On the other hand, which was more important, was that the Japanese were very united, and had an undying resolve no matter the obstacle. The more he watched, the more depressed he got, and he decided to hoist the biological armor and walked into another room to rest. When he left, all the Japanese survivors heaved a sigh of relief. His very presence exuded an overpowering pressure on them, making it hard for them to breathe. When he left, they could finally relax. One of the housewives asked, Kyoko, are you really going to lead him tomorrow? Ida Kyoko nodded, "N. This Yu Zhong seems to be a man of his word. If I help him, he will keep his promise." The other housewife spoke, "I wonder what he wants with a larger survivor base? Why don't we all follow him? Maybe joining a larger survivor base would be easier for us all." Right at this time, the sounds of motorbikes and cars came roaring from outside the village. Hearing the commotion, the survivors all stepped out to take a look out of curiosity. Only to see a whole bunch of men in tattered and mismatched clothes, each of them wielding weapons like baseball bats, knives and blades. Ueda Koji was behind the leader, a burly man with a shaven head. He had a huge scar running down his face and he had plenty of tattoos on his body. Ueda Koji spoke respectfully to the scarred man, "Kawada Oyabun, it's here." The bald scarred man was called Kawada Taro. He was the boss of this area, and had 60 soldiers under him, and was the king of about 300 survivors. Chapter 537, Blade Beam. Kill? Kawada Yutaro revealed a savage smile and waved his hands, leading his subordinates into the village. The dozens of armed men charged into the village in a frenzy. Quick! Escape! Fujisaki Kaori immediately screamed when she saw those men. After which, she led the kids towards the village. The two housewives ran over towards the men, hoping to use their bodies to buy some time for the kids. The subordinates of Kawada Yutaro began to surround the two housewives, as they took off their pants and began to rape the two women while laughing in glee. While the two women were surrounded by 10 men, the rest of the armed men charged towards the village while roaring with laughter. Kaori Wani-chan. Save me. All of a sudden, a 12-year-old boy tripped and fell, his face wearing a frightened expression as he shouted for Kaori. Ha ha ha. Die. One of the thugs swung his blade down with a perverse look of madness, separating the kid's head in a shower of blood. While it was true that the Japanese had a powerful will and fighting spirit, likewise some had an intense side to them. Many had their own mental demons which when unleashed, would cause them to be worse than beasts. Those subordinates of Kawada Yutaro were capable of all evils, and every one of them had no qualms committing acts of evil. Kenta. Fujisaki Kaori screamed out in misery when she witnessed the cruel and inhumane scene. A 10-year-old girl fell as well, and she sobbed uncontrollably with snot and tears flowing out of her eyes and nose. She pleaded as she looked towards Ida Kyoko, "Wani-chan. Save me. Kyoko Wani-chan, save me please." 3 of the burly thugs instantly surrounded that little girl and took off their pants before proceeding to press the girl underneath them. They basically allowed their primal but perverse nature to go wild. Soon, the screams of pain mixed with the pants of excitement from the thugs filled the air. There was a disgusting tension in the air. Masako. Masako-chan. Animals? Ida Kyoko screamed out as she watched on helplessly. Her beautiful face was an expression of fury, her eyes bloodshot, and her hands were pale white from clenching too tight. However, she was extremely clear that even if she went back, she would just become a sacrifice, not doing any good. Yu Zhong. There's only him left. Only he can save us. Ida Kyoko came to a swift decision and thought of the only person in the village that could save them. On the other side, Fujisaki Kaori was not stupid as well and brought the kids towards Yu Zhong's location. Ida Kyoko came to where Yu Zhong was staying and saw that he was leaning against the window, watching the events unfold quietly. He showed no intentions of lending a helping hand at all. Yu Zhong watched the Japanese thugs killing and raping their own countrymen, and there was a mix of emotions in him. There was fury, numbness, and a slight sense of gratification. He was furious because these brutes actually had no qualms killing their own people. Numb because he had seen so much of these types of scenarios since the apocalypse began. Each time a faction took over another, there would be such unrest and chaos. He had truly seen too much. And the slight gratification was because he silently thought that even the Japanese were not saints. Seems like there were enough perverts among them as well. Ida Kyoko immediately knelt down in front of Yu Zhong and pleaded, "Ueko-en, please lend a hand and save us." If Yu Zhong did not do anything, the survivors would likely be wiped out, leaving at most the women to serve as sex slaves. Yu Zhong's eyes flashed with a look of ridicule. "I'm a hated Chinese of your Japanese people. Why should I save you guys? You should look for your own people to help." When the Japanese survivors had first seen Yu Zhong, they were immediately xenophobic. Yu Zhong was still fuming over their ungrateful attitude towards his goodwill. He was the sort that was clear about his feelings. He would be nice to those who treat him well, and he would be ruthless to those who were his enemies. Ida Kyoko raised her head to implore Yu Zhong with those mesmerizing eyes of hers. There was a resolute look in them. "Ueko-en, I would like to propose a deal. Please save these kids, after all they're innocent. In exchange, I'll be willing to serve you as a maid from now on. From today onwards, whatever you ask of Kyoko, I'll do it." Ida Kyoko wasn't an idiot. She knew those thugs outside were beyond control. They had no way of talking sense or logic with them. In comparison, although Yu Zhong was a foreigner, he was at least reasonable. In her eyes, there was a chance to negotiate with him. "Kyoko." Fujisaki Kaori heard those words and turned to look at her, her face pale and her mind blank. Although her abilities were the strongest among the villagers, her adaptability and reaction to situations were not Ida Kyoko's equal. Yu Zhong stared at Ida Kyoko, who was looking straight at him with a resolute gaze, and replied coolly, "Remember all that you've said today. If you dare go back on your word, I have my means to make you regret it for life." Ida Kyoko kneeled in front of Yu Zhong and bowed deeply. Yes. She had received an upbringing from the higher rungs of society and wore those thick old-fashioned glasses to hide her beauty. Ah, so many women. At this time, 13 men barged in. When they saw the 2 women in the room and those kids, the eyes of the men all lit up in excitement. Fujisaki Kaori looked at one member of the group that had barged in, a look of disbelief flashing in her eyes, and she exclaimed shrilly, "Koji! It was you. You betrayed us." "What? Why did you betray us?" Of the 13 men, one was precisely Ueda Koji. Ueda Koji looked at Fujisaki Kaori and Ida Kyoko, his face contorted in madness. "Kaori Wani-chan. Kyoko Wani-chan. I like you guys. I want you to be my women. What is that Chinese dog worth? Why is it that you two were smitten by him the moment he came? This Chinese dog are our Japan's enemies. Why must you treat him so well to the point of offering your bodies to him? Since it's like this, why can't I be your man? Yutaro Oyabun has already promised me. As long as I lead them here, the 2 of you will be women from now on." Ida Kyoko looked at Ueda Koji, her eyes flashing with pity. "Koji, you have been deceived. They will not give us to you." The few subordinates of Kuwata Yutaro laughed at Ueda Koji with scorn and ridicule in their eyes. With these 2 beauties, Kuwata Yutaro would definitely not leave them just for Ueda Koji to enjoy alone. However, Ueda Koji didn't seem to discover anything amiss, looking at Kuwata Yutaro with an expectant look. "Kuwata Oyabun will not lie to me. Kuwata Oyabun, you can deal with the rest how you like. Kaori Wani-chan and Kyoko Wani-chan are mine. Please capture them for me. Kawada Yutaro's eyes flashed coldly, and he suddenly pulled out a sharp katana and sliced towards Ueda Koji, causing his body to be separated. Ah! With blood splattering everywhere and his legs separated from his body, Ueda Koji didn't die instantly. Instead, he fell to the ground, screaming out. His face was hideous, his eyes filled with fear and disbelief. Kawada Yutaro looked at Ueda Koji and there were contempt and ridicule in his eyes. I'm not lying to you. I will hand them to you. But since you're dead, then your women will be shared by the rest of us. He then turned to Yu Zhong and waved his hands, ordering out coldly, chop up that Chinese. I want him alive and I will cook him in torture. Whoever can remove his limbs after I'm done with these two women, that person will get to be second. Kill? The other 11 men that were surrounding the room instantly charged towards Yu Zhong with savage looks. 2 of them were agility enhancers of level 7, their ability stronger than the rest of the thugs. Seeing the assault of the 11 thugs, the remaining kids immediately darted behind Yu Zhong, their faces filled with fright. Each of the thugs wielded sharp katanas, and they looked positively terrifying. Ida Kyoko couldn't help but scream out in warning, "Watch out!" These were 11 thugs encircling one man. She was afraid that once Yu Zhong was killed, they would all be at the mercy of Kawada Yutaro, and their fates would be worse than death. Thrash! With that mild snort, a blade beam slashed out across the room. The 11 thugs were instantly sliced into pieces, blood splattering everywhere. Witnessing such a horrifying scene, Kawada Yutaro was shocked, his heart instantly plummeting. Chapter 538, Dispute. Kyoko, Kaori and the remaining kids were all shocked when they witnessed this. This sort of technique exceeded what was possible and they were truly shaken. Kyoko's eyes were filled with veneration, too terrifying. His technique had exceeded human limitations. Even a sword saint would not be able to block that blow. He's as terrifying as a demon. Kawada Yutaro was afraid, but he was known around these parts as a fierce thug after all. He forcefully suppressed his fear by shouting out loudly, charging at Yu Zhong with a fearsome killing intent. What a fast blade! Kyoko was the chairman of the kendo club back in school and knew about kendo. She could see that the move of Kawada Yutaro was not simple, and if it was her facing him, she would definitely not be able to defend against this strike. Furthermore, it was backed by his strength of a level 23 enhancer. Kawada Yutaro had just run forwards a few steps and reached Yu Zhong, when suddenly a blade flashed. Kawada Yutaro's head was sent flying into the sky with a shower of warm blood. His headless corpse continued to stumble a few steps forwards before crashing to the ground. Yu Zhong stepped forward and picked up the katana from the corpse of Kawada Yutaro, and a flurry of information appeared in his mind. Level 2 treasure, Odachi. An incredibly sharp blade. Yu Zhong threw the Odachi over to Kyoko. Take it. I can't be protecting you all the time. Only you can protect yourself. Yes, I understand. Kyoko picked up the Odachi and bowed to Yu Zhong before taking a few swings. Each and every move of hers was precise and purposeful. This girl definitely has some background. Yu Zhong eyed Kyoko before turning around and walked out. Come with me. Kaori and Kyoko followed behind Yu Zhong. They were joined by the remaining Japanese kids. Outside, the remaining subordinates of Kawada Yutaro were currently raping their captives indiscriminately. When they saw Yu Zhong and his group step out, they rushed over with looks of savagery. Yu Zhong watched the incoming bandits indifferently and slashed out, slicing them all in two. As the scene of carnage unfolded, Yu Zhong strolled through like a bloodthirsty devil. Any bandit that got too close would be immediately sliced. Terrifying. He's like a demon. He's too strong. Kaori stood behind Yu Zhong and watched as he dealt with the bandits, her heart filled with shock and reverence. When the bandits had almost been wiped out, leaving a dozen behind, those remaining ones tried to make a break for it. Get the hell on the floor. Otherwise you'll die. Yu Zhong barked out coldly when he saw them running. He then shot forwards with a speed that exceeded a Type 2 lightning, rushing towards the bandits. In the dark of the night, a few of the escaping bandits were separated in two, as blood splattered everywhere, their innards spilling out of their corpses. It was a horrifying scene and the screams rang out through the night. Don't kill me. I surrender. Don't kill me. There were many cowards who feared death among the bandits as well. When they saw their comrades being slaughtered like pigs, they immediately got on the floor and begged Yu Zhong tearfully. In that short carnage, all that was left of the bandit group was 9 people. The rest had become corpses. The 9 of them kneeled on the floor, their bodies trembling uncontrollably as they awaited Yu Zhong's judgment. Along Kaori's path, she had seen the dead bodies of her fellow survivors. With every passing body, the fury in her heart intensified. The housewives were naked, their bodies covered with spots of semen everywhere. Their eyes were opened wide and their bodies were covered in bruises. They had no life left in them. There were also 4 other Lolas of about 10 to 11, while they were not dead yet, they had been tortured till the point where they're on the brink of death. Their bodies were bruised and there was blood everywhere. 6 of the boys were also covered in semen, their necks already snapped, and their faces full of fear even in death. In the apocalypse, ration was precious. Girls and women would be used to satisfy desires, that was why they were likelier to survive. To the rotten bandits under Kuwata Yutaro, anyone else were just dispensable. They were cruel and vicious, and naturally would not allow the other boys to survive. When Kaori saw the bandits lined up in front of Yu Zhong, she lost her cool and screamed, "Bastards! Yuakuan! Kill them! Kill these fucking beasts!" Hearing her shrill screams, those men began to tremble even more. They looked fearfully at Yu Zhong and his long black-toothed blade. "Shut up!" Yu Zhong shot Kaori a cold look. She felt like a bucket of cold water had been poured over her, and she immediately clammed up. Yu Zhong ordered, "Kyoko, go tie them up." "Yes, master." She replied and found a few ropes before tying the captives seriously. She then escorted them to a small storehouse and locked them in. Yu Zhong gazed at the remaining survivors as he spoke indifferently, "My deal with Kyoko is completed, the rest is up to you." After that he went back to his room and rested. If it were in China, Yu Zhong would definitely have slaughtered these thugs and used his resources to save the children. He would then train them and teach them how to survive in this cruel world. However, this was Japan. To a deeply nationalistic person like Yu Zhong, it was a mercy that he didn't slaughter them all. He would naturally not lend a hand to the xenophobic Japanese survivors. "Keiko-chan. Hang in there. Hang in there. Nishi-chan, hang in there." Inside a room, Kaori was currently applying all the precious medicine that they had on the 4 pitiful girls. The girls laid there, their bodies still defiled and covered with bruises and blood, and Kaori's tears would not stop flowing. Those thugs who had followed Kuwata Yutaro were inhumane beasts, and scum among scum. They had lost all sense of rationality, and had vented their desires without care for the frail bodies of the girls, causing them to be broken. Kaori looked at those pale and shivering children, who were teetering between life and death, and asked Kyoko frantically, "What do we do, Kyoko? What should we do?" In this small village, the housewives had been the ones to call the shots. Kaori was just a pretty high school student. She was part of the gymnastics club in school and had also learned some karate. After the apocalypse happened, she had become an enhancer by chance. However, her circumstances were vastly different from Yu Zhong, and she wasn't as strong. She did not dare take risks as well, hence her low level. Other than her status as an enhancer and a beauty, she could not compare to Kyoko in terms of her intelligence and adaptability. Kyoko looked at Kaori and the remaining children and frowned. She was extremely clear that once she was brought along with Yu Zhong tomorrow, the rest would not stand a chance out here. In fact, one of the reasons she decided to follow Yu Zhong was to rely on this expert in the future. Kyoko pondered for a long while before speaking softly, "Kaori, go plead with Master. Only he has the means to save Keiko-chan and the rest." When Kaori heard that, her eyes lit up before turning crestfallen again. "Kyoko, he would not help us easily." After this matter, Kaori had a good feel of Yu Zhong's character. The first meeting the villagers had with him turned antagonistic. Expecting him to help out without asking for anything was basically impossible. Kyoko suggested, "Simple. Submit to him, accept him as your master. Then he would not abandon us without a care." One of the boys of about 12 or 13, Kuramoto Kira, immediately opposed vehemently, "No way. I oppose. He's cruel and he's a Chinese, our hated enemy. I will definitely not accept him as our master. This is Japan, not China. We are the pride and glorious people of Japan, how can we submit to him? No way. He didn't even say he wanted us. We could handle our own problems in the past, we should continue doing so in the future. The village had been fortunate, having found a huge source of rations right at the start of the apocalypse. Also, there had been a moral enhancer who helped to clear the town, allowing them to stay here hidden. They had gone through much lesser hardships compared to survivors outside, and due to that they had been blinded by the cruelty of the world. Kira-kun. Kaori heard his words and faltered. This wasn't like ancient times, she too wasn't willing to become a maid. As long as a modern person did not go through any sort of hardships, no one would be willing to recognize someone else as master, especially with a Chinese man like Yu Zhong. Kira held up a small kodachi and declared with confidence, "Kaori Wani-chan. I, Kuramoto Kira, swear to work hard to become a hero to protect you guys. With this kodachi in my hands." The kodachi was a first-class weapon. It had been picked up by Kira from one of the dead thugs. With it, he was suddenly filled with confidence. Although he acknowledged that he was not a match for Yu Zhong, he had the confidence to protect Kaori. Chapter 539, Type 3 Liger Beast. Kaori hesitated before she looked towards Kyoko, imploring her to help with her intelligence and perspective. Kyoko looked back and sighed, "Kaori, I'm not part of you guys already. You'll have to make the decision yourselves." By now, the three Japanese boys had stood up and were wielding their kodachis. Their eyes flickered with an unwavering resolve, obviously not intending to pledge allegiance to Yu Zhong. The three of them were only about 12 or 13, and under the education system they were brought up to hate the Chinese. If it wasn't for the strength of Yu Zhong that was so frightening, they would try to assassinate him in the night. Kira looked at Kaori and spoke loudly, "Kaori Wani-chan. The Chinese have a good saying, one must be guarded towards those not of one's race. He would definitely not view us as equals and he might even use us as slaves or cannon fodder." Hearing Kira's words, Kaori sunk into contemplation again. "I'll be going." Kyoko saw the three boys filled with hostility towards her and left the room. She could tell that she was no longer welcomed. Early the next morning, Yu Zhong brought out the remaining 9 thugs from the locked storehouse. Yu Zhong approached one of the shorter men who looked about 26 or 27, with ordinary features and asked, "What's your name?" The young man replied somewhat hesitatingly, "My name is Takeshi Honda. I'm 28 this year." These thugs did not refrain from committing evil acts in the apocalyptic world. They had seen their fair share of things and knew that this man in front of them was a truly strong expert. The Japanese revered the strong, and having witnessed Yu Zhong's might, they were both in fright and in awe. Yu Zhong stared at Honda and questioned, "Where's the nearest radio broadcast station?" "Radio station? Please let me think for a while." His brain began to work before his eye lit up and he responded, "Yama County. Anoki Station. There's a large survivor base in that vicinity. There should be a radio station there." Yu Zhong then shot out a flurry of questions. "What is the faction ruling over there now? Who's the leader? How many survivors are there?" Honda thought hard before replying, "The ones governing Yama County should be the Shimazu clan. The current leader is Shimazu Yuji. There are over 10,000 survivors there. They're considered the strongest faction and no one dares provoke them." When Yu Zhong heard that, his brows furrowed. If it were just 1,000-strong establishment, he could definitely charge by himself to suppress the faction and forcefully obtain the station. However, a base of more than 10,000 survivors was bound to have a number of strong experts. Furthermore, Japan had plenty of thick forests, which would mean more diverse mutant beasts and mutant plants. There would definitely be plenty of experts. Yu Zhong pondered before making a decision. "I just need the radio station anyway. Let's just see how it goes." Yu Zhong gave Honda an order. "From now on, you are the captain of this small team. This is my maid Ida Kyoko, her position is higher than yours. Now move out." "Yes. I got it." When Honda heard those words he was overjoyed. He was originally just a small-time thug among the group of bandits. Now he had become a captain. Furthermore, following someone as strong as Yu Zhong wasn't too bad. With his strength, it was possible to trample over many obstacles. In fact, any enhancer above level 30 could go around sourcing for survivors to form a small faction. Of course, expanding from there wasn't as easy. Yu Zhong had always been a man of action, coming and going like the wind. He brought Honda and Kyoko, leaving Kaori and the rest of the children as he walked towards the direction of Yama County. He was not a nanny and had no obligation to look after those that had nothing to do with him. Seeing Yu Zhong turn around without so much of a care, Kaori's gaze was complicated. She felt uncertain about the future of the village and was slightly at a loss. About 67% of Japan were forest areas. Other than the major cities, the rest were forests. Yu Zhong escorted the captives while being led by Honda through one particular forest. All of a sudden, there was a mighty roar that resounded throughout the forest. Countless birds were alarmed and scattered to the skies. The moment Honda and the rest heard the roar, their bodies shuddered, their faces full of shock. Honda immediately exclaimed with fear, "Not good. It's a liger beast, a Type 3 liger beast. We should escape now. Otherwise we'll die." Type 3 mutant beasts? When Yu Zhong heard it, his eyes lit up in excitement. He was now at a high level and he had already promoted his devil flame into its second-order stage. Against a Type 3 mutant beast, he possessed some means to go against one. It was unlikely that he would be killed quickly. Hence he had the intention to hunt it. Yu Zhong immediately gave a gun to Kyoko and ordered, "You guys stay here. Kyoko, this is for you. If anyone dares make a move on you, execute him immediately." Seeing the gun in Kyoko's hands, Honda and the rest of his team all showed signs of greed and envy. The might of a gun was powerful and some evolvers could not withstand them still. The bunch of thugs were ordinary with only 2 low-level enhancers among them. They were definitely incapable of handling Kyoko. After passing his instructions, Yu Zhong shot towards the direction of the roar, disappearing in a flash. In his heart, only Kyoko had some value. The rest could die for all he cared. If the thugs were to run, it would at most be a bit of trouble. Yu Zhong ran with his maximum speed, arriving near the source of the noise. Hong! Hong! When Yu Zhong was approaching the area, sounds of huge explosions rang out. There are people. Yu Zhong's heart turned cold and he immediately became cautious. He hesitated before retrieving the stealth skill book and immediately learnt it. He was in a foreign land. Japan's advanced technology coupled with their xenophobia towards China meant that he was in a more dangerous situation compared to Vietnam. After all, as long as Yu Zhong had continued to move in the direction of Guangxi, he would be like a fish in waters. However, in Japan he had no kin, no friends, he didn't even know which direction he could move towards. It was infinitely more prudent to be careful, and turned everything at his disposal to something he could utilize. Yu Zhong proceeded towards the sounds of explosions before activating the skill. His entire body blended with the surroundings without a sign of his aura nor killing intent. The moment he activated stealth, even if he were to meet an existence stronger than him by a few times, it would be hard for him to be discovered. About a few hundred meters in front of him, there was a forest, and he could see a 3m tall beast of over 15m in length. It had the head of a tiger and body of a lion. A layer of scales covered its body. Its tail was lengthy at 3m, and its eyes were as large as plates. The fearsome beast was currently engaged in a fierce battle with a bunch of people. Level 88 Mutant Beast, Type 3 Liger Beast. It has a terrifying body, and is an overlord within the jungles. There were over 300 people, each of them wielding different firearms and weapons. The group of people were all high-level enhancers, each of them possessing powerful offensive abilities like the Ice Pick, Flame Arrows, Earth Spikes, Air Cannons, Gravity Lock, Plant Manipulation, Summon Beast, etc. All sorts of abilities were casted towards the Type 3 Liger Beast. The 300 enhancers were all working in tandem without any flaw in their teamwork. With their smooth cooperation, even Yu Zhong would be dead if he engaged them. The Type 3 Liger Beast leaped with all its might, using its pure strength and power to break away from all the shackles. Even with the power of the various gravity and vacuum users, it still possessed a speed that exceeded a Type 2 Lightning. However, because it was still slowed down considerably, with the numerous abilities being casted on it, parts of its scales were chipped away. There was no considerable damage dealt to it however, but the attacks served to enrage it further. The Type 3 Liger Beast pounced into the midst of some of the humans, and caused one enhancer to be trapped under its paws. With a bite, the enhancer had his throat ripped out. The Type 3 Liger Beast then swept its powerful tail, smashing into the head of one other enhancer, separating it from his body. The Type 3 Liger Beast was like a tiger among sheep as it smacked a number of enhancers to the ground, before biting into their throats, killing them in showers of blood. As the Type 3 Liger Beast was massacring the elite enhancers, 4 men stood a distance away observing the situation. A young man with a 2.5 huge sword on his back looked at the Type 3 Liger Beast with a hint of greed in his eyes. Powerful. It truly is a Type 3 mutant beast. I wonder what will drop out once I kill it? A middle-aged man frowned slightly. Ogawa-kun, that beast is not something you can handle alone. Only by working together we can take it down. Plus, whatever that drops doesn't belong to you alone, it belongs to Emperor Amaterasu, the whole of Takamajihara. Ogawa stared at the Type 3 Liger Beast and licked his lips. Yes. Go to Senpai. Let us join hands and deal with this beast then. Chapter 540, Killing the Liger Beast. When the Type 3 Liger Beast decimated those 20 enhancers, Ogawa's eyes flashed with a chilly light. He waved his hands and a number of translucent spider silk shot towards the Type 3 Liger Beast noiselessly. The Type 3 Liger Beast had just slapped a high-level enhancer in two, when the spider silk stuck themselves to its body. However, the Type 3 Liger Beast didn't seem to notice the spider silk hanging from its body. As the Type 3 Liger Beast continued to rampage and tear 6 other enhancers apart, Ogawa shouted, Kawada-senpai. A burly man who was about 2 m tall with rippling muscles shot forwards. His name was Kawada Kotaro. He activated his second-order explosive strength, and his strength index shot to a whopping 28 times. He grabbed onto the spider silk released by Ogawa and bellowed in rage, before activating his level 3 might, causing his strength to further increase to 56 times. He then pulled savagely, and the 3 m tall Type 3 Liger Beast with a body length of over 15 m was instantly shackled down. Kawada Kotaro was a strength-based evolver, and the second-order explosive strength could cause him to increase his strength by 10 times that of a person. The level 3 might would also double his strength as long as it go beyond 400 points. This allowed him to drag the body of the Type 3 Liger Beast down. When the Type 3 Liger Beast was forcefully suppressed onto the ground, the enhancers all around immediately launched all their skills on it, causing the entire body of the Liger Beast to be covered in wounds. Divine Spear Break. Kamama Ichiro, an expert wielding a 2 m long black spear, roared out. His spirit was pushed to its maximum, and his entire body seemed to become one with the black spear as they turned into a flash of light that shot towards the Type 3 Liger Beast viciously. Divine Spear Break was a powerful second-order skill, and when Kamama Ichiro transformed into a shooting star, he managed to pierce the scales of the Type 3 Liger Beast, and even tore a huge wound in its body. Seems like Japan has its experts too. Yuzhong watched as Kamama Ichiro exhibited his powerful spear move, and he thought silently to himself. If it was him who was faced with that strike, even he would be severely injured. The Type 3 Liger Beast released an earth-shaking roar as its claw swung down like a clap of thunder. Kamama Ichiro's head was instantly separated from his body, and blood splattered everywhere. This was a level 58 evolver, and he was just killed in an instant by the Type 3 Liger Beast. The Type 3 Liger Beast then tugged on the spider silk, as a powerful strength traveled along the silk to reach Kawada Kotaro. He was immediately sent flying through the air towards the direction of the Type 3 Liger Beast, which seized the chance to lift itself up and bite Kawada Kotaro into two. The scene was gory. Ogawa's reaction was fast. The moment he saw Kamama Ichiro's head being slapped away, he quickly cut off the connection between the silk and himself. That was how he avoided being sent into the mouth of the Type 3 Liger Beast as well. The Type 3 Liger Beast's muscles became taut as its eyes turned bloodshot. It drew a ragged breath, and leaped forwards while still under the effects of the gravity manipulation. In a flash, it appeared in front of a middle-aged man that looked like the leader of the troops, and with a swipe of its paws, that man's head was sent flying. Baka. Ogawa's bodies turned cold, and he immediately activated his level 4 life-saving ability. Flicker, causing his body to disappear from his spot, and appearing about 10 m away. His voice then resounded as he ordered the rest of the enhancers, "Kill it! All of you attack!" Ice picks, fireballs, ground spikes, lightning orbs, all sorts of abilities were launched at the Type 3 Liger Beast. They served to injure it further, causing new wounds to open on top of the already serious old ones. A battle that uses mass numbers was truly useful, as the Type 3 Liger Beast was slowly being whittled down by the constant barrage of attacks from the enhancers. There were multiple fist-sized wounds all over its body, and there was an especially large one at its chest. The precious blood was flowing profusely. The Type 3 Liger Beast was nearing the end of its line, yet it was still not dead. It continued to leap about in the battlefield, causing mayhem and deaths everywhere it went. Heads would pop out from their bodies and their headless corpses dropping to the ground. As the death toll climbed, the attacks and skills being casted at it were beginning to drop, and it allowed the Type 3 Liger Beast to be more ruthless and savage in its attacks. Under the slaughter, the remaining 100 enhancers began to lose their fighting spirit, and they started to escape in different directions. Humans were after all different from zombies, and they would fear death when facing an indomitable existence. Ogawa eyed the Type 3 Liger Beast hatefully and gritted his teeth. Shit! This time it's a failure. All of a sudden, there was a sniper gunshot, and Ogawa's head exploded in a shower of blood like a watermelon. From the grass, Yu Zhong's cold eyes looked on as he kept the falcon sniper in his hands. Although he did not know the background of Ogawa and the rest, their strength was not a joke. To him they were a threat. Therefore he resolved to take the strongest one out in an assassination the moment he could. Even after hearing the sniper shot, the rest of the enhancers did not turn back. They just continued to run for their lives. There was a terrifying beast behind them, and the moment they slowed down, death would fall upon their heads. After Yu Zhong took out Ogawa, his right hand blazed with flames and a devil flame spear appeared. His eyes flashed with a cold look, and he locked on the Type 3 Liger Beast's position. Taking a few breaths, he then threw it towards the Type 3 Liger Beast as the spear turned into a flash of light and exploded on the body of the Type 3 Liger Beast. With a large explosion, the devil flame spear penetrated the front leg of the Type 3 Liger Beast, causing the leg to be blasted into bits and pieces. The Type 3 Liger Beast immediately came to a halt as it kneeled down. Yu Zhong shot forwards with both his hands blazing with devil flame, and he fired 2 more devil flame spears without wasting a beat. At this time, the Type 3 Liger Beast recognized Yu Zhong as its greatest threat. It forced itself to evade one of the devil flame spears, but was unfortunately besieged by the other. The devil flame spear combusted on its body, causing a large wound with blood flowing out. Waving his hands, Yu Zhong brought out his stinger and fired 6 consecutive shots at the Liger Beast. All 6 bullets found their target, causing the wounds on the beast to worsen. Even after suffering such extensive damage, the Type 3 Liger Beast still did not die. Its eyes flashed fiercely, and it tensed its body, leaping towards Yu Zhong with a speed that was just slightly slower than a Type 3 lightning. It slashed out with its claw, intending to take Yu Zhong's head off. Yu Zhong was expecting that move, and before the Liger Beast had appeared in front of it, he had already activated his shadow steps and pulled out his black tooth blade to block in front of him. The remaining front paw slapped onto Yu Zhong's black tooth blade, and a tank-like force traveled through the blade, causing Yu Zhong to be sent flying backwards. As the Type 3 Liger Beast launched its assault, Yu Zhong's left hand also conjured out a devil flame spear that expended 80 spirit and 20 stamina to strike at the face of the Type 3 Liger Beast. With a loud blast, a huge bloody hole appeared in the head of the Type 3 Liger Beast, as flames still burned around the wound, causing the brain to be fried. On the other side, as Yu Zhong was about to smash into a huge rock, a white shield appeared behind him. He crashed into the boulder, but the resulting force caused the shield to disintegrate before he slid to the ground, his face pale. Congratulations on achieving level 79, you've gained 2 attribute points to be allocated. A large experience orb flew into Yu Zhong's body, causing him to level up. A blue treasure box also dropped beside the corpse of the Type 3 Liger Beast. Seeing the dead Type 3 Liger Beast, a few of the escaping enhancers immediately turned back, their eyes red as they charged towards the blue treasure box. A blue treasure box definitely meant something valuable. Even if it was a blueprint, it would be a technologically advanced blueprint. If they could bring it back to Takamajihara, they would instantly leap up the ranks to become important personnel. A rope suddenly shot down from a nearby large tree as it coiled towards the blue box, seemingly alive. You're seeking death. Yu Zhong roared out with anger as he fired a devil flame ball towards the tree, causing it to combust and burn. The Japanese enhancer fell out of the tree, wailing in agony as he was burned alive. Yu Zhong didn't spare a glance for the burning Japanese enhancer, and in a flash, he appeared beside the blue treasure box and grabbed it. Damn Chinese dog. Put that down. That's ours. One enhancer who was agility-based and level 46 wielded an odachi as he charged towards Yu Zhong with bloodshot eyes. Go to hell. Yu Zhong shot forwards and the black tooth blade in his hand swung down, slashing the level 46 enhancer in two. Chapter 541, Takamajihara. Seeing the level 46 agility-based enhancer being sliced in two in a single slash, the rest of the Japanese enhancers felt their hearts turn cold. This time, the hunting of the Type 3 Liger beast had gathered enhancers of at least level 30 and above. However, the majority of them were precisely around that level. It was hard to break past the level 40 stage. Hence, when the level 46 enhancer was executed by Yu Zhong just like that, it shocked the rest of the Japanese enhancers. After killing that enhancer, Yu Zhong flashed forwards, appearing beside a strength-based enhancer. He waved his hand and the head of the unsuspecting enhancer was sent flying even before he could react. Yu Zhong had been enhancing his agility without stop, and his current agility was very high. Even a level 40 agility-based evolver would not be able to match him. He was like a grim reaper culling lives wherever he went. In just 7 steps he took the lives of another 3 more enhancers. Strong. This Chinese is so damn strong, he's like Kami-sama from Takamajihara. When the Japanese enhancers witnessed how Yu Zhong was casually killing their comrades, their hearts were filled with shock. Yu Zhong felt that he was taking too long and pulled out his stinger. He then fired 5 shots in an instant, causing the heads of 5 enhancers to burst in a mess of blood and brain matter. Stop. Don't kill me. I surrender. One of the enhancers could not take the terror anymore and screamed out as he kneeled. As the enhancer took the initiative to surrender, 6 others also followed suit and began crying for their lives. There were 5 others who weren't willing and quickly tried to run. Yu Zhong eyed the escaping enhancers and his eyes narrowed coldly. With a wave, 5 fireballs shot out towards the 5 enhancers, and upon contact they immediately combusted. The 5 enhancers died screaming as they burned to death. When the 7 enhancers witnessed this, their bodies trembled uncontrollably, and they turned to look at Yu Zhong, unsure of how this Chinese would deal with them. All of a sudden, 4 transport carriers lifted into the skies, before flying into a cluster of clouds and disappearing. Transport carriers. This Japanese faction actually has them. If only they were mine. Yu Zhong eyed those vehicles as his eyes flashed with a hint of jealousy and pity. Yu Zhong was currently lacking large aerial transport means. If he had those large transport carriers, then he could deploy his troops anywhere he liked. In China prior to the apocalypse, the rails went everywhere and fulfilled the needs of transport. Deployment of troops was mainly through the movement of trains. However, when the apocalypse happened, there were zombies and mutant beasts everywhere. Many areas were now inhabited by monsters. It was impractical to rely on the tracks to deploy troops. Only the usage of transport carriers would make sense. The Kingdom of God was conquering Europe, but they had managed to spare some attention on Asia. This was because of their possession of such carriers, which allowed them to travel to all corners of the world. Yu Zhong stood and eyed the surrendered Japanese enhancers, asking coldly in Chinese, "Who knows how to speak Chinese here?" The 7 men looked at each other helplessly. Chinese was not like English, which was more widely used. Unless there was someone with the intention to expand in China, there were few Japanese who went to pick up Chinese on their own. One middle-aged man who had a medium build and ordinary looks hesitated a while before speaking up. "I know some Chinese." "Your name? Ability?" "My name is Mudo Shin. My ability is the level 2 high-speed movement." Yu Zhong fixed his piercing gaze on Shin and asked, "Good. From now on you're the leader of this group. They are your subordinates. I'll ask you this. Who are you people and what faction were you from?" Mudo Shin hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth and spilling his background. "Yes, sir. We're servants of the gods from Takamajihara." Every country would possess those with no backbones. This Mudo Shin was a classic example. He literally spilled the beans on all that he was and knew, hoping to gain favor with Yu Zhong. Hearing Mudo Shin's explanation, Yu Zhong finally understood their background. Takamajihara was, according to myths, the land of the Japanese gods. Right as the apocalypse started, a wealthy leader of a large business conglomerate had survived due to luck. His successor had also awakened as an evolver. He reorganized the survivors and remaining factions and accepted any survivors, thus forming a powerful group known as Takamajihara. In the faction, divine soldiers were the lowest grade soldiers, while divine servants were enhancers above level 30. Deities were enhancers above level 50, and at the pinnacle there were kami's, the highest level of experts. There were only 5 of them in the entire Takamajihara. Each and every one of them possessed terrifying strength, and the leader of them all was called Nendori Tatsuo, a powerful evolver. Due to the faction establishing early, they managed to gather more than 500,000 people. They even managed to conquer the Nagano prefecture, claiming it as a base. Japan's Nagano was on par with any Chinese city, with over 2 million people before the apocalypse, and being able to occupy such a huge territory was a sign of Takamajihara's power. 500,000 survivors. A truly large faction. Yu Zhong frowned when he heard that. He could feel a sense of foreboding just hearing about their accomplishments. While Takamajihara was not comparable with the Kingdom of God, it was near China. If they were to expand in power in a few years, by the time they absorbed the rest of the powers in Japan, they might instigate the next Sino-Japan War. As they were on a separate island, they had very few strategic options. They longed to expand outwards, and in truth, it was the only possible strategy. However, to other countries it was a huge problem. Yu Zhong quickly threw all vexing thoughts to the back of his head. He had to consider his next move. It's currently an unfounded worry. No matter what happens, I need to make going back to China my priority. I need a broadcast station, an airplane, and a pilot. Yu Zhong was extremely clear about his own power. He was strong but not invincible. If he were to charge in single-handedly against Takamajihara, it would be suicidal. Yu Zhong then ordered Shin, "Go gather everything from here." "Hi." Shin and the rest immediately responded respectfully and began to collect the equipment and stuff from their dead comrades. Yu Zhong opened up the blue treasure box, and with a bright blue flash, a blueprint appeared in front of him. Level 7 treasure, Sky Fortress Laser Secondary Cannon Diagram. One part of the full Sky Fortress design. The components of the designs consist of power furnace, main cannon, outer hull, secondary cannons, structural design, power system and operating system. A total of 7 separate diagrams. When all 7 are collected, the full and complete Sky Fortress diagram will be obtained. Yu Zhong eyed the diagram in his hands and his eyes flashed with a glint of pity. Sky Fortress. This is definitely a powerful war fortress. Otherwise it wouldn't require so many diagrams and components. What a pity, it requires 7 of them. Who knows how many donkey years it will take to collect them. However, the might of the secondary laser cannon was not to be disregarded. Even if there was no way to fit it on a Sky Fortress now, it could still act as a powerful weapon. He kept the design carefully in his storage ring, before going over to collect the blood essence and nuclei from the dead Type 3 Liger beast. On the other side, since Yu Zhong had left for a long period, Honda's eyes gleamed strangely. One other thug exchanged a look with Honda before they took a step towards Kyoko. Their gaze was unkindly. "Don't come over, what are you guys doing?" Kyoko was on extreme alert, and she retreated while staring at the thug. Honda tried to plead with Kyoko. "Kyoko-san, let's run together. That Chinese man is like a devil and he obviously has some bias against us Japanese. He might just kill all of us." Kyoko eyed them coldly and barked, "Master has ordered us to stay, are you thinking of disobeying?" Honda's eyes flashed with another strange glint. "What about this? You let us go Kyoko-san, you can stay here on your own." As long as they could leave, Honda would bring the rest back to the village and rape Kaori and the rest. Kyoko lifted the guns and retreated further, her gaze piercing. "No way. You guys have to stay here." Honda's face sunk and he barked, "Do it." Capture her. The remaining thugs leaped into action, their eyes gleaming with a greedy and perverse look. They wanted to press this beautiful woman beneath their bodies and rape her thoroughly. At this point, Kyoko also took action as she took 5 steps back while firing her gun at the thugs. A few rounds penetrated the bodies of the thugs, and they fell on the ground, their blood flowing profusely. Chapter 542, Surrender. Go to hell. The thugs knew that this was a critical moment, and they charged towards Kyoko in rage, intending to subdue her. One of the thugs was an agility-based enhancer and his speed was faster than the rest. He was the first to reach Kyoko and made a grab for her viciously. As the thug was about to grab her, Kyoko's eyes flashed with a chilly light, and she pulled out the incredibly sharp odachi by her waist, slicing the thug in two. Fresh blood splattered onto her, covering her beautiful looks with a huge bloody stench. It was as though she was a blood-colored rose with thorns. As they saw their comrade sliced in two, the lack of Kyoko's hesitation caused them to feel a chill in their hearts. They were momentarily stunned and stopped in their tracks. A person who could use guns and swords to kill was not easy to deal with. Honda tried to shout, "Everybody! She's but one woman. After we conquer her, you guys can fuck her first. I'll be last. We don't have a choice anymore. The moment that Chinese dog discovers that we want to escape, we will all be killed without fail. Now's the best chance to do what we need to do." With his words, the rest were pushed to step forwards, having lost their rationality. Kyoko's eyes gleamed, and she employed a strange footwork, charging into the midst of the thugs like a female leopard. The odachi in her hand danced and she began to slaughter the thugs. Soon the field was littered with corpses while Kyoko stood alone. She was covered in blood and was panting slightly as she looked at the corpses. As she looked around, her face turned pale and she began to double over near a tree and threw up whatever she ate the day before. It was the first time that she had actually slaughtered real humans, and seeing the result of her actions she could not help but become nauseous. There were two experts from the small Japanese village, one was Kyoko, the other was Kaori. They were both enhancers. It was just that their levels were low. Kaori had been a kendo practitioner before the apocalypse, while Kyoko was a successor of the Tenshin-style sword arts. After becoming an enhancer, she was even stronger than common enhancers her level with her elite swordsmanship. Killing is truly unbearable, Kyoko thought to herself. She had killed a number of zombies, but when it came to killing a live human, it was hard for her to accept. Yu Zhong brought Mudo Shin and the rest at that time, and he looked at Kyoko with a little surprise. "You didn't go?" He had assumed that Kyoko would have left stealthily. After all, most modern people weren't willing to be another's slave. Just one look at a beauty like Kyoko would cause one to believe she had been brought up under the most care, and would definitely not be willing to submit to others. "Your orders were to stay here." Kyoko looked straight at Yu Zhong and explained, before pointing to the corpses of the thugs and continuing, "These men not only tried to escape, they also wanted to make a move on me, so I killed them. If I didn't handle it well, please punish me accordingly." Yu Zhong chuckled mildly and threw a set of equipment to her. "Well done. This is your reward." When Mudo Shin saw the set of equipment, their eyes turned red. That was one of the equipment that Yu Zhong had obtained from one of the deity-level experts of the Takamajihara. It was sufficient to give a person a heaven-shaking transformation. Upon receiving the equipment, a look of excitement passed in Kyoko's eyes and she could not help but express her gratitude. "Thank you, Master, for your gift." The set of equipment was enough to bolster her combat strength to at least 4 times her current power, so she was naturally excited. "Let's go." Yu Zhong did not even spare a glance for Honda's corpse as he continued forward. The group continued their journey through the forest, and it wasn't long before over 100 mutant Japanese monkeys appeared. This group of mutant Japanese monkeys was easily taken out by Kyoko, who had worn the equipment. She also swiftly rose another 2 levels. Due to the large areas that the forests covered in Japan, there were many mutant beasts and a wide diversity of life. Soon after they cleared the mutant Japanese monkeys, a whole group of lower-level mutant lizards and mutant yellow snakes appeared. They were also quickly taken care of by Kyoko and the other enhancers. Yu Zhong only struck out thrice to save Kyoko when she was in peril. After all, each and every single type and variant of the mutant beasts were not simple to deal with. Without Yu Zhong's protection, Kyoko would have died thrice over. Kill? Wipe them out. As Yu Zhong's group continued through the forest, they suddenly chanced upon enraged cries. He swiftly led them towards the source of the commotion. Out in a field, there were 2 groups of Japanese survivors currently facing off against each other. There were over 100 people in one group, each of them wielding odachis, and their movements were nimble. They were obviously enhancers, just that their levels were not too high. The other group only had 60 of them and they were on the losing end. There were only about 13 guns shared among them, and they were relying on these guns to hold their ground. Otherwise they would have long been killed. In their midst, there were 20 women and children, which greatly affected their combat strength. So it was just dogs biting dogs. Yu Zhong eyed the two groups without a look of concern. Yu Zhong could see that there were only 2 enhancers above level 30 among the two groups, and facing such a group he wouldn't even need to employ any skills. He could single-handedly take them all out. Just as Yu Zhong's group arrived to watch the events unfold, one of the enhancers of above level 35 had just chopped off the head of one gun-wielding enhancer, breaking the stalemate. Another gun-wielding survivor was suddenly stabbed in the back by a level 36 enhancer that had stealthily appeared behind him, striking his heart. With the 2 defense points crumbling, the odachi-wielding survivors immediately surged forth like tigers, making their way towards the gun-wielding survivors. Many of the survivors immediately abandoned their guns and kneeled to surrender. However, the odachi-wielding survivors just roared out with laughter and carried out their slaughter. The female survivors within the losing group were dragged and thrown to the ground before being raped on the spot. Since the apocalypse began, many people had already succumbed to their inner demons, and these thugs were no exception. Grab them. Just then the leader of the odachi-wielding group caught sight of Yu Zhong and his people, and he roared out. Hearing that order, 60 of the assailants immediately made for Yu Zhong's direction. Kill them all. Yu Zhong watched as they came closer and gave a cold order to Mudo Shin and his men. Hi. Mudo Shin immediately saluted and shouted to the rest in Japanese, Yu Zhong-sama has ordered us to kill those trash. Charge with me. After that, he led the 6 enhancers who were divine servants level that had submitted to Yu Zhong and charged towards the assailants. While these 7 divine servants might not be much to Yu Zhong, they were truly invincible existences when compared to ordinary survivors. As they charged into the midst of the enemy that were 10 times their number, their blades flashed about and the assailants were slaughtered mercilessly. After all, divine servants were an elite group that was nurtured by the Takamajihara faction through their resources. Their combat prowess was comparable to Yu Zhong's elite soldiers. Mudo Shin and the rest killed over 23 of the assailants before the rest started to feel the regret and tried escaping backward. The Japanese leader saw this and a look of shock flashed past his face as he muttered, "Why is it like this? Who are these people? How come they're so strong?" All of a sudden, a shadow shot down from a tree with lightning speed towards Yu Zhong. His speed had reached over 10 times that of a normal person. This was the level 36 enhancer that had assassinated the gun-wielding survivor earlier. Even an ordinary level 40 enhancer would not have a nice ending if caught unprepared. Just as the shadow was about to reach Yu Zhong pulled out his crocodile tooth saw blade and slashed down. The 2 parts of the body fell to the ground in a gory manner. Surrender. I surrender. Don't kill me. I surrender. The Japanese leader watched in horror as his comrade of a similar level was taken out in one move, and his heart chilled. He immediately knelt down and began to beg for mercy. The moment the leader surrendered, the rest of the assailants began to abandon their weapons and cry out for mercy as well. Go to hell. Go to hell. Go to hell. The 7 Takamajihara divine servants continued to slaughter the assailants who had surrendered. This Takamajihara people were ruthless, and killing gave them a morbid sense of excitement and pleasure. Kyoko watched on in horror and screamed out, "Stop it! Stop killing! They already surrendered." Shin replied coldly, "Kyoko-san, Yu Zhong-sama has given the order to wipe them all out. Without completing his order, we will not stop." Chapter 543, Valley. Kyoko immediately kneeled in front of Yu Zhong and begged, "Master, please command them to stop, otherwise those innocent survivors will be killed by them." Yu Zhong looked at Mudo Shin and his men slaughtering the other Japanese with glee, thinking silently for a while before giving an order indifferently, "All right, enough." Indeed, Yu Zhong had intended for Shin and his group to eradicate all the Japanese survivors. After all, it would be the Japanese against each other and he didn't really feel any emotions. However, he caught sight of 2 little girls amongst the survivors and suddenly felt unwilling to go through with the massacre. Mudo Shin immediately barked loudly, Yu Zhong-sama has given his order. Stop. Hi. Wakura Mishita, understood. Hearing Shin's orders, the 6 enhancers immediately kept their weapons, looking at the survivors as though they were livestock. The nature of reverence for the strong was etched deep in the Japanese bones. Yu Zhong's strength was comparable to the kami-s of the Takamajihara. After submitting to him, they really complied with his orders. Japan was a country that focused on hierarchy regardless of context, work, school, gatherings, even the yakuza. The strong and upper class would always be treated with respect. Otherwise it would be hard to survive. Honda and the rest of thugs were still youths of the society and had no intention of truly submitting to Yu Zhong. Hence, they had wanted to rebel and escape from him. That was why they disobeyed his orders. With the threat of death looming over their heads, the 100-plus Japanese survivors trembled. They were unsure of how Yu Zhong was going to deal with them, given that he was Chinese. After all, Yu Zhong had been conversing in Chinese with Shin, and the survivors instantly guessed his background. Yu Zhong came up to the leader and spoke, "What's your name?" Mudo Shin stepped forwards and acted as a translator, posing the question once more in Japanese. Yu Zhong would usually want the other party to accommodate him and not the other way round. Mudo Shin was not the strongest among the 7 divine servants of Takamajihara. However, he became the leader purely because he knew Chinese. The Japanese leader quickly got on his knees in front of Yu Zhong and spoke in Japanese, "Sir, I'm called Kira Waichi. I'm willing to swear fealty. Please accept me." One young Japanese roared out furiously, "Leader Waichi. He's a Chinese dog, how can you kneel?" Yu Zhong looked at the youth with the outburst and spoke coldly, "Kill him." Hi. Shin shot forwards and his blade swung down on the head of the Japanese youth. With a spray of blood, the corpse of the youth slumped to the ground. Witnessing this cruel scene, shock was written all over the faces of the survivors. They felt their bodies shiver more and their hearts filled with fear. Yu Zhong was not a good-tempered person. Upon reaching here, he had been dealing with xenophobia every step of the way. This only served to fuel his foul mood and he wanted to kill some people to make an example. Kira Waichi kneeled silently, afraid that he would be next. He could tell that even if all 100 of them charged at this Chinese man, he would be able to wipe them out easily. Yu Zhong eyed Waichi coldly, "I'm Yu Zhong, I'll accept you. Bring me to your base." It was nearing evening and Yu Zhong needed a place to rest. The forests were too dangerous and was not suitable for resting. Waichi stood up and bowed in respect. "Hi." Led by Waichi, Yu Zhong and his group came to a valley surrounded by mountains on 3 different sides. There was only one access point. This valley used to be the private property of an influential businessman, and there were many luxurious villas within. Around the main mansion, there were a few small wooden houses that were erected recently. The main villa was the living quarters of Waichi and his trusted aides, as well as women. The rest of the wooden houses belonged to the ordinary members and the slaves that they have caught. Slavery seemed like a thing of the past, but in fact, it was still persistent in modern society. Even prior to the apocalypse, slavery was rampant in Africa. When the apocalypse happened, society crumbled. Before societal and cultural norms regained their footing, all sorts of weird characters had appeared. It was no surprise that slavery was popular again. Even Yu Zhong's establishments had slaves. The vast majority of them were the spoils of war between him and Wuyan Hong, and they were branded as slaves to make up for the atrocities against the Chinese. He was likewise merciless to the families of his enemies. There were about 400 survivors in the valley. The moment Yu Zhong's group walked in, everyone stepped out to look at them curiously. Yu Zhong looked towards the survivors, noticing that most of them looked sallow and lacked nutrition. It felt like they could fall with just a blow of a wind. Yu Zhong eyed them and a strange glint flashed in his eyes. He was somewhat pleased. "This place can't compare to my Guining city." Yu Zhong had established some form of society in Guining City and Longhai City. As long as he didn't die, and his resources didn't run out, the stability of his cities would not crumble. An established city was definitely a lot stronger than this small faction of Waichi. "Welcome back, master." The moment Waichi and Yu Zhong stepped into the villa, 6 beauties between the ages of 18 to 25 immediately came up to greet them in a bow. One particular 25-year-old had a voluptuous body, and there was a beauty mark at the corner of her lips. She came in to lead Wei Qi and Yu Zhong's group further within the villa into a large hall. Wei Qi gave an order to the beauty, "Masako, from today onwards this Yu Zhong-sama is our leader. You must be obedient and attend to his needs. Go get Shiroyuki and Asami to come and serve Yu Zhong-sama." "Yes." Masako replied respectfully before retreating. Wei Qi then turned to Yu Zhong with a smile. "Sir, Masako is the butler of this villa. She specializes in training other women. Regardless of the type of women, under her training, they would become obedient and docile." "Oh." Yu Zhong replied absent-mindedly. Not long after, Masako led two beautiful Japanese women in kimonos into the hall. One had doll-like features, long slender legs and fair skin. Her bountiful chest threatened to push out of her clothes, and she wore an extremely sweet smile on her face. The other had an oval-shaped face, her skin as fair as snow, and her frame slender. Her chest wasn't as impressive as the other, but her exquisite features looked as though she was a beautiful painting that had come to life. Masako immediately introduced them to Yu Zhong. "Yu Zhong-sama. This here is Sakura Shiroyuki and this is Amano Asami. Both of them have never been touched by any men and are still virgins. Shiroyuki, Asami, come over here to greet the master." The two beauties were reserved by Wei Qi to tend to experts, or to be given as gifts as a form of a bargaining chip. He had a number of beauties with him, but they were the only two remaining virgins. The busted doll-like beauty was Shiroyuki, while the other exquisite beauty was Asami. "We greet master." The two beauties stepped up and executed a Japanese-style greeting. Yu Zhong replied mildly, "Get up." He had seen his fair share of beauties and would naturally not lose himself over the sight of two more. The two beauties continued to smile sweetly as they sat down on either side of Yu Zhong and began to massage him. "Damn it," Kyoko thought unhappily to herself as she watched the two women. Wei Qi looked on before asking carefully, "Sir, what is your next step?" "Yama County. I'm making my way there." Yu Zhong replied indifferently while on the sofa. Shiroyuki, who was kneeling by Yu Zhong's left side, carefully placed his hands into her clothes, in between her deep cleavage. Yu Zhong twisted forcefully as a bouncy yet smooth and alluring feeling traveled up his fingertips. Shiroyuki's face flushed red, however she continued to help Yu Zhong massage his leg. When Wei Qi heard what Yu Zhong said, his eyes lit up in joy. "Yama County. Sir, you truly are an ambitious man. Shimizu Yuji is the current leader over the 10,000-strong establishment. You actually want to kill him and take it over. Truly admirable." Currently, Japan had returned to its feudal periods, and there were various factions vying for power. Many warlords sought to become the leader of Japan. Wei Qi thought that Yu Zhong wanted to be one of the contenders. In the apocalyptic world, whoever had the strongest fist would be the leader. With Yu Zhong's strength, it was truly enough to vie for the position of leader. If Yu Zhong were successful, Wei Qi would become a renowned figure as well. Yu Zhong saw how excited Wei Qi was and did not dampen his spirits. His only intention was to use the broadcast station there. He laughed mildly and assumed a superior look as he asked, "If I want to bring Yama County down, what good ideas might you have?" Hearing this question, Wei Qi sunk into silence. Yama County's Shimazu clan was truly a powerful foe, and he was like an ant to them. He had no means of even launching an attack against them. Therefore, it was a difficult question that Yu Zhong was posing to him. Chapter 544, Battle in the Valley. Wei Qi thought hard and long before replying slowly, "Sir, the Shimazu clan is truly powerful. Even if, sir, you are invincible and can fight against gods and devils, you can't afford to just charge in like this. There are still other factions like the Saishima, Kiwa and Yoshida establishments around. If we can conquer them and assimilate them into our forces, we would possess enough capacity to contend with the Shimazu clan." There were various factions of different strengths. If one wanted to expand one's strength, the only way was to swallow the other smaller factions. Wei Qi had intended to do just that. That was why he had launched an assault on the smaller factions nearby. However, Yu Zhong wasn't too interested in establishing a huge faction here in Japan. Although the Japanese revered the strong, there was a strong xenophobia. With his strength, it wasn't a problem to form a decent-sized base. However, it would be much tougher to expand and contend against Takamajihara. After all, it would be increasingly hard to find trustworthy subordinates. Even if Weiqi and Mudo Shin were both at his command, the moment a strong enemy appeared, Yu Zhong would have to be on his guard against these two fellows while fighting off the enemy. After all, they were now listening to him purely because they had no choice. It wasn't out of their own free will. Right at this time, a middle-aged man of about 37 years old wearing an eye patch came storming into the villa. He had a suit and there was a long blade at his waist. He even emitted a strong killing intent as he barked out coldly, "You pathetic trash dare to even dream about taking on the glorious Shimizu clan? What a bunch of fools." 8 other men came storming behind him, each of them wearing male kimonos. Weiqi's face turned ugly when he saw how brazen these 9 intruders were, pulling out his odachi at his waist as he barked, "Who are you people?" This was a relatively unknown place and ordinary people would not be able to just barge in. It was obvious that they did not come with good intentions. The guy with the eye patch looked at Weiqi coldly and ordered, "I'm Kuwata Masashi from the Shimizu clan. Hiro Weiqi. I had originally intended to let you live, and allow you to join our Shimizu clan. However, you dare to collude with the Chinese. You're a failure to our glorious race. Today I shall wipe you off the face of the earth. Kill him." "Sir, save me." Weiqi's level was only at 38, and he was definitely not a match against 4 enhancers above his level. As the 4 enhancers were about to slice Weiqi, Yu Zhong, whose left hand was still in between the huge breasts of Shiroyuki, raised his stinger with his right hand and fired 4 consecutive shots. Just as the audacious of the 4 enhancers were about to land on Weiqi's body, their heads were instantly blasted into smithereens, blood and brain matter splattering onto the floor. Yu Zhong's agility was at 203 and he had a reaction speed 20 times of an ordinary person. This had already exceeded a Type 2 lightning speed. Even a level 40 agility-based evolver could not surpass him. The speed of those 4 enhancers might seem lightning quick to most, but to Yu Zhong they were as slow as ants. So strong. Weiqi saw the fate of those enhancers and sucked in a ragged breath, turning behind to look at the indifferent Yu Zhong. His eyes flashed with delight. If it wasn't for Yu Zhong, he would have already been halfway to heaven, his body dismembered. Seeing how casually Yu Zhong had disposed of 4 agility enhancers, Masashi and the remaining 4 men had looks of disbelief on their faces, and they took a few steps back involuntarily. Yu Zhong sat at his seat like a killing god and shot the intruders a cold glare, "Kneel down, or die." Masashi immediately bowed down apologetically, "Esteemed one. I'm Kuwata Masashi from the Shimizu clan. This time, we had unknowingly offended you and incurred your wrath. We seek your mercy and magnanimity in allowing us to leave. Our Shimizu clan will definitely offer you beautiful virgins and precious rations as a token of apology." Masashi had brought his men intending to wipe out Weiqi's faction, thinking that it would be a breeze. Only 8 of his subordinates were enough to overcome all of Weiqi's forces. The only problem was that they could not have possibly foreseen the arrival of Yu Zhong. "Go to hell." Yu Zhong eyed the 5 of them coldly and fired another 5 shots with the stinger. After 5 consecutive shots rang out, the heads of Masashi and his men were instantly blasted. Not a single person could react in time. Strong. So terrifying. Weiqi Shin looked at Yu Zhong, who had fired without talking, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. They were excited because they had the backing of such a terrifying expert. Any ordinary factions that dared to provoke them would be courting death. The fear, however, was that Yu Zhong was likely to kill more than he spoke, and they were truly terrified that Yu Zhong might just kill them without saying anything. Shiroyuki and Asami, who had been kneeling and watching, saw the instantaneous deaths of those 9 intruders, had their bodies froze. They had just witnessed Yu Zhong's cold-blooded killing of the people from the Shimizu clan and knew that if this person was provoked, even they would not be spared. While most people thought of the modern Japanese man as gentle, in truth many of them were still chauvinists. In this apocalypse, just like any other man who had given in to their inner demons, many had become vile and perverse. There was no remorse in the slaughter. Back then, during the rape of Nanking, many female corpses were carted out of the cities in trucks to be buried. A subordinate covered in blood ran into the hall in an extremely pitiful state and hollered, "Sir! Sir! There are many intruders out there now. The Saishima, Kiwa and Yoshida factions have just brought their men over. The valley is already under attack and they're charging in. What? When Waichi heard those words, his face fell. They were still in the midst of a discussion on how to swallow those families. Who would have thought they actually came to attack first? Sir, please lend us a hand and eliminate those intruders. Waichi got on his knees and begged Yu Zhong. Every single one of those factions was individually more powerful than Waichi's faction, and now all three were attacking them at the same time. Yu Zhong removed his left hand from Shiroyuki's kimono and stood up. As he stood up, the floorboard suddenly split open, and a shadow appeared in a flash, striking at Yu Zhong's heart. This shadow was the top assassin of the Shimazu clan, a ninja that was level 53. He was extremely skilled in the art of assassination, and even level 60 or 70 enhancers would not necessarily survive an assassination attempt of his. Watch out! Kyoko screamed out. In the entire hall, she was the only one that truly cared for his well-being. Will he die? Shin looked at the ninja with a worried look. The assassin had appeared too suddenly, and Shin did not dare to guarantee that a Kamisama-level expert from Takamajihara would be able to survive that assassination. Too slow. Just as the ninja reached Yu Zhong's eyes flashed coldly and he sent an explosive fist towards the face of the ninja. A 10 times strength came blasting into the ninja's face, breaking his nose and denting his head inwards. The ninja's body was sent flying through the hall and knocked into a wall, before sliding down and becoming motionless. He was dead. Waichi could not help but shudder and thought to himself, this guy's insane. Even this was not enough to take him out. He's too scary. If it had been Waichi, his head would have already been separated from his body, before he even knew what was going on. Come with me. Yu Zhong looked at Kyoko before striding out the door. Yes. Kyoko's eyes lit up in joy as she scampered after him. Shin looked at Kyoko's back and his eyes had a strange look. Seems like Kyoko does possess a position in his heart, second only to that humanoid weapon on his back. Yu Zhong walked out the villa, only to see a messy scene out in the valley. Many survivors were currently running towards the villa. Every single militant that had intruded were vicious and cruel, laughing savagely as they killed the survivors who were trying to escape. Many of them grabbed women and tore their clothes off before proceeding to violate them. There were many families living in the numerous wooden huts. Some women were also malnourished and weak, but it didn't matter to those militants. Those who weren't good-looking were instead tortured by their weapons, and there were all sorts of maniacal laughter and screams of misery resounding throughout the valley. The perverse militants didn't even spare any of the young girls or boys, taking off their clothes and raping them. There were a few militants who began setting fire to the wooden huts, causing them to burn up. The entire valley looked like a scene right out of hell. Chapter 545, Defeating the Three-Clan Alliance. Yu Zhong looked at the cruel hell-like scene in front of him, as he pulled out his 2m-long black-toothed blade to slice a militant in front of him in two. Yu Zhong ordered Shin beside him, "Go! Kill all the intruders." "Hi." Shin and Waichi replied respectfully and roared out loudly, "Kill all intruders." Under Yu Zhong's orders, the combined forces of Shin and Waichi charged towards the militants who were currently raping women. The militants of the three factions were so engrossed in their vile acts that they lost all bearings of discipline. Yu Zhong brought Kyoko as he continued outwards, not caring about the slaughter amongst the Japanese people. Any enhancer or militant that took action against him would be instantly killed, their bodies sliced in two. Yu Zhong's appearance was like an undefeatable general that stormed the battlefield, giving Shin, Waichi and their troops a boosted morale, while at the same time, pressurizing the enemies who tried to retreat when they could. However, after a bout of shouts, three teams consisting of about 20 to 30 people suddenly appeared. Their moves were not ordinary, and they began to launch a counter-attack on Shin and Weichi's forces. Enhancers. Yu Zhong saw those soldiers and his pupils constricted, recognizing that they were all enhancers. These 30 men were the joint elites of the Saishima, Kiwa and Yoshida factions. Every one of them were above level 20, and were the precious soldiers of the alliance. They were considered the trump cards as well. Without hesitating, Yu Zhong activated his shadow steps and flew into the midst of one of the teams. His black-toothed blade began to swing around like a meat grinder, slicing all the enhancers in a 5m radius into two. Within 10 seconds, 20 enhancers were slaughtered, and the troops were basically annihilated by Yu Zhong, with the remaining soldiers trying to escape. Go to hell. Among the Japanese there were a few that were unafraid of death. They surrounded Yu Zhong, roaring in fury to disperse the fear in their hearts as they charged at him. Facing the kamikaze attacks of those 8 militants, Yu Zhong scoffed and unleashed 8 blade beams, instantly slicing the 8 militants apart. Fresh blood sprayed everywhere in a gory manner. Demon? He's a demon. Help! Seeing how easily Yu Zhong killed 8 agility-based enhancers, the rest of the 3 teams got frightened out of their wits. They began to escape in various directions. Get on the ground, or you can die. Yu Zhong shot forwards and killed one escaping enhancer before barking loudly. Kneel? We'll kill those who disobey. Shin heard Yu Zhong's orders and immediately shouted out in Japanese. Kneel? We'll kill those who disobey. On the battlefield, the Japanese troops under Yu Zhong began to shout across the battlefield. The elites had been wiped out pitifully by Yu Zhong, causing the morale and spirit of the other soldiers to crumble. They hurriedly abandoned their weapon and got on the ground. The enhancers of the 3 factions also kneeled to surrender to Yu Zhong. They were after all ordinary people prior to the apocalypse, and lost their courage the moment death seemed inevitable. There were both male and female enhancers among the intruding troops of the Saishima, Kiwa and Yoshida factions. When the oppressed saw that their enemies had been subdued, they instantly surrounded the female enhancers, and began to tear their clothes off to rape them on the spot. Some of them were even perverse enough to grab an odachi to pierce some of the female enhancers, cutting new wounds and causing moans of agony. The tortured had become the torturers. In fact, they were even more vicious and cruel. Those female enhancers were like top existences, which gave rise to a desire in the soldiers to torture them. Ha ha ha. One soldier was currently raping a woman while excitedly carving the woman's skin with his odachi. The woman was covered in bloody wounds, yet he continued to laugh with glee. Yu Zhong frowned and immediately shot forward to behead the soldier, as a shower of blood splattered all over the Japanese woman. The naked Japanese woman just laid there numbly, her eyes devoid of any emotions. She had already suffered plenty of humiliation at the hands of other men even before becoming an enhancer. It was just a repeat of events to her. However, the rest of the soldiers were all stunned when they saw Yu Zhong slaughtering his own subordinate, and stopped whatever they were doing, eyeing him helplessly. Yu Zhong swept a gaze across the field as his cold voice rang out. If you want women, sure. However, it must be through proper protocol. Before I assign any to you, they are all spoils of war. Whoever dares to use them, I will kill him. These militants weren't Chinese anyway, and Yu Zhong had no qualms killing them. Furthermore, even if they all decide to revolt, he was more than enough to wipe them out. Hearing his words, the militants began dressing again, looking at the women somewhat unwillingly. Compared to the women, they valued their lives more. Furthermore, they knew that Yu Zhong himself had caused the defeat of the 3-clan alliance. He was practically a demon on the battlefield, and no one dared challenge his authority. 3 of the captives came in front of him and kneeled down as they spoke. Sir, I'm the head of Saishima, Kiwa, Yoshida clan, Saishima Shoei/Kiwa Masataka/Shinji Yoshida. Today we had unknowingly offended, sir, and we seek your forgiveness. We're willing to pledge the allegiance of the Saishima, Kiwa, Yoshida factions and join your power. Waichi quickly came up to Yu Zhong and spoke urgently. Sir, they're not joining with good intentions. This is the time to kill them and assimilate their troops. The 3 clans were all larger than Weiqi's factions, and he was afraid that once the 3 clans joined, they would become a faction larger than him. That was why he wanted to prevent that. Of course, Weiqi's suggestion was not wrong. If Yu Zhong really wanted to establish a faction that truly belonged to him in Japan, he had to wipe out the previous leaders and take in their subordinates. When the 3 clan leaders heard Weiqi's words, they were filled with hatred and killing intent towards him. However, they did not dare step out of line as they watched Yu Zhong carefully, unsure how he would deal with them. Yu Zhong eyed Waichi coldly. Waichi, when has it been your turn to make decisions for me? Weiqi's heart turned cold and he immediately kneeled and kowtowed. I apologize, sir. Please forgive my mistake. Yu Zhong glanced at the three leaders and spoke, "From today on, you three are my subordinates. Work hard for me or you'll face death." "Hi." The three leaders responded in a resounding yes. Yu Zhong asked, "Among you guys who knows Chinese?" "I do." Saishima Shoei spoke up in slightly broken Chinese. "I was interested in the rich culture and history of China and its 5,000 years of heritage. When I was young, I had wanted to study in China, but unfortunately I did not get the chance to." Yu Zhong immediately gave an order. "Good. From today on, Saishima Shoei, Kira Waichi, Mudo Shin and Ida Kyoko. You four will be the elders of this establishment. Kyoko is the first elder, Shin is the second elder, Waichi is the third elder and Shoei will be the fourth elder. Kiwa Masataka and Shinji Yoshida will follow Kyoko." "Many thanks, sir." Shoei immediately bowed in gratitude. He was jubilant that his past decision to learn Chinese had paid off today, earning him a position in this faction. The other two clan leaders were filled with envy. Waichi felt sour in his heart as well. "Damn it! If only I knew Chinese as well. If I hadn't given Shiroyuki and Asami to Sir, I might not have even gotten this elder position. I must work harder to learn Chinese and become a trusted aide of Yu Zhong-sama." Upon returning to the villa, Yu Zhong asked Shoei, "Was this operation instigated by the Shimazu clan, Saishima head?" Shoei looked at Yu Zhong and replied, "Yes, sir. This time it was the Shimazu clan who ordered us to come. They had promised that if we can conquer Weichi's faction, he would allow us to join the Shimazu clan, plus there would be no change to our current control. In this apocalypse, it was hard for the smaller factions to survive. If they could join a larger faction and still retain their own troops and control, it was an attractive offer. Of course, in doing so, there would be potential problems in the long run as well. The various factions within the larger faction could potentially overthrow the main power should they all ally together. Yu Zhong thought for a while before asking, "What was the most recent activity on the Shimazu's side?" Saishima Shoei gave an important intel to Yu Zhong. "Yama County is currently facing a strange movement from the zombie horde nearby. In 4 days the horde will reach the base of the Shimazu clan. Chapter 546, Enjoyment. Oh, so there was something like that. Yu Zhong's eyebrows arched slightly, and he understood why the Shimazu clan would suddenly recruit and absorb other factions. A horde attack was a huge headache for any faction. Yu Zhong had fended off a number of hordes himself, and each time the expenditure of ammo and casualties would cause him to be frustrated. Without enough manpower he would have lost all of his troops. The Shimazu clan obviously intended to gather the surrounding factions to fight off the horde together. Yu Zhong then asked a few more questions before dismissing them. "You can go." "Hi." Shoei and the rest left the room. "Sir, the hot water in the bath is ready. Would you like to use it now?" After Shoei and the rest left, the voluptuous and beautiful Masako came in, asking respectfully. Masako had been an instructor for females prior to the apocalypse, and she was well versed in Japanese, Chinese, English, Russian, French, German and a few other languages. Conversing with Yu Zhong in Chinese was no problem for her. "Take me there." Yu Zhong had fought and killed a fair share of his enemies, and he needed a bath to wash off the blood. Masako led Yu Zhong to the huge bathroom of the villa. In the middle of the marble-paved flooring, there was a huge pool the size of 400 sqm. There was even a small faux hill in the middle, where hot water would flow out from, filling the pool. The steam was very dense as it rose and filled up the room. Within the pool, 8 beauties who were wrapped in towels were kneeling on the ground. When Yu Zhong entered the pool, they greeted him carefully, "Welcome, master." Shiroyuki and Asami also came in and kneeled down respectfully beside Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong spoke indifferently, "Shiroyuki and Asami can stay, the rest of you may go." "Hi." Masako translated her words and the rest of the maidservants left. Shiroyuki and Asami came closer to Yu Zhong and began to undress him. He slid into the hot water and felt comfortable almost immediately. The accumulated exhaustion in his body began to disappear. Shiroyuki entered the pool and brought water up all over her full breasts, before soaping herself up and pressing against Yu Zhong's back to clean him with her body. Asami on the other hand soaked Yu Zhong's legs and cleaned them thoroughly, before lowering her head to take in his toes into her small mouth. She began to use her tongue in short and sharp motions to clean them. Yu Zhong, who had been relaxing with his eyes closed, felt his toes entering a warm and moist area, and he opened his eyes, only to discover Asami servicing him. Is this a little too much? He looked at how shamelessly Asami was cleaning his foot and felt his heart tremble. He might have been a dictator back at home and had many slaves to do his bidding, but he had never forced the other party to do something like this. No one would obviously help him clean his toes willingly. However, the exquisite Asami had the looks of a Japanese idol from prior to the apocalypse, and seeing such a beautiful girl lowering herself to service him, he couldn't help but feel a sense of excitement. Yu Zhong struggled internally for a while before deciding to just give in to the pleasure and enjoy her service. Forget it. This isn't China anyway, and it might be their custom to do so. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Asami had undergone strict training and instruction from Masako. She continued to treat Yu Zhong's feet, while using coquettish eyes to shoot furtive glances at Yu Zhong. It was truly titillating, and it didn't seem like she was a virgin at all. After thoroughly cleaning Yu Zhong's feet, she climbed up onto Yu Zhong, before grabbing onto his member, and taking the initiative to guide it into her. Yu Zhong had not let himself go for a long time, and he naturally would not turn away someone who offered herself. He pushed her down beside the pool and began to pound furiously. Shiroyuki continued to use her voluptuous breasts to add to the excitement, while constantly rubbing his back. Yu Zhong's constitution was far beyond any normal person. After being done with Asami, and leaving her limp on the ground, he reached for Shiroyuki and proceeded to pound her as well. 2 puddles of blood formed at the poolside. Early the next morning, Yu Zhong opened his eyes to find the 2 beauties lying on either of his sides. Seeing them lying docilely in his embrace while sleeping, the tension in his shoulders and stress weighing on his mind was somewhat lifted. After coming to Japan, Yu Zhong had been on alert at all times and the pressure wasn't weak. Having released the pent-up stress, he felt much better. After all, while his constitution was strong, stress was not something that could be recovered from if he kept at his activities all day long. Yu Zhong wanted to return to China, and he required a broadcast station, an airplane, a pilot, and fuel. Even with all these things, it was not a guaranteed journey. This was a stressful situation for him. Those resources were not easy to obtain, as small factions would not have them, and larger factions would definitely not give them up easily. After all, which faction would just lend such important resources out? Yu Zhong had a few helicopters and every single one of them was precious to him. He wouldn't lend it to anyone. He was clear on how difficult it would be to obtain them. Yu Zhong shifted slightly and Shiroyuki was stirred awake. Master! You're awake. Master, you're truly energetic. Let me deal with that for you. Her naked body felt the stir of a hot and stiff rod, and her eyes twinkled mischievously, before she dove under the covers. Lowering her head, she took Yu Zhong's member into her cherry-like lips. Yu Zhong was also aroused by this exotic and alluring beauty, and immediately dove her under the covers to enjoy her taste as well. Not long after, Asami also woke up and joined in the fray. After having breakfast, Yu Zhong went out with Shoei towards the camps of the 3-clan alliance. By that time, the alliance had already gathered all of their people into a small town, with a total of 1,200 people. After gathering all these people, Shoei spoke, "Sir, these are all of our people." Yu Zhong looked at the 1,200 survivors and asked, "Any of you Chinese?" Every single one of them kept silent. Yu Zhong sighed lightly. He had intended to find some Chinese people he could trust. It seemed that the plan had to be scrapped. Shoei spoke up daringly, "Sir, if you want to find some Chinese people, the Shimizu clan will most likely have them. I remember that there are over 200 Chinese survivors there." Go back. Yu Zhong turned around and replied. Shoei thus led the 1,200 survivors towards the valley. Weiqi's valley was spacious enough to accommodate over 1,000 people. Even the villa itself could fit a few hundred people with no problems. The moment they returned to the valley, Weiqi came over and reported, "Sir, the Shimizu clan had sent someone to negotiate with you. Would you like to see him?" A tinge of excitement arose in Yu Zhong's heart. "Oh, the Shimizu clan? Bring them in." "Yes." An average-looking man in a suit came walking in, before kneeling respectfully in front of Yu Zhong. He spoke in Chinese, I'm Tanaka Shiro from the Shimazu clan. It is an honor to meet you, Yuzhong-sama. Please forgive us for the offense last night. The matter of Yuzhong killing 9 Shimazu clan members in a matter of seconds had spread throughout the entire clan within a night. Dealing with such an expert was a headache, hence they decided to send a diplomat over. This is a gift from us, we hope to appease your anger. Tanaka Shiro clapped his hands as 2 beauties entered from outside. The older girl was about 17 or 18, and she had an alluring figure, with slight makeup on that accentuated her features. The younger girl was about 13 or 14, and her long hair was in a ponytail. She had long slender limbs and surprisingly, a well-developed C-cup chest. Her face had large eyes and was pretty, it truly fit the description of a loli. Tanaka Shiro spoke respectfully, "This is Yoshino Megumi, an idol before the apocalypse. She's 17 this year. This is her sister Yoshino Sayaka, 14 this year. They're both virgins and we hope that they're to your liking." The sisters were one of the top beauties in the Shimazu clan. They were saved to pull strong experts over to the Shimazu clan. Few people could withstand such a tempting pair of sisters, especially when one of them used to be an idol. Yuzhong eyed Tanaka Shiro and spoke mildly, "I'll accept the gifts then. Yesterday's matters has come to a close. What else do you have for me?" Tanaka Shiro quickly ordered the sisters, "Megumi, Sayaka, go over to your master." The pair of sisters kneeled in front of Yuzhong and greeted, "Yoshino Megumi, Yoshino Sayaka, greets master." Yuzhong called out, "Masako, take them away." Masako came out and led the Yoshino sisters away. Tanaka Shiro saw that Yuzhong had accepted the 2 sisters and dived straight to the point, "Yuzhong-sama, our Shimazu clan hopes to form an alliance with you." When Yuzhong heard his words, he replied without batting an eyelid, "Alliance? It's not impossible. What conditions do you guys have? If they are acceptable, I'll form an alliance with you." You're tuning in to the Han Lee's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.